in memory of Mary McAvoy Connelly Lavelle, who kept 6 of us out of the Narrows. All they did was trade one monster for another. Instead of a dragon, they now have a snake. A giant snake that sleeps in the Narrows and bides its time until the moment is right and it can open its jaws and swallow someone down. John Kinsey, father of a boy lost in the Narrows. Los Angeles Times, July 21st, 1956. The Narrows. I think maybe I only know one thing in this world, one thing for sure, and that is that the truth does not set you free. Not like I have heard it said, and not like I have said it myself the countless times I sat in small rooms in jail cells and urged ragged men to confess their sins to me. I lied to them, tricked them. The truth does not salvage you or make you whole again. It does not allow you to rise above the burden of lies and secrets and wounds to the heart. The truths I have learned hold me down like chains in a dark room, an underworld of ghosts and victims that slither around me like snakes. It is a place where the truth is not something to look at or behold. It is the place where evil waits, where it blows its breath, every breath, into your mouth and nose until you cannot escape from it. This is what I know. The only thing. I knew this going in on the day I took the case that would lead me into the Narrows. I knew that my life's mission would always take me to the places where evil waits, to the places where the truth that I might find would be an ugly and horrible thing. And still I went, without pause. And still I went, not being ready for the moment when evil would come from its waiting place, when it would grab at me like an animal and take me down into the black water. Chapter 1. She was in darkness, floating on a black sea, a starless sky above. She could hear nothing and see nothing. It was a perfect black moment, but then Rachel Walling opened her eyes from the dream. She stared up at the ceiling. She listened to the wind outside and heard the branches of the azaleas scratching against the window. She wondered if it was the scratching on glass or some other noise from within the house that had awakened her. Then her cell phone rang. She wasn't startled. She calmly reached to the bed table. She brought the phone to her ear and was fully alert when she answered, her voice showing no indication of sleep. "Agent Walling," she said. "Rachel? It's Sherry Dye." Rachel knew right away that this would not be a res call. Sherry Dye meant Quantico. It had been 4 years since the last time. Rachel had been waiting. "Where are you, Rachel?" "I'm at home. Where'd you think I'd be?" "I know you cover a lot of territory now. I thought maybe you—" "I'm in Rapid City, Sherry. What is it?" She answered after a long moment of silence. "He's resurfaced. He's back." Rachel felt an invisible fist punch into her chest and then hold there. Her mind conjured memories and images, bad ones. She closed her eyes. Sherry Dye didn't have to use a name. Rachel knew it was Bacchus. The poet had resurfaced, just as they knew he would, like a virulent infection that moves through the body, hidden from the outside for years, then breaking the skin as a reminder of its ugliness. "Tell me." 3 days ago we got something in Quantico, a package in the mail. It contained— 3 days? You sat on it for 3— We didn't sit on anything. We took our time with it. It was addressed to you, at Behavioral Sciences. The mailroom brought it down to us, and we had it x-rayed, and then we opened it. Carefully. What was in it? A GPS reader. A Global Positioning System reader. Longitude and latitude coordinates. Rachel had encountered one on a case the previous year, an abduction out in the Badlands, where the missing camper had marked her trail with a handheld GPS. They found it in her pack and traced her steps back to a camp where she had encountered a man and he had followed her. They got there too late to save her, but they would have never gotten there at all if it hadn't been for the GPS. What was on it? Rachel sat up and swung her legs over the side of the bed. She brought her free hand to her stomach and closed it like a dead flower. She waited, and soon Sherry Dye continued. Rachel remembered her as once being so green, just an observer and learner on the Go team, assigned to her under the Bureau's mentoring program. 10 years later, and all the cases, had etched deep grooves into her voice. Sherry Dye wasn't green anymore, and she needed no mentor. It had one waypoint in its record, the Mojave, just inside the California border at Nevada. We flew out yesterday and we went to the marker. We've been using thermal imaging and gas probes. Late yesterday, we found the first body, Rachel. Who is it? We don't know yet. It's old. It had been there a long time. We're just starting with it. The excavation work is slow. You said the first body. How many more are there? As of when I left the scene last, we were up to 4. We think there's more. Cause of death? Too early. Rachel was silent as she thought about this. The first questions that ran through her filters were why there and why now. Rachel, I'm not calling just to tell you. The point is the poet is back in play, and we want you out here. Rachel nodded. It was a given that she would go there. Sherry? What? Why do you think he was the one who sent the package? We don't think it, we know it. We got a match a little while ago on a fingerprint from the GPS. He replaced the batteries on it, and we got a thumb off of one of them. Robert Backus. It's him. He's back. Rachel slowly opened her fist and studied her hand. It was as still as a statue's. The dread she had felt just a moment before was changing. She could admit it to herself, but no one else. She could feel the juice begin moving in her blood again, turning it a darker red, almost black. She had been waiting for this call. She slept every night with the cell phone near her ear. Yes, it was part of the job, the call-outs, but this was the only call she had truly been waiting for. You can name the waypoints, Dye said in the silence. On the GPS. Up to 12 characters and spaces. He named this point, Hello, Rachel. An exact fit. I guess he still has something for you. It's like he's calling you out. Has some sort of plan. Rachel's memory dredged up an image of a man falling backward through glass and into darkness, disappearing into the dark void below. I'm on my way, she said. We're running it out of the Vegas field office. It will be easier to keep a blanket on it from there. Just be careful, Rachel. We don't know what he has in mind with this, you know. Watch your back. I will. I always do. Call me with the details and I'll pick you up. I will, she repeated. Then she pushed the button that disconnected the call. She reached to the bed table and turned on the light. For a moment, Chapter 2. Graciela McCaleb was waiting by her car outside my house on Woodrow Wilson Drive when I got there. She had been on time for our appointment, but I had not. I quickly parked in the carport and jumped out to greet her. She didn't seem upset with me. She seemed to take it in stride. Graciela, I'm so sorry I'm late. I got backed up on the 10 with all the morning traffic. It's okay. I was kind of enjoying it. It's so quiet up here. I used my key to unlock the door. When I pushed it open, it wedged against some of the mail that was on the floor inside. I had to bend down and reach around the door to pull the envelopes free and get the door open. Standing and turning back to Graciela, I extended my hand into the house. She passed by me and entered. I didn't smile under the circumstances. The last time I had seen her was at the funeral. She looked only marginally better this time, the grief still holding in her eyes and at the corners of her mouth. As she moved past me in the tight entry hall, I smelled a sweet orange fragrance. I remembered that from the funeral, from when I had clasped her hands with both of mine, said how sorry I was for her loss, and offered my help if she needed it in any way. She was wearing black then. This day she was wearing a flowery summer dress that went better with the fragrance. I pointed her to the living room and told her to have a seat on the couch. I asked if she wanted something to drink, even though I knew I had nothing in the house to respond with but probably a couple of bottles of beer in the box and water from the tap. "I'm fine, Mr. Bosch. No, thank you." "Please, call me Harry. Nobody calls me Mr. Bosch." Now I tried to smile, but it didn't work on her, and I didn't know why I expected it would. She'd been through a lot in her life. I'd seen the movie, and now this latest tragedy. I sat down in the chair across from the couch and waited. She cleared her throat before speaking. "I guess you must be wondering why I needed to talk to you. I was not very forthcoming on the phone." "That's all right," I said. "But it did make me curious. Is something wrong? What can I do for you?" She nodded and looked down at her hands, which held a small black beaded purse on her lap. It looked like something she might have bought for the funeral. "Something is very wrong, and I don't know who to turn to. I know enough about things from Terry, I mean how they work, to know I can't go to the police. Not yet. Besides, they'll be coming to me. Soon, I suppose. But until then, I need someone I can trust who will help me. I can pay you." Leaning forward, I put my elbows on my knees and my hands together. I had only met her that one other time, at the funeral. Her husband and I had once been close, but not in the last few years, and now it was too late. I didn't know where the trust she spoke of came from. "What did Terry tell you about me that would make you want to trust me, to choose me? You and I don't really even know each other, Graciela." She nodded like that was a fair question and assessment. "At one time in our marriage, Terry told me everything about everything. He told me about the last case you two worked together. He told me what happened and how you saved each other's life on the boat. So that makes me think I can trust you." I nodded. "He one time told me something about you that I always remembered," she added. "He told me there were things about you he didn't like and that he didn't agree with. I think he meant the way you do things, but he said at the end of the day, after all the cops and agents he had known and worked with, if he had to pick somebody to work a murder case with, that it would be you, hands down. He said he would pick you because you wouldn't give up." I felt a tightness around my eyes. It was almost like I could hear Terry McCaleb saying it. I asked a question, already knowing the answer. "What is it you want me to do for you?" "I want you to investigate his death." Chapter 3. Even though I knew it was going to be what she would ask me, Graciela McCaleb's request gave me pause. Terry McCaleb had died on his boat a month earlier. I had read about it in the Las Vegas Sun. It had made the papers because of the movie. FBI agent gets heart transplant and then tracks down his donor's killer. It was a story that had Hollywood written all over it, and Clint Eastwood played the part, even though he had a couple decades on Terry. The film was a modest success at best, but it still gave Terry the kind of notoriety that guaranteed an obituary notice in papers across the country. I had just gotten back to my apartment near the Strip one morning and picked up the Sun. Terry's death was a short story in the back of the A section. A deep tremor rolled through me when I read it. I was surprised, but not that surprised. Terry had always seemed to be a man on borrowed time. But there was nothing suspicious in what I had read or what I had then heard when I went out to Catalina for the funeral service. It had been his heart, his new heart, that had failed. It had given him 6 good years, better than the national average for a heart transplant patient. But then it had succumbed to the same factors that destroyed the original. "I don't understand," I said to Graciela. "He was on the boat, a charter, and he collapsed. They said his heart." "Yes, it was his heart," she said. "But something new has come up. I want you to look into it. I know you're retired from the police, but Terry and I watched on the news last year what happened here." Her eyes moved around the room, and she gestured with her hands. She was talking about what had happened in my house a year earlier, when my first post-retirement investigation had ended so badly, and with so much blood. "I know you still look into things," she said,
You're like Terry was. He couldn't leave it behind. Some of you are like that. When we saw on the news what happened here, that's when Terry said he would want you if he had to pick someone. I think what he was telling me was that if anything ever happened to him, I should go to you."
I nodded and looked at the floor. "Tell me what has come up, and I will tell you what I can do."
"You have a bond with him, you know."
I nodded again. "Tell me." She cleared her throat. She moved to the edge of the couch and began to tell it.
"I'm a nurse. I don't know if you saw the movie, but they made me a waitress in the movie. That's not right. I'm a nurse. I know about medicine. I know about hospitals. All of it."
I nodded and didn't say anything to stop her.
"The coroner's office conducted an autopsy on Terry. There were no signs of anything unusual, but they decided to go ahead with the autopsy at the request of Dr. Hansen, Terry's cardio doctor, because he wanted to see if they could find out what went wrong."
"Okay," I said. "What did they find?"
"Nothing. I mean, nothing criminal. The heart simply stopped beating, and he died. It happens. The autopsy showed that the muscles of the heart's walls were thinning, getting narrow. Cardiomyopathy. The body was rejecting the heart. They took the normal blood samples, and that was it. They released him to me, his body. Terry didn't want to be buried. He always told me that. So he was cremated at Griffin and Reeves, and after the funeral service, Buddy took the children and me out on the boat, and we did what Terry asked. We let him go then, into the water. It was very private. It was nice."
"Who's Buddy?"
"Oh, he's the man Terry worked with on the charter business, his partner."
"Right, I remember." I nodded and tried to retrack her story, looking for the opening, the reason she had come to see me. "The blood scan from the autopsy," I said. "What did they find in it?" She shook her head.
"No, it's what they didn't find."
"What?"
"You have to remember that Terry took a ton of meds. Every day, pill after pill, liquid after liquid. It kept him alive, I mean until the end. So the blood scan was like a page and a half long."
"They sent it to you?"
"No, Dr. Hansen got it. He told me about it, and he was calling because there were things missing from the scan that should have been there, but weren't. Cellcept and Prograph. They weren't in his blood when he died."
"And they're important." She nodded.
"Exactly. He took 7 capsules of Prograph every day. Cellcept twice a day. These were his key meds. They kept his heart safe."
"And without them he would die."
3 or 4 days would be all it would take. Congestive heart failure would come up quickly. And that is exactly what happened."
"Why did he stop taking them?"
"He didn't, and that is why I need you. Someone tampered with his meds and killed him."
I pushed all of her information through the grinder again. "First, how do you know he was taking his medicine?"
"Because I saw him, and Buddy saw him, and even their charter, the man they were with on the last trip, said he saw him taking his meds. I asked them. Look, I told you I'm a nurse. If he wasn't taking his meds, I would have noticed."
"Okay, so you were saying he was taking his pills, but they weren't really his pills. Somebody tampered with them. What makes you say that?" Her body language indicated frustration. I wasn't making the logic jumps she thought I should be making.
"Let me back up," she said. "A week after the funeral, before I knew anything about all of this, I started to try to get things back to normal, and I cleared out the closet where Terry kept all his meds. You see, the meds are very, very expensive. I didn't want them to go to waste. There are people who can barely afford them. We could barely afford them. Terry's insurance had run out, and we needed Medi-Cal and Medicaid just to pay for his medicine."
"So you donated the meds?"
"Yes, it's a tradition with transplants. When somebody—"
She looked down at her hands. "I understand," I said. "You give everything back."
"Yes, to help the others. Everything is so expensive, and Terry had at least a 9-week supply. It would be worth thousands to somebody."
"Okay."
"So I took everything across on the ferry and up to the hospital. Everybody thanked me, and I thought that was that. I have 2 children, Mr. Bosch. As hard as it was, I had to move on, for their sake."
I thought about the daughter. I had never seen her, but Terry had told me about her. He told me her name and why he had named her. I wondered if Graciela knew that story.
Did you tell Dr. Hansen this? I asked. If somebody tampered with them, you have to warn them that... She shook her head. There's an integrity procedure. All the containers are examined. You know, the seals on the bottles are checked, expiration dates checked, lot numbers checked against recall, and so on. Nothing came up. Nothing had been tampered with. Nothing I'd given them, at least. Then what? She moved closer to the edge of the couch. Now she would get to it. On the boat. The open containers I didn't donate, because they don't take them. Hospital protocol. You found tampering. There was 1 more day's dosage of Prograf and 2 more days of Celcept in the bottles. I put them in a plastic bag and took them to the Avalon Clinic. I used to work there. I made up a story. I told them a friend of mine found the capsules in her son's pocket while doing the laundry. She wanted to know what he was using. They ran tests, and the capsules, all of them, were dummies. They were filled with a white powder. Powdered shark cartilage, actually. They sell it in specialty shops and over the internet. It's supposed to be some sort of homeopathic cancer treatment. It's easily digestible and gentle. Contained in a capsule, it would have tasted the same to Terry. He would not have known the difference. From her small purse, she pulled out a folded envelope and handed it to me. It contained 2 capsules, both white with small pink printing running along the side. Are these from the last dosage? Yes. I saved those 2 and gave 4 to my friend at the clinic. Using the envelope to catch its contents, I used my fingers to pull one of the capsules open. It came apart freely without damaging the 2 pieces of the casing. The white powder it had held poured into the envelope. I knew then that it would not be a difficult process to pour the intended content of the capsules out and to replace it with a useless powder. What you are telling me, Graciela, is that when Terry was on that last charter, he was taking pills he thought were keeping him alive, but they weren't doing a thing for him. In a way, they were actually killing him. Exactly. Where did those pills come from? The bottles came from the hospital pharmacy, but they could have been tampered with anywhere. She stopped and allowed time for this to register with me. What is Dr. Hansen going to do? I asked. He said he has no choice. If tampering took place in the hospital, then he has to know. Other patients could be in danger. That's not likely. You said 2 different medicines had been tampered with. That means it likely happened out of the hospital. It happened after they were in Terry's possession. I know, he said that. He told me he's going to refer it to the authorities. He has to. But I don't know who that will be or what they will do. The hospital is in L.A., and Terry died on his boat about 25 miles off the coast of San Diego. I don't know who would... It would probably go to the Coast Guard first, and then it will be referred to the FBI, eventually. But that will take several days. You could move it along if you called the Bureau right now. I don't understand why you were talking to me instead of them. I can't. Not yet, anyway. Why not? Of course you can. You shouldn't be coming to me. Go to the Bureau with this. Tell the people he worked with. They'll go right at this, Graciela. I know they will. She stood up and went to the sliding door and looked out across the pass. It was one of those days when the smog was so thick it looked like it could catch on fire. You were a detective. Think about it. Someone killed Terry. It could not have been random tampering, not with 2 different meds from 2 different bottles. It was intentional. So the next question is, who had access to his meds? Who had motive? They're going to look at me first, and they may not look any further. I have 2 children. I can't risk that. She turned and looked back at me. And I didn't do it. What motive? Money, for one thing. There's a life insurance policy from when he was with the Bureau. For one thing? Does that mean there is a second thing? She turned around and looked at me. I loved my husband, but we were having trouble. He was sleeping on the boat those last few weeks. It's probably why he agreed to take that long charter. Most of the time he just did day trips. What was the trouble, Graciela? If I'm going to do this, then I have to know. She shrugged as if she didn't know the answer, but then answered it. We lived on an island, and I no longer liked it. I don't think it was a big secret that I wanted us to move back to the mainland. The problem was, his job with the Bureau had left him afraid for our children, afraid of the world. He wanted to shelter the children from the world. I didn't. I wanted them to see the world and be ready for it.
And that was it?
There were other things. I wasn't happy that he was still working cases.
I stood up and joined her next to the door. I slid it open to let some of the stuffiness out. I realized I should have opened it as soon as we got inside. The place smelled sour. What cases?
He was like you, haunted by the ones that got away. He had files, boxes of files down on that boat.
I had been in the boat a long time ago. There was a stateroom in the bow McCaleb had converted into an office. I remembered seeing the file boxes on the top bunk.
For a long time, he tried to keep it from me, but it became obvious, and we dropped the pretext. In the last few months, he was going over to the mainland a lot, when he didn't have charters. We argued about it, and he just said it was something he couldn't let go of.
Was it one case or more than one?
I don't know. He never told me what exactly he was working on, and I never asked. I didn't care. I just wanted him to stop. I wanted him to spend time with his children, not those people.
Those people?
The people he was so fascinated by, the killers and their victims, their families. He was obsessed. Sometimes I think they were more important to him than we were.
She stared out across the pass as she said this. Opening the door had let the traffic noise in. The freeway down below sounded like a distant ovation in some sort of arena where the games never ended. I opened the door all the way and stepped out onto the deck. I looked down into the brush and thought about the life-and-death struggle that had taken place there the year before. I had survived to find out that, like Terry McCaleb, I was a father. In the months since, I had learned to find in my daughter's eyes what Terry had once told me he had already found in his daughters. I knew to look for it because he had told me. I owed him something for that. Graciela came out behind me.
Will you do this for me? I believe what my husband said about you. I believe you can help me and help him.
And maybe help myself, I thought, but didn't say. Instead, I looked down at the freeway and saw the sun reflected on the windshields of the cars moving through the pass. It was like 1,000 bright silver eyes were watching me. Yes, I said. I will do it. Chapter 4. My first interview was on the docks at the Cabrillo Marina in San Pedro. I always liked coming down this way, but rarely did. I didn't know why. It was one of those things you forget about until you do it again, and then you remember that you like it. The first time I arrived, I was a 16-year-old runaway. I made my way down to the Pedro docks and spent my days getting tattooed and watching the tuna boats come in. I spent my nights sleeping in an unlocked towboat called Rosebud until a harbormaster caught me and I was sent back to the foster home, the words "Hold Fast" tattooed across my knuckles. Cabrillo Marina was newer than that memory. These weren't the working docks where I had ended up so many years before. Cabrillo Marina provided dockage for pleasure craft. The masts of 100 sailboats poked up behind its locked gates, like a forest after a wildfire. Beyond these were rows of power yachts, many in the millions of dollars in value. Some not. Buddy Lockridge's boat was not a floating castle. Lockridge, who Graciela McCaleb told me was her husband's charter partner and closest friend at the end, lived on a 32-foot sailboat that looked like it had the contents of a 60-footer on its deck. It was a junker, not by virtue of the boat itself, but by how it was cared for. If Lockridge had lived in a house, it would have had cars on blocks in the yard and walls of stacked newspapers inside. He had buzzed me in at the gate and emerged from the cabin wearing shorts, sandals, and a T-shirt worn and washed so many times the inscription across the chest was unreadable. Graciela had called him ahead of time. He knew I wanted to talk to him, but not the exact reason why. "So," he said as he stepped off the boat onto the dock. "Graciela said you are looking into Terry's death. Is this like an insurance thing or something?" "Yes, you could say that."
You like a private eye or something?
Something like that, yeah. He asked for identification, and I showed him the laminated wallet copy of my license that had been sent to me from Sacramento. He raised a quizzical eyebrow at my formal first name.
Hieronymus Bosch? Like that crazy painter, huh?
It was rare that someone recognized the name. That told me something about Buddy Lockridge. Some say he was crazy. Some think he accurately foretold the future. The license seemed to appease him, and he said we could talk in his boat or we could walk over to the chandlery to get a cup of coffee. I wanted to get a look inside his home and boat. It was basic investigative strategy, but didn't want to be obvious about it, so I told him I could use some caffeine. The chandlery was a ship's store that was a 5-minute walk down the dock. We small-talked as we walked over, and I mostly listened to Buddy complain about his portrayal in the movie that had been inspired by McCaleb's heart transplant and his search for his donor's killer. "They paid you, didn't they?" I asked when he was finished.
Yes, but that's not the point.
Yes, it is. Put your money in the bank and forget about the rest. It's just a movie. There were some tables and benches outside the chandlery, and we took our coffees there. Lockridge started asking questions before I got the chance. I let him run his line out a little bit. My view was that he was a very important piece of my investigation, since he knew Terry McCaleb and was one of 2 witnesses to his death. I wanted him to feel comfortable with me, so I let him ask away.
"So, what's your pedigree?" he asked. "Were you a cop?"
"Almost 30 years with the LAPD. Half of the time I worked homicides."
"Murders, huh? Did you know Terror?"
"What?"
"I mean, Terry? I called him Terror."
"How come?"
"I don't know. I just did. I give everyone nicknames. Terry had seen firsthand the terror of the world, you know what I mean? I called him Terror."
"What about me? What's my nickname going to be?"
"You?"
He looked at me like a sculptor sizing up a block of granite.
You were Suitcase Harry."
"How come?"
"Because you're sort of rumpled like you live out of a suitcase."
I nodded. "Pretty good."
"So, did you know Terry?"
"Yes, I knew him. We worked a few cases together when he was with the Bureau, then one more after he got the new heart." He snapped his fingers and pointed at me.
"Now I remember, you were the cop. You were the one who was here that night on his boat, when those 2 goons showed up to do him in. You saved him, and then he turned around and saved you."
I nodded. "That's right. Now, can I ask some questions, Buddy?" He spread his hands wide, indicating he was available and had nothing to hide.
"Oh, sure, man. I didn't mean to be hogging the microphone, you know."
I took out my notebook and put it on the table. "Thanks. Let's start with that last charter. Tell me about it."
"Well, what do you want to know?"
"Everything." Lockridge expelled his breath.
"That's a tall order," he said.
But he began to tell me the story. What he initially told me matched the minimal accounts I had read in the Las Vegas papers and what I had then heard when I attended McCaleb's funeral. McCaleb and Lockridge had been on a 4-day, 3-night charter, taking a party of 1 into waters off Baja, California, to fish for marlin. While returning to Avalon Harbor on Catalina on the 4th day, McCaleb collapsed at the boat's topside helm station. They were 22 miles off the coast, midway between San Diego and Los Angeles. A help call was radioed to the U.S. Coast Guard, and a rescue chopper was dispatched. McCaleb was airlifted to a hospital in Long Beach, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. When he was finished telling it, I nodded like it had matched everything I had already heard. "Did you actually see him collapse?"
"No, not really. I felt it, though."
"How do you mean?"
"Well, he was up on top at the wheel. I was in the pit with the charter party. We were headed north, going home. The party had had enough fishing by then, so we weren't even trolling. Terry had it flat out, probably doing 25 knots. So me and Otto, he's the party, we were in the cockpit, and the boat suddenly made a 90-degree turn to the west. Out to sea, man. I knew that wasn't in the plan, so I climbed up the ladder to poke my head up there, and I see Terry sort of hunched over the wheel. He collapsed. I got to him, and he was alive, but, man, he was out of it."
"What did you do?"
"I was a lifeguard once, Venice Beach. I still know my CPR." I called Otto up on top, and I went to work on Terry while Otto got control of the boat and got on the radio to call the Coast Guard. I was never able to bring Terry around, but I kept putting air into him until that helicopter showed up. Took them long enough, too. I wrote a note in my notebook, not because it was important, but because I wanted Lockridge to know I took him seriously, and that whatever he thought was important was also important to me. How long did they take? 25 minutes. I'm not sure how long, but it seemed like an eternity when you're trying to keep somebody breathing. Yeah. Everybody I talked to said you did your best. So you're saying he never said a word, he just collapsed at the wheel? Exactly. Then what was the last thing he said to you? Lockridge started chewing the nail on one of his thumbs as he tried to recall this. That's a good question. I guess it was when he came back to the railing that looks down into the cockpit, and he yelled down that we'd be home by sunset. And how long was this before he collapsed? Maybe a half hour, maybe a little longer. He seemed fine then? Yeah, he seemed like the regular Terry, nobody could have guessed what was going to happen. By now you men had been on the boat for 4 straight days, right? That's right. Pretty close quarters because the party got the stateroom. Me and Terry bunked it in the forward cabin. During that time, did you see Terry take his meds every day? All the pills he had to take? Lockridge nodded emphatically. Oh, yeah, he was popping his pills right and left, every morning and every night. We'd been out on a lot of charters together. It was his ritual. He set his watch by it. He never missed. And he didn't on this trip either. I made a few more notes just to keep silent so that Lockridge might keep talking, but he didn't. Did he say anything about them tasting different, or him feeling different after taking them? Is that what this is about? You people are trying to say Terry took the wrong pills and then not have to pay the insurance? If I'd known that, I would have never agreed to talk to you. He started to get up from his bench. I reached over and gripped his arm. Sit down, buddy. That's not what this is about. I don't work for the insurance company. He dropped heavily back onto the bench and looked at his arm where I had gripped it. Then what is it about? You already know what it's about. I'm just making sure Terry's death was what it was supposed to be. Supposed to be? I realized that I had used an unfortunate choice of words. What I'm trying to say is that I want to make sure he didn't have any help. Lockridge studied me for a long moment and slowly nodded. You mean like the pills were tainted or messed with? Maybe. Lockridge set his jaw tightly with resolve. It looked genuine to me. You need any help? I might need some, yeah. I'm going over to Catalina tomorrow morning. I'm going to look at the boat. Can you meet me there? Absolutely. He seemed excited, and I knew I would eventually drop a rock on that, but for now, I wanted his full cooperation. Good. Now let me ask a few more questions. Tell me about the charter party. Did you know this guy, Otto, beforehand? Oh, yeah. We take Otto out a couple of times a year. He lives over there on the island. That's the only reason why we got the multi-day charter. See, that was the problem with the business. But Terra never cared. He just was happy to sit there in that little harbor and wait on half-days. Slow down a second, buddy. What are you talking about? I'm talking about Terry keeping the boat over there on that island. What we got over there were people who are visiting Catalina and want to go fishing for a few hours. We didn't get the big charters, the 3, 4, 5-day jobs where you make the good money. Otto was the exception because he lives over there and he wanted to go fishing off Mexico a couple of times a year and get his ashes hauled in the process. Lockridge was giving me more information and avenues of questioning than I could handle at once. I stayed on Michaela, but would definitely come back to Otto, their charter client. You're saying that Terry was content to sort of be small-time? Exactly. I kept telling him, move the charter over here to the mainland, put out some ads and get some serious work. But he didn't want to. Did you ever ask him why? Sure, he wanted to stay on the island. He didn't want to be away from the family all the time, and he wanted time to work on his files. You mean his old cases? Yeah, that and some new ones. What new ones? I don't know. He was always clipping articles out of the newspaper and sticking them in files, making phone calls, things like that. On the boat? Yeah, on the boat. Graciela wouldn't allow it in the house. He told me that she didn't like him doing it. Sometimes it got to the point he was sleeping on the boat at night, at the end. I think it was because of the files. He'd get obsessed with something, and she'd end up telling him to stay on the boat until he got over it. He told you that? He didn't have to. Any case or file you remember he was interested in lately? No, he no longer included me in that stuff. I helped him work on his heart case, and then he sort of shut me out of that stuff. Did that bother you? Not really. I mean, I was willing to help. Chasing bad guys is more interesting than chasing fish. But I knew that was his world and not mine. It sounded too much like a stock answer, like he was repeating an explanation McCaleb had once given to him. I decided to leave it at that, but I knew this was a subject I would come back to with him. Okay, let's go back to Otto. You fished with him how many times? This was our fourth trip. Always down to Mexico? Pretty much. What does he do for a living that he can afford to do this? He's retired. Thinks he's Zane Grey and wants to go sport fishing. Catch a black marlin and put it up on his wall. He can afford it. He told me he was a salesman, but I never asked what he sold. Retired? How old is he? I don't know, mid-60s. Retired from where? Just across the water, Long Beach, I think. What did you mean a minute ago when you said he liked to go fishing and get his ashes hauled? I meant exactly that. We took him fishing, and when we'd stop off in Cabo, he always had something on the side. So each night on this last trip, you guys brought the boat into port, always to Cabo. The first 2 nights in Cabo, and then the third night we made it to San Diego. Who chose those places? Well, Otto wanted to go to Cabo, and San Diego was just a halfway point on the trip back. We always take it slow going back. What happened in Cabo with Otto? I told you he had a little something on the side down there. Both nights he got cleaned up and went into town. I think he was meeting a señorita there. He had made some calls on his cell phone. Is he married? As far as I know. I think that's why he liked the 4-day charters. His wife thought he was out there fishing. She probably didn't know about stopping in Cabo for a margarita. And I'm not talking about the drink. What about Terry? Did he go into town? He answered without hesitation. Nope, Terry had nothing going in that department, and he would never leave the boat. He'd never even step on the dock. How come? I don't know. He just said he didn't need to. I think he was superstitious about it. How so? You know, the captain stays with the vessel, that sort of thing. What about you? Most of the time I hung with Terry and the boat. Every now and then I'd go to town to one of the bars or something. What about on that last trip? No, I stayed with the boat. I was a little short of bread. So on that last trip, Terry never got off the boat. That's right. And nobody besides you, Otto, and him were ever on the boat, right? Well, not exactly. What do you mean, who was on the boat? On the second night going into Cabo, we got stopped by the Federales, the Mexican Coast Guard. 2 guys came on board and looked around for a few minutes. Why? It's sort of a routine. Every now and then they stop you, make you pay a little tariff, then they let you go. A bribe? A bribe, a payoff, a bite, whatever you want to call it. And that happened this time? Yeah, Terry gave them $50 when they were in the salon, and then they split. It was all pretty fast. Did they search the boat? Did they look at Terry's medicine? Nah, it didn't get to that. That's what the payoff is for, to avoid all of that. I realized I hadn't been taking notes. A lot of this information was new and worth exploring further, but I sensed that I had enough for the moment. I would digest what I had and come back to it. I had a feeling that Buddy Lockridge would give me whatever time I needed, as long as I made him feel like a player in the investigation. I asked him for the exact names and locations of the marinas where they had docked overnight on the trip with Otto, and I did write this information in my notebook. I then reconfirmed our appointment on McCaleb's boat for the next morning. I told him I was taking the first ferry across, and he told me he'd be on it as well. I left him there because he said he wanted to go back into the chandlery to pick up some supplies. As we dumped our coffee cups into the trash can, he wished me luck with the investigation. I don't know what you're going to find. I don't know if there is anything to find. But if Terry had help with this, I want you to get whoever it was who helped him. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, buddy, I think I know what you're saying. I'll see you tomorrow on the island.
I'll be there.
Chapter 5. On the phone that night from Las Vegas, my daughter asked me to tell her a story. Just 5 years old, she was always wanting me to sing to her or tell her stories. I had more stories than songs in me. She had a scruffy black cat she called No Name, and Maddie liked me to make up stories involving great peril and bravery that ended with No Name winning the day by solving the mystery or finding the lost pet or the lost child or teaching a bad man a lesson. I told her a quick story about No Name finding a lost cat named Cielo Azul. She liked it and asked me for another, but I said it was late and I had to go. Then, out of the blue, she asked me if the Burger King and the Dairy Queen were married. I smiled and marveled at how her mind worked. I told her they were married, and she asked me if they were happy. You can become unhinged and cut loose from the world. You can believe you are a permanent outsider. But the innocence of a child will bring you back and give you the shield of joy with which to protect yourself. I have learned this late in life, but not too late. It's never too late. It hurt me to think about the things she would learn about the world. All I knew was that I didn't want to teach her anything. I felt tainted by the paths I had taken in my life and the things I knew. I had nothing from it I wanted her to have. I just wanted her to teach me. So I told her yes, the Burger King and the Dairy Queen were happy and that they had a wonderful life together. I wanted her to have her stories and her fairy tales while she could still believe them, for soon enough I knew they would be taken away. Saying good night to my daughter on the phone felt lonely and out of place. I had just come off a 2-week trip out there, and Maddie had gotten used to seeing me, and I had gotten used to seeing her. I picked her up at school, I watched her swim, I made dinner for her a few times in the small efficiency apartment I had rented near the airport. At night, when her mother played poker in the casinos, I took her home and put her to bed, leaving her under the watch of the live-in nanny. I was a new thing in her life. For her first 4 years, she had never heard of me, and I had never heard of her. That was the beauty and difficulty of the relationship. I was struck with sudden fatherhood and reveled in it and did my best. Maddie suddenly had another protector who floated in and out of her life, an extra hug and kiss on the top of the head. But she also knew that this man who had suddenly entered her world was causing her mother a lot of pain and tears. Eleanor and I had tried to keep our discussions and sometimes harsh words away from our daughter, but sometimes the walls are thin, and kids, I was learning, are the best detectives. They are masterful interpreters of the human vibe. Eleanor Wish had withheld the ultimate secret from me, a daughter. On the day she finally presented Maddie to me, I thought that everything was right in the world. My world, at least. I saw my salvation in my daughter's dark eyes, my own eyes. But what I didn't see that day were the fissures, the cracks below the surface, and they were deep. The happiest day of my life would lead to some of the ugliest days, days in which I could not get past the secret and what had been kept from me for so many years. Whereas in one moment I thought I had everything I could possibly want from life, I soon learned I was too weak a man to hold it, to carry the betrayal hidden in it in exchange for what I had been given. Other, better men could do it. I could not. I left the home of Eleanor and Maddie. My Las Vegas home is a one-room efficiency across the parking lot from the place where millionaire and billionaire gamblers park their private jets and head by whispery limos to the casinos. I have 1 foot in Las Vegas, and 1 remains here in Los Angeles, a place I know I can never leave permanently, not without dying. After saying good night, my daughter handed the phone to her mother, who was on a rare night at home. Our relationship was more strained than it had ever been. We were at odds over our daughter. I didn't want her to grow up with a mother who worked nights in the casinos. I didn't want her eating at Burger King for dinner, and I didn't want her to learn about life in a city
that wore its sins on its sleeve. But I was in no position to change things. I know that I run the risk of seeming ridiculous because I live in a place where the randomness of crime and chaos is always near, and poison literally hangs in the air, but I don't like the idea of my daughter growing up where she is. I see it as the subtle difference between hope and desire. Los Angeles is a place that operates on hope, and there is still something pure about that. It helps one see through the dirty air. Vegas is different. To me, it operates on desire, and on that road is ultimate heartbreak. I don't want that for my daughter. I don't even want it for her mother. I am willing to wait, but not that long. As I spend time with my daughter and know her better and love her more, my willingness frays at the middle like a rope bridge, crossing a deep chasm. When Maddie handed the phone back to her mother, neither of us had much to say, so we didn't. I just said I would check in with Maddie the next time I could, and we hung up. I put the phone down, feeling an ache inside I was not used to. It wasn't the ache of loneliness or emptiness. I knew those pains and had learned how to live with them. It was the pain that came with a fear for what the future holds for someone so precious, someone you would lay your own life down for without hesitation. Chapter 6. The first ferry got me to Catalina at 9:30 the next morning. I had called Graciela McCaleb on my cell while I was crossing, so she was waiting for me at the pier. The day was sunny and crisp, and I could taste the difference in the smogless air. Graciela smiled at me as I approached the gate, where people waited for travelers from the boats. "Good morning. Thanks for coming." "No problem. Thanks for meeting me." I had half expected Buddy Lockridge to be with her. I had not seen him on the ferry and figured that maybe he had gone across the night before. "No Buddy yet?" "No. Is he coming?" "I wanted to go over things on the boat with him. He said he would be on the first boat, but he didn't show." "Well, they're running 2 ferries. The next will be here in 45 minutes. He's probably on that. What would you like to do first?" "I want to go to the boat. Start there." We walked over to the tender's dock and took a Zodiac with a little 1-horsepower engine on it out into the basin where the yachts were lined in rows, tied up to floating mooring balls and moving with the current in a synchronized fashion. Terry's boat, the Following Sea, was second from the end of the second row. An ominous feeling came over me as we approached, and then bumped up against the fantail. On this vessel Terry had died, my friend and Graciela's husband. It used to be one of the tricks of the trade for me to find or manufacture an emotional connection to a case. It helped stoke the fire and gave me that needed edge to go where I had to go, do what I had to do. I knew I would not need to look for that in this case. No manufacturing necessary. It was already part of the deal. The largest part. I looked at the boat's name, painted in black letters across the stern, and remembered how Terry had explained it to me once. He had told me that the Following Sea was the wave you had to watch out for. It came up in your blind spot, hit you from behind. A good philosophy. I had to wonder now why Terry hadn't seen what and who had come up behind him. Unsteadily, I stepped off the inflatable and onto the boat's fantail. I reached back for the rope to tie it up, but Graciela stopped me. "I'm not going on board," she said. She shook her head as if to ward off any coercing from me and handed a set of keys toward me. I took them and nodded my head. "I just don't want to be on there," she said. "The one time I went to collect his meds was enough." "I understand." "This way the Zodiac will be back at the dock for Buddy to use if he shows up." "If?" "He isn't always that reliable. At least, that is what Terry said." "And if he doesn't show up, what do I do?" "Oh, just flag down a water taxi. They come by about every 15 minutes. You won't have a problem. You can just bill me. Which reminds me, we haven't talked about what I'll be paying you." It was something she had to bring up to make sure, but she knew and I knew that this wasn't a job for pay. "That won't be necessary," I said. "If I do this, there is only one thing I'd like in return." "What's that?" "Terry once told me about your daughter. He said you two named her Cielo Azul." "That's right. He picked the name." "Did he ever tell you why?" "He just said he liked it. He said he knew a girl named Cielo Azul once." I nodded. "What I would like for payment for doing this is to meet her someday. When this is all over, I mean." That gave Graciela a moment of pause. Then she nodded her agreement. "She's a sweetheart. You'll like meeting her." "I'm sure I will." "Harry, did you know her? The girl Terry named our daughter after?" I looked at her a moment and nodded. "Yes, you could say I knew her. Someday, if you'd like, I'll tell you about her." She nodded and started to push the Zodiac off the fantail. I helped with my foot. "The little key opens the salon door," she said. "The rest you should be able to figure out. I hope you find something that helps." I nodded and held up the keys as if they would open every door I would ever encounter. I watched her head back to the dock, and then I climbed over the stern and into the cockpit. Some sort of sense of duty made me climb the ladder to the upper helm before I went inside the boat. I pulled the canvas cover off the control station and stood for a moment next to the wheel and the seat and envisioned the story Buddy Lockridge had told me of Terry collapsing here. It somehow seemed appropriate for him to collapse at the wheel, yet with what I now knew, it also seemed so wrong. I put my hand on the top of the chair as if resting it on someone's shoulder. I decided that I would find the answers to all of the questions before I finished here. The small chrome key on the ring Graciela had given me opened the mirrored sliding door that led inside the boat. I left it open to air out the interior. There was a briny, funky smell inside. I traced it to the rods and reels stored on ceiling racks, artificial baits still in place. I guessed that they had not been washed off and properly cared for after the last charter. There had not been time. There had not been a reason. I wanted to go down the steps to the stateroom in the bow where I knew Terry kept all his investigative files, but I decided to leave that place for last. I decided to begin in the salon and work my way down. The salon had a functional layout with a couch, chair, and coffee table on the right side, leading to a chart desk built behind the seat of the interior helm. On the opposite side was a restaurant-style booth with red leather padding. A television was locked down in a partition that separated the booth from the galley, and then there was a short stairway I knew led down to the forward staterooms and a bathroom. The salon was neat and clean. I stood in the middle of the space and just observed it for a half-minute before going to the chart station and opening drawers. McCaleb had kept the charter business files here. I found listings of customers and a calendar for charter reservations. There were also records dealing with his collection from Visa and MasterCard, which he evidently accepted from customers as payment. The charter business had a bank account, and there was a checkbook in the drawer, too. I checked the register and saw that just about everything that came in went back out again to cover fuel and mooring charges, as well as fishing and other charter supplies. There was no record of cash deposits, so I concluded that if the business was profitable, it was in the unrecorded cash payments from customers, depending on how many of these there were. In the bottom drawer, there was a bad check file. There were only a few, and they were spread out over time, none so large that they could seriously damage the business. I noticed that in the checkbook, and with most of the business records, either Buddy Lockridge's or Graciela's name was listed as the operator of the charter business. I knew this was because, as Graciela had told me, Terry was seriously limited in what he could earn as official income. If he made over a certain level, which was shockingly low, he was not eligible to receive state and federal medical assistance. If he lost that, he would then end up paying medical expenses himself, a quick route to personal bankruptcy for a transplant recipient. In the bad check file, I also found a copy of a sheriff's report unrelated to bad paper. It was a 2-month-old incident report stemming from an apparent burglary of the following sea: The complainant was Buddy Lockridge, and the summary indicated that only one thing was taken from the boat: a handheld global positioning system reader. Its value was placed at $300, and the model was listed as a Gulliver 100. An added note said that the complainant could not provide the serial number of the missing device because he had won it in a poker game from a person he could not identify, and he had never bothered to write the tracking number down. Once I had made a quick check through all of the drawers in the chart station, I went back to the client files and started going through them more thoroughly, looking carefully at each customer McCaleb and Lockridge had taken on board in the 6 weeks before Terry's death. None of the names struck me as curious or suspicious, and there were no notations by Terry or Buddy in the file that raised any of those feelings either. Nevertheless, I took a notebook from the back pocket of my blue jeans and wrote a list that showed the name of each client, the number in the party, and the date of the charter. Once I had this, I was able to see that the charters were by no means regular. A good week for the business was 3 or 4 half-day charters. There was one week in which there were no charters at all, and another in which there was only one. I was beginning to see Buddy's point about the need to move the business to the mainland in order to increase the frequency and length of charter bookings. McCaleb was running the charter business as a hobby, and that wasn't the way to make it thrive. Of course, I knew why he was running it that way. He had another hobby, if you want to call it that, and he needed time to devote to that as well. I was putting the records back into the chart station drawer with the intention of heading down to the bow to explore Terry's other hobby when I heard the salon door roll open behind me. It was Buddy Lockridge. He had come up on the boat without my hearing the Zodiac's little engine or feeling its nudge against the fantail. I also hadn't felt Buddy's considerable weight as he climbed onto the boat. "Morning," he said. "Sorry I'm late." "That's okay. I've got a lot to look through here." "Find anything interesting yet?" "Not really. I'm about to go below, check out his files." "Cool. I'll help." "Actually, Buddy, where you can help is if maybe you called the man who was the last charter." I looked at the last name written on the page in my notebook. Otto Woodall. Could you call him and vouch for me and see if I could come by this afternoon to see him? "That's it? You wanted me to come all the way over to make a phone call?" "No, I have questions for you. I need you here. I just don't think you should be going through the files down there. Not yet, at least." I had a feeling that Buddy Lockridge had probably already perused every file in the bow, but I was playing him this way on purpose. I had to keep him close, but distant at the same time, until I had cleared him to my satisfaction. Yes, he was McCaleb's partner, and had received credit for his efforts to save his fallen friend, but I had seen stranger things in my time. At the moment, I had no suspects, and that meant I had to suspect everybody. "Make the call, and then come downstairs to see me." I left him there and headed down the short set of steps to the lower part of the boat. I had been here before and knew the layout. The 2 doors on the left side of the hallway led to the head and a storage closet. Straight ahead was a door to the small stateroom in the bow. The door on the right led to the master stateroom, the place where I would have been killed 4 years before if Terry McCaleb had not leveled a gun and fired on a man about to ambush me. This had occurred moments after I had saved McCaleb from a similar end. I checked the paneling in the hallway where I remembered 2 of McCaleb's shots had splintered the wood. The surface was heavily varnished, but I could tell it was newer wood. The shelves in the storage closet were empty, and the bathroom was clean. The overhead vent popped open on the forward deck above. I opened the master stateroom door and looked in, but decided to leave it for later. I went to the forward room and had to use a key from the ring Graciela had given me to open the door. The room was as I had remembered it, 2 sets of V-bunks on each side, following the line of the bow. The bunks on the left still functioned as sleeping compartments, their thin mattresses rolled up and held by bungee cords. But on the right, the lower bunk had no mattress and had been converted into a desk. The bunk above was where 4 long cardboard file boxes sat side by side. McCaleb's cases. I looked at them for a long and solemn moment. If someone had murdered him, I believed I would find the suspect in there.
Any time today." I almost jumped. It was Lockridge standing behind me. Once again, I had not heard or felt his approach. He was smiling because he liked sneaking up on me. "Good," I said. "Maybe after lunch we can head over there. I'll need a break from this by then anyway." I looked down at the desk and saw the white laptop with the recognizable symbol of an apple with a bite out of it in silhouette. I reached down and opened it, unsure of how to proceed. "Last time I was here, he had a different one." "Yeah," Lockridge said. "He got that one on account of the graphics. He was getting into digital photography and stuff." Without my bidding or approval, Lockridge reached over and depressed a white button on the computer. It started to hum, and then the black screen filled with light. "What kind of photography?" I asked. "Oh, you know, amateur stuff mostly. His kids and sunsets and shit. It started with the clients. We started taking their pictures with their trophy fish, you know, and Terry could just come down here and print out 8x10 glossies on the spot. There's a box of cheap-ass frames in here someplace. The client catches a fish, he gets a framed photo, part of the deal. It worked pretty good. Our gratuities went way up with that." The computer finished booting up. The screen was a sky of light blue that made me think of McCaleb's daughter. Several icons were spread across the field. Chapter 7. Bacchus stayed at least 100 feet behind her. Even in the crowded Chicago airport, he knew she would be on what they always called 6 alert when he had been with the Bureau, watching her back, her 6, and always checking for a trailer. It had been tricky enough traveling with her so far. The plane from South Dakota had been small, and fewer than 40 people had been on board. The random assignment of seats had put him only 2 rows from her. So close he thought he could actually smell her scent, the one beneath the perfume and the makeup, the one the dogs could pick up. It was intoxicating to be so close and still such a long distance apart. He wanted the whole time to turn and look back at her, maybe catch a glimpse of her face between the seats, see what she was doing. But he didn't dare. He had to bide his time. He knew that good things come to those who plan carefully and then wait. That was the thing, the secret. Darkness waits. All things come to the dark. He followed her through half of the American Airlines terminal until she took a seat at gate K9. It was empty. No travelers were waiting here. No American employees were behind the gate counter waiting and ready to work the computers and check tickets. But Bacchus knew that this was only because she was early. They both were early. The flight to Las Vegas would not leave from gate K9 for another 2 hours. He knew this because he was on the Vegas flight as well. In a way, he was Rachel Walling's guardian angel, a silent escort who would be with her until she reached her final destination. He walked on by the gate, careful not to be obvious about glancing at her, but curious to see how she was going to pass the time waiting for the next flight. He hooked the strap of his large cowhide carry-on bag over his right shoulder so that if she happened to look up, her eyes might be drawn to it instead of his face. He wasn't worried about her recognizing him for who he was. All the pain and the surgeries had taken care of that. But she might recognize him from the flight from Rapid City, and he didn't want that. He didn't want her to get suspicious. His heart jumped in his chest like a baby kicking under a blanket as he made the one furtive glance while passing by. She had her head down and was reading a book. It was old and worn from many readings. There was a profusion of yellow post-its poking out from its pages, but he recognized the cover design and the title. The Poet. She was reading about him. He hurried on by before she could sense she had a watcher and look up. He went down 2 more gates and into the restroom. He went into a stall and carefully locked the door. He hung his bag on the door hook and quickly went to work. Off came the cowboy hat and the vest. He sat down on the toilet and took off the boots, too. In 5 minutes, Bacchus transformed himself from a South Dakota cowboy to a Las Vegas gambler. He put on the silk clothes.
He put on the gold. He put on the earring and the shades. He clipped the gaudy chrome cell phone to his belt, even though there was no one who would call him and no one he would call. From the bag he took out another bag, much smaller and with the figure of the MGM lion emblazoned on it. The components of his first skin were pushed into the new bag, and he stepped out of the stall, the strap of the MGM bag over his shoulder. Bacchus went to the sink to wash his hands. He admired himself for the preparation he had taken. It was the planning and attention to the small details like that that made him who he was, that made him a success at his craft. For a moment, he thought about what was waiting. He was going to take Rachel Walling on a tour. By the end of it, she would know the depths of darkness. His darkness. She would pay for what she had done to him. He felt himself getting an erection. He left the sink and stepped back into one of the stalls. He tried to change his thoughts. He listened to the fellow travelers coming and going in the restroom, relieving themselves, washing themselves. One man spoke on a cell phone while defecating in the next stall. The whole place smelled horrible, but that was okay. It smelled like the tunnel where he was reborn in blood and darkness, so long ago. If they only knew who was in their presence here. He momentarily caught a vision of a dark, starless sky. He was falling backward, his arms flailing, the featherless and useless wings of a baby bird pushed out of the nest. But he had survived and had learned to fly. He started to laugh and used his foot to flush the toilet and cover his sound. "Fuck you all," he whispered. He waited for his erection to subside, pondering its cause and smiling. He knew his own profile so well. In the end, it was always about the same thing. There was only a nanometer of difference between power and sex and fulfillment when it came to the narrow spaces between the synapses in the gray folds of the mind. In those narrows, it all came down to the same thing. When he was ready, he flushed the toilet again, careful to use his shoe, and stepped out of the stall. He washed his hands again and checked his look in the mirror. He smiled. He was a new man. Rachel would not recognize him. Nobody would. Feeling confident, he unzipped the MGM bag and checked on his digital camera. It was there and ready to go. He decided he would take the risk and shoot some photos of Rachel. Just some keepsakes. A few secret shots he could admire and enjoy after everything was all over. Chapter 8. The Fish Box. Buddy's mention of it reminded me of the sheriff's report up in the chart station drawer. "I meant to ask you about that. You say this guy took the GPS?" "Phony bastard. I'm sure it was him. He went out with us. The next thing we know, my GPS is gone, and he starts a charter over on the Isthmus. Put two and two together, and you get asshole. I've been meaning to go over there and pay him a little visit." I was having trouble following the line of his story. I asked him to explain it to me in English, as if I didn't know a fish charter from a fish chowder. "This is the deal," he said. "That little black box had all our best spots on it. Our fishing holes, man. Not only that, it had the points marked by the guy I won it from. I won it in a poker game from another fish guide. The value assigned was not for the box, but what was on it. The guy was putting his best 12 spots on the table, and I won him with a full fucking house." "All right," I said. "I get it now. Its value was in the coordinates of the fishing spots recorded on it, not the device itself." "Exactly. Those things cost a couple of $100. But the fishing spots, those come from years of work and skill, fishing experience." I pointed at the photo on the computer screen. "And this guy comes along and takes it, and then he starts out his charter business ahead of the game, using your experience as well as the guides you won it from." "Way ahead. Like I said, I'm going to pay him a visit one of these days.
Where's the isthmus?
On the other side, where the island pinches together like a figure eight.
Did you tell the sheriff's department you thought he stole it?
Not at first, because we didn't know, you know. The thing turned up missing, and we thought maybe some kids came onto the boat or something at night and grabbed whatever they saw. It gets pretty fucking boring growing up on the island, from what I hear. Just ask Graciela about Raymond. The kid's going stir-crazy. So anyway, we made a report, and that was that. Then a couple of weeks later, I see this ad in Fishtails, and it's announcing this new charter out of the isthmus, and there's a picture of the guy, and I say, "Hey, I know that guy," and I put it together. He stole my fish box.
Did you call the sheriff then?
Yeah, I called and told them he was the guy. They didn't act too excited. I called back the next week, and they said they talked to the guy, by phone. They didn't even bother to go out there for a face-to-face. He denied it, like of course he would, and that was that as far as they were concerned.
What's this guy's name?
Robert Finder. His operation is called Isthmus Charters. In the ad, he calls himself Robert Fish Finder. My ass. More like fish stealer.
I looked down at the photo on the screen and wondered if this meant anything at all to my investigation. Could the missing GPS box be at the center of Terry McCaleb's death? It seemed unlikely. The idea that someone would steal a competitor's fishing spots was understandable. But then to engage in a complicated plot to also kill the competitor seemed on the far limit of belief. It would require a hell of a plan and execution on Finder's part, that was for sure. It would require a hell of a plan on anyone's part. Lockridge seemed to read my thoughts. "Hey, you think this bastard could have had something to do with Terror going down?" I looked up at him for a long moment, realizing that the idea of Lockridge being involved in McCaleb's death as a means of gaining control and location of the charter business and the following sea was a more believable theory. "I don't know," I said, "but I'll probably be checking it out."
"Let me know if you want somebody to go with you."
"Sure, but listen. I noticed on the sheriff's report that the GPS was the only thing reported stolen. Did that hold up? Nothing else ever turned up missing?"
"That was it. That's why me and Terry thought it was so strange at first, until we figured out it was Finder."
"Terry thought that too, that it was him?"
"He was coming around to it. I mean, come on, who else could it have been?"
It was a worthy question, but not one I thought I needed to put front and center at the moment. I pointed at the laptop screen and told Lockridge to keep moving back through the photos. He did so, and the procession of happy anglers continued. We came across one more curiosity in the photo series. Lockridge backed up to a set of 6 photos that depicted a man whose face was not shown clearly at first. In the 3 initial shots, he was posed holding a brilliantly colored fish up to the camera, but in each shot he held the fish up too high, obscuring most of his face. In each of these shots, his dark glasses peeked over the ridge of the fish's dorsal fin. The fish appeared to be the same in each of these 3 shots, which led me to assume that the photographer was repeatedly trying to get a photo that included the fisherman's face, but to no avail. Who took these?
Terror. I wasn't there on that one.
Something about the man, or maybe the way he had avoided the camera in the trophy photo, had made McCaleb suspicious. That seemed obvious. The next 3 photos in the series were shots of the man taken without his knowledge. The first 2 were taken from inside the salon, shooting out into the cockpit where the fisherman leaned against the right gunwale. Because the glass on the salon door had reflective film on it, the man would not have seen or known that McCaleb had taken photos of him. The first of these 2 photos was in profile, the next a full-on face shot. Take away the setting and McCaleb had instinctively gotten mugshot poses, another confirmation of his suspicion. Even with these photos, the man was still obscured. He had a full beard of brownish-gray hair and wore dark sunglasses with large lenses and a blue LA Dodgers hat. What little could be seen of the man's hair appeared to be close-cropped and matching the colorations of his beard. He had a gold hoop earring in his right ear. In the profile shot, his eyes were crinkled and hooded, naturally hidden even with the dark sunglasses. He wore blue jeans and a plain white T-shirt beneath a Levi's jacket. The 6th photo,
the last in the sequence, was taken after the charter had ended. It was a long shot of the man walking on the Avalon Pier, apparently after leaving the following sea. His face was turned slightly toward the camera, though it still wasn't much more than a profile. But I wondered if the man had continued to turn after the shot, and perhaps had then seen McCaleb and his camera. "So, what about this guy?" I asked. "Tell me about him." "Can't," Lockridge said. "I told you I wasn't there. That was one Terry picked up on the fly. No reservation. The guy just showed up on the water taxi while Terry was on the boat and asked to go out. He paid for half a day, the minimum charter. He wanted to go out right away, and I was over on the mainland. Terry couldn't wait on me, so he took him out without me. Alone, which is a pain in the ass. But they got a nice Spanish Mac out there. Not bad." "Did he talk about the guy after?" "No, not really. He only said that the guy didn't take the full half. He wanted to pack it in after just a couple hours. So they did." Terry had an alert on. He took 6 photos, 3 while the guy wasn't looking. "You sure he didn't say anything about that?" "Like I said, not to me. But Terry kept a lot of stuff to himself." "Do you know this guy's name?" "No, but I'm sure Terry put something in the charter book. You want me to go get it?" "Yes, and I'd also like to know the exact date and how he paid. But first, can you print out these photos?" "All 6 of them? It'll take a while." "Actually, all 6, and give me one of Finder while we're at it. I have the time." "I don't suppose you want them framed, too?" "No, buddy. That won't be necessary, just the photos." I stepped back while Buddy sat down on the cushioned stool in front of the computer. He turned on a nearby printer, loaded in photo-quality paper, and expertly went through the commands that sent the 7 pictures to the printer. Again, I noted his ease with the equipment. I had the feeling that there wasn't any content on the laptop that he was not familiar with. Probably nothing in the file boxes on the bunk above us, either. "Okay," he said as he got up. "Takes about a minute for each one. They come out a bit sticky, too. Might want to spread 'em out till they dry all the way. I'll go up and see what the charter book says about your mystery man." After he was gone, I sat down on the stool. I'd watched how Lockridge worked the photo files and was a quick learner. I went back to the main listing and double-clicked on the photo folder labeled Mail Call. A frame opened containing 36 small photos in a grid. I clicked on the first one, and the photo enlarged. It showed Graciela pushing a stroller with a little girl sleeping in it. Cielo Azul, Terry's daughter. The setting appeared to be a shopping mall. The photo was similar to Terry's photos of the mystery man, in that it appeared that Graciela did not know she was being photographed. I turned around and looked back through the doorway toward the steps to the salon. There was no sign of Lockridge. I got up and moved quietly into the hallway. I slipped through the open door of the bathroom. I pressed myself against the wall and waited. Soon enough, Lockridge moved across the opening in the hall, carrying the logbook. He was moving very quietly, so as to make no noise. I let him pass and then moved into the hallway behind him. I watched as he went through the door of the forward stateroom, ready to startle me with his sudden appearance again. But it was Lockridge who was startled when he realized I wasn't in the room. When he turned, I was right behind him. "You like sneaking up on people, don't you, buddy?" No, not really. I was just—" "Don't do it with me, okay? What's it say in the book?" His face took on a pink hue beneath the permanent fisherman's tan. But I had given him an out, and he quickly took it. "Terry put his name down in the book, but nothing else. It says Jordan Shandy, half-day. That's it." He opened the book and turned it to show me the entry. "What about his method of payment? How much is half a day, anyway?" 3 bills for a half, 5 for a full. I checked the credit card log, and there was nothing there. Also the checking deposits, nothing. That means he paid cash." "When was this? I assume it is logged by date?" "Yeah. They went out on February 13th. Hey, that was Friday the 13th. Think that was intentional?" "Who knows? Was that before or after the charter with Finder?" Lockridge put the logbook down on the desk so we could both look at it. He ran his finger down the list of clients and stopped it at Finder. He came a week after. He went out February 19th. And what's the date on the sheriff's report on the boat burglary? Shit, I have to go back up. He left, and I heard him bound up the stairs. I took the first photo out of the printer and put it on the desk. It was the shot of Jordan Shandy hiding his face with sunglasses and the Spanish mackerel. I stared at it until Lockridge came back into the room. He didn't try to sneak up on me this time. We made the burglary report February 22nd. I nodded. 5 weeks before McCaleb's death. I wrote all the dates we had been talking about down in my notebook. I wasn't sure if there was significance to any of it. Okay, I said. You want to do one more thing for me now, buddy? Sure, what? Go on up and take those rods down off the ceiling and go out and wash them down. I don't think anybody did it after that last trip. They're making this place smell sour, and I think I'm going to be hanging out here for a couple of days. It would help me a lot. You want me to go up and wash off the rods? He said it like a statement, a treatise of insult and disappointment. I looked from the photo to his face. Yes, that's right. It would help me a lot. I'll finish up with the photos, and then we can go visit Otto Woodall. Whatever. He left the room dejected, and I heard him trudge up the steps, equally as loud as he had been silent before. I took the second photo out of the printer and placed it down next to the first. I took a black marker out of a coffee mug on the desk and wrote in the white border beneath the photo the name Jordan Shandy. Back on the stool, I turned my attention once again to the computer and the photo of Graciela and her daughter. I clicked on the forward arrow, and the next photo came up. Again, it was a photo from inside a mall. This one was taken from a further distance, and there was a grainy quality to it. Also in this picture was a boy trailing behind Graciela. The son, I concluded. The adopted son. Everyone in the family was in the photo but Terry. Was he the photographer? If so, why at such a distance? I clicked the arrow again and then continued through the photos. Almost all of them were from inside the mall, and all were taken from a distance. In not one photo was any family member looking at or acknowledging the camera. After 28 similar shots, the venue changed, and the family was now on the ferry to Catalina. They were heading home, and the photographer was there along with them. There were only 4 photos in this sequence. In each of these, Graciela sat in the middle rear of the ferry's main cabin, the boy and girl on either side of her. The photographer had been positioned near the front of the cabin, shooting across several rows of seats. If Graciela had noticed, she probably would not have realized that she was the center of the camera's focus, and would have dismissed the photographer as just another tourist going to Catalina. The last 2 photos of the 36 seemed out of place with the others, as if they were part of a completely different project. The first was of a green highway sign. I enlarged it and saw that it had been shot through the windshield of a car. I could see the frame of the windshield, part of the dashboard, and some sort of sticker in the corner of the glass. Part of the photographer's hand, resting on the steering wheel at 11 o'clock, was also in the picture. The highway sign stood against a barren desert landscape. It said, Zizek's Road, 1 mile. I knew the road, or more accurately, I knew the sign. Anybody from L.A. who made the road trip to and from Las Vegas as often as I had in the last year would have known it. At just about the halfway point on the 15 freeway was the Zizek's Road exit, recognizable by its unique name, if nothing else. It was in the Mojave, and it appeared to be a road to nowhere. No gas station, no rest stop. At the end of the alphabet, at the end of the world. The last photo was equally puzzling. I enlarged it and saw that it was a strange still life. At center in the frame was an old boat, the rivets of its wooden planks sprung and its yellowed paint peeling back under the blistering sun. It sat on the rocky terrain of the desert, seemingly miles from any water on which to float. A boat adrift on a sea of sand. If there was any specific meaning at all to it, I did not readily see it. Following the procedure I had watched Lockridge use, I printed the 2 desert photos and then went back to review the other photos to choose a sampling of shots to print. I sent 2 photos from the ferry and 2 photos from the mall to the printer. While I waited, I enlarged several of the mall shots on the screen in hopes of seeing something in the background that would identify what mall Graciela and the children were in. I knew I could simply ask her, but I wasn't sure I wanted to. In the photos, I was able to identify bags carried by various shoppers as coming from Nordstrom, Saks Fifth Avenue, and Barnes & Noble. In one of the photos, the family walked through a food court that included the concession Cinnabon and hot dog on a stick. I wrote all of these down in my notebook and knew that with these 5 locations, I would probably be able to determine in which mall the photos had been taken, if I decided it was necessary to know this information and I did not want to ask Graciela about it. That was still an open question. I did not want to alarm her if it was not necessary. Telling her she may have been stalked while with her family, and possibly by someone with a strange connection to her husband, might not be the best avenue to take, at least at first. That connection turned stranger and more alarming when the printer finally spit out one of the photos I had chosen from the mall sequence. In the picture, the family was walking in front of the Barnes & Noble bookstore. The shot had been taken from the other side of the mall, but the angle was almost perpendicular to the storefront. The front display window of the bookstore caught a dim reflection of the photographer. I had not seen it on the computer screen, but there it was in the print. The image of the photographer was too small and too whispery against the display behind the window, a full-size stand-up photo of a man in a kilt that was surrounded by stacks of books and a sign that said, "Ian Rankin, here tonight." I realized then that I could use the display to place the exact day that the photos of Graciela and her children were taken. All I had to do was call the store and find out when Ian Rankin had been there. But the display also helped hide the photographer from me. I went back to the computer and found the photo among the miniatures and enlarged it. I stared at it, realizing I didn't know what to do. Buddy was in the cockpit using a hose attached to a gunnel faucet to spray the 8 rods and reels leaning against the stern. I told him to turn the water off and to come back down to the office. He did so without a word. When we were back in the office, I signaled him to the stool, and then leaned over him and outlined the area of the photographer's reflection on the screen. "Can this be enlarged here? I want to see this area better." "It can be enlarged, but you lose a lot of definition. It's digital, you know. You get what you get." I didn't know what he was talking about. I just told him to do it. He played with some of the square buttons that ran along the top of the frame, and started enlarging the photograph and then repositioning it so the area of the reflection stayed on the screen. Soon he said that he had maximized the enlargement. I leaned in close. The image was even murkier. Not even the lines on the author's kilt were crisp. "You can't tighten it up any?" "You mean make it smaller again? Sure. No. I mean, like, bring it more into focus." "No, man, that's it. What you see is what you get." "Okay, print it. It came out better before when I printed it. Maybe this will, too." Lockridge put in the commands, and I spent an uneasy minute waiting. "What is this, anyway?" Buddy asked. "A reflection of the photographer." "Oh, you mean it wasn't Terry?" "No, I don't think so. I think somebody took pictures of his family and sent them to him. It was some sort of message." "Did he ever mention this?" "No." I took a shot at seeing if Buddy might let something slip. "When did you first notice this file on the computer?" "I don't know. It must have been... Actually, I just saw them for the first time with you here." "Buddy, don't bullshit me. This could be important. I've watched you work this thing like it was yours since high school. I know you went into that machine when Terry wasn't around. He probably knew, too. He didn't care, and neither do I. Just tell me, when did you first see this file?" He let a few moments pass while he thought about it. "I first saw him about a month before he died." But if your real question is when did Terry see them, then all you have to do is look at the file archive and see when it was created. Then do it, buddy. Lockridge took over the keyboard again and went into the photo file's history. In a few seconds he had the answer. February 27th, he said. That was when that file was created. Okay, good, I said. Now, assuming that Terry didn't take these, how would they end up on his computer? Well, there's a few ways. One is that he got them in an email and downloaded them. Another is that somebody borrowed his camera and shot them. He then found them and downloaded them. The third way is maybe somebody just sent him a photo chip right out of the camera or a CD with the pictures already on it. That would probably be the most untraceable way. Could Terry do email from here? No, up at the house. There's no hard line on the boat. I told him he ought to get one of those cellular modems, go wireless, like that commercial where the guy's sitting at his desk in the middle of a field, but he never got around to it. The printer kicked out the photo, and I grabbed it ahead of Buddy's reach. But then I placed it down on the desk so we could both view it. The reflection was blurred and dim, but still more recognizable on the print than it was on the computer screen. I could now see that the photographer was holding the camera in front of his face, obscuring it completely. But then I was able to identify the overlapping L and A configuration of the Los Angeles Dodgers logo. The photographer was wearing a baseball cap. On any given day, there might be 50,000 people wearing Dodger caps in this city. I don't know for sure, but what I do know is that I don't believe in coincidences. I never have, and I never will. I looked at the murky reflection of the photographer, and my sudden guess was that it was the mystery man, Jordan Shandy. Lockridge saw it too. God damn, he said. That's the guy, right? I think that's the charter. Shandy. Yeah, I said. Me too. I put the print of Shandy holding up the Spanish mackerel next to the enlargement. There was no way to make a match, but there was nothing that made me think the other way. There was no way to be sure, but I was sure. I knew that the same man who had showed up unannounced for a private charter with Terry McCaleb had also stalked and photographed his family. What I didn't know was where McCaleb had gotten these photos, and whether he had made the same jump as I had just made. I started stacking all of the photos I had printed. All the time I was trying to put something together, some connection of logic, but it wasn't there. I didn't have enough of the picture, only a few pieces. My instincts told me that McCaleb had been baited in some way. Photos of his family came to him in the form of an email or a photo chip or a CD, and the last 2 photos were the key. The first 34 were the bait. The last 2 were the hook hidden inside that bait. I believed the message was obvious. The photographer wanted to draw McCaleb out to the desert, out to Zizek's Road. Chapter 9. Rachel Walling rode the escalator down into the cavernous baggage pickup area at McCarran International. She had carried her luggage during the journey from South Dakota, but the airport was designed so that every passenger had to go this way. The escalator landing area was crowded with people waiting. Limo drivers held signs with the names of their clients. Others just held up signs that announced the names of hotels or casinos or tour companies. The cacophony rising from the room assaulted her as she descended. It was nothing like the airport where she had started her travels that morning. Sherry Dye was going to meet her. Rachel had not seen the fellow FBI agent in 4 years, and that was only a brief interaction in Amsterdam. It had been 8 years since she had really spent any kind of time with her, and she wasn't sure she would recognize her or that she would be recognized herself. It didn't matter. As she searched the sea of faces and signs, it was a sign that caught her eye. Bob Backus. The woman holding it was smiling at her, her idea of a joke. Rachel approached without returning the smile. Cherie Dye had reddish-brown hair pulled back into a ponytail. She was attractive and trim with a good smile, her eyes still with a lot of light in them. Rachel thought she looked more like the mother of a couple of Catholic school kids than a serial killer hunter. Dye extended her hand. They shook, and Dye proffered the sign. "I know, bad joke, but I knew it would get your attention." "Yes, it did." "Did you have a long layover in Chicago?" "A few hours. Not much choice flying out of Rapid City. Denver or Chicago. I like the food better at O'Hare." "Do you have bags?" "No, just this. We can go." Rachel was carrying one bag, a mid-sized duffel. She had packed only a few changes of clothing. Dye pointed toward one of the banks of glass doors, and they headed that way. "We got you in at the Embassy Suites where the rest of us are staying. We almost didn't, but they had a cancellation. The town is crowded because of the fight." "What fight?" "I don't know, some super heavyweight or junior middleweight boxing match at one of the casinos. I didn't pay attention. I just know it's the reason this place gets so crowded." Rachel knew that Cherie was talking because she was nervous. She didn't know the reason for this, whether anything had happened, or it was simply because Rachel had to be handled carefully in this situation. "If you want, we can go to the hotel, get you settled in there. You could even take some time to rest if you want. There's a meeting later at the FO. You could start there if—" "No, I'd like to go to the scene." They stepped through the automatic glass doors, and Rachel felt the dry Nevada air. It wasn't at all as hot as she'd expected, and packed for. It was cool and crisp, even in the direct sun. She took out her sunglasses and decided the jacket she had worn to the airport in South Dakota would be needed here. It was stuffed into her bag. "Rachel, the scene is 2 hours from here. Are you sure you—" "Yes. Take me there. I'd like to start there." "Start what?" "I don't know. Whatever it is that he wants me to start." This seemed to give Dye pause. She didn't respond. They walked into the parking garage and found her car, a government Crown Vic so dirty that it looked like it was in desert camouflage. Once they were driving, Dye took out a cell phone and made a call. Rachel heard her tell someone, probably her boss or partner or the scene supervisor, that she had picked up the package and would be taking it to the scene. There was a long pause as the person she'd called responded at length. Then she said goodbye and hung up. "You are cleared to the scene, Rachel, but you have to step back. You're here as an observer, okay?" "What are you talking about? I'm an FBI agent, same as you." "But you're not in behavioral anymore. This is not your case." "You're saying I am here because Bacchus wants me here, not you people?" "Rachel, let's try to get off to a better start than we did in Anything new come up so far today?" "We're up to 10 bodies now. They think that's going to be it, at least for this location." "IDs?" "They're getting there. What they have is tentative, but they're putting it all together." "Is Brass Duran at the scene?" "No, she is in Quantico. She should be here. Don't you people know what you've got here? Whoa, Rachel. Slow down, okay? Let's get something straight here. I'm the case agent on this, okay? You're not running this investigation. This is not going to work if you confuse that." "But Bacchus is talking to me. He called me out." "And that's why you are here, but you aren't calling the shots, Rachel. You have to stand to the side and watch, and I have to tell you, I don't like how this is starting out. This isn't driving Miss Rachel. You mentored me, but that was 10 years ago. I've now been in behavioral longer than you ever were, and I've booked more cases than you ever did. So don't talk down to me, and don't act like my mentor or my mother." Rachel didn't respond at first, and then she simply asked Dye to pull over so she could get her jacket out of her bag, which was in the trunk. Dye pulled into the Travel America on Blue Diamond Road and popped the trunk. When Rachel got back into the car, she was wearing a baggy black all-weather coat that looked like it might have been designed for a man. Dye didn't say anything about it. "Thanks," Rachel said. "And you're right. I apologize." I guess you get like me when it turns out your boss, your mentor, is the same evil thing you've been hunting all your life, and they punish you for it. I understand that, Rachel, but it wasn't just Bacchus. It was a lot of things. The reporter, some of the choices you made. Some people say you were lucky you still had a job at the end of it. Rachel's face grew hot. She was being reminded that she was one of the Bureau's embarrassments, even within the ranks, even with the agent she had mentored. She had slept with a reporter working on her case. That was the shorthand version. It didn't matter that it was a reporter who was actually a part of the case, who was working with Rachel side by side and hour by hour. The shorthand version would always be the story that agents heard and whispered about. A reporter. Was there a lower breach in agent behavior and etiquette? Maybe a mobster or a spy, but nothing else. 5 years in North Dakota, followed by a promotion to South Dakota, she said weakly. Yeah, I was lucky, all right. Look, I know you paid the price. My point is that you have to know your place here. Use some finesse. A lot of people are watching this case. If you play it right, it could be your ticket back in. Got it. Good. Rachel reached down to the side of her seat and adjusted it so she could lean back. How long did you say? She asked. About 2 hours. We've been using choppers from Nellis mostly. Saves a lot of time. Hasn't drawn attention? She was asking about the media, whether news of the investigation in the desert had leaked yet. We've had a few fires to put out, but so far it is holding up. The scene is in California, and we're working it out of Nevada. I think that has somehow kept the lid on. To be honest, there are some people worried about you now. Rachel thought about Jack McAvoy, the reporter, for a moment. Nobody has to worry, she said. I don't even know where he is. Well, if this thing finally hits the radar, you can expect to see him. He wrote a best-selling book on the first go-around. I guarantee he'll be back for the sequel. Rachel thought about the book she had been reading on the plane, and that was now in her bag. She wasn't sure whether it was the subject or the author that had drawn her to read it so many times. Probably. She left it at that and pulled her jacket around her shoulders and folded her arms. She was tired, not having slept since getting the call from Di. She leaned her head against the side window, and pretty soon she was out. Her dream of darkness returned. But this time she was not alone. She could not see anyone because she could only see blackness, but she sensed another presence, someone close but not necessarily someone with her. She moved and turned in the darkness, trying to see who it was. She reached out, but her hands touched nothing. She heard a moaning sound and then realized it was her own voice from deep in her throat. Then she was grabbed. Something had her and shook her very hard. Rachel opened her eyes. She saw the freeway rushing at her through the windshield. Sherry Di let go of her jacket. You all right? This is the exit. Rachel looked up at a passing green freeway sign. Zysak's Road, 1 mile. She straightened up in the seat. She checked her watch and realized she had slept for over 90 minutes. Her neck was stiff and painful on the right side from leaning so long against the window. She started working it with her fingers, digging deeply into the muscle. You all right? Di asked again. Sounded like you were having a bad one. I'm fine. What did I say? Nothing, you just sort of moaned. I think you were running from something, or something had you. Di hit the blinker and turned into the exit lane. Zysak's Road appeared to be in the middle of nowhere. At the top of the exit there was nothing, not even a gas station or even an abandoned structure. There was no visible reason for the exit or the road. We're over here. Di turned left and took the overpass across the freeway. Once off the overpass, the road disintegrated into an unpaved trail that wound south and down into the flat basin of the Mojave. The landscape was stark. The white soda on the surface of the flats looked like snow in the distance. Joshua trees reached their bony fingers toward the sky, and smaller plants wedged themselves between the rocks. It was a still life, Rachel had no idea what sort of animal might be able to subsist in such a barren place. They passed a sign that said they were headed towards Soda Springs, and then the road curved, and Rachel could suddenly see the white tents and RVs and vans and other vehicles ahead. She could see a military green helicopter, its blades still, parked to the left of the encampment. Further past the encampment there was a complex of small buildings set at the base of the hills. It looked like a roadside motel, but there were no signs and no road. "What is this place?" Rachel asked.
"This is Isaac's," Di said. "As far as I can tell, it is the asshole of the universe. Some radio preacher named it and built it 60 years ago. He got control of the land by promising the government he would be prospecting. He paid winos from Skid Row in L.A. to do that, while he went on the radio and called on the faithful to come here to bathe in the spring waters and guzzle the mineral waters he bottled. It took the Bureau of Land Management 25 years to get rid of him. The place was then turned over to the state university system for desert studies."
Why here? Why did Bacchus bury them here?
"Far as we can guess is because it's federal land. He wanted to make sure we, meaning you probably, worked the case. If that's what he wanted, he got it. It's a major excavation. We had to bring in our own power, shelter, food, water, everything."
Rachel said nothing. She was studying everything from the crime scene to the distant horizon of gray mountain ridges that enclosed the basin. She didn't agree with Di's take on the place. She had heard the coastline of Ireland described as a terrible beauty. She thought that the desert, with its barren lunar landscape, was in its own way beautiful too. There was a harsh beauty to it, a dangerous beauty. She had never spent much time in the desert, but her years in the Dakotas had given her an appreciation for harsh places, the empty landscapes where people were the intruders. That was her secret. She had what the Bureau called a hardship posting. It was designed to wear her down and make her quit. But she had beaten them at this game. She could last forever there. She would not quit. Di slowed as they approached a checkpoint set up about 100 yards before the tents. A man in a blue jumpsuit with the white letters FBI on the breast pocket stood beneath a beach-type tent with open sides. The desert winds were threatening to tear it from its moorings, just as they had already played havoc with the agent's hair. Di lowered the window. She didn't bother to give her own name or identification. She was a given. She gave the man Rachel's name and identified her as a visiting agent, whatever that meant. "Is she cleared with Agent Alpert?" he asked, his voice as dry and flat as the desert basin behind him.
"Yes, she's cleared." "Okay, then. I just need her credentials."
Rachel handed over her ID wallet. The agent wrote down her serial number and handed it back.
"From Quantico?"
"No, South Dakota." He gave her a look, the kind that said he knew she was a fuck-up.
"Have fun,"
he said as he turned to go back to his tent. Di moved the car forward, raising her window, leaving the agent in a cloud of dust.
"He's from the Vegas FO," she said. "They're not too happy about things, playing second string."
"So, what's new?"
"Exactly." "Is Alpert the SAC?"
"That's him." "What's he like?"
"Well, remember your theory about agents being either morphs or empaths?"
"Yes."
"He's a morph."
Rachel nodded. They came to a little cardboard sign taped to a branch of a Joshua tree. It said vehicles and had an arrow pointing to the right. Di turned and they parked last in a row of 4 equally dirty Crown Vics. "What about you?" Rachel asked. "Which did you turn out to be?" Di didn't answer. "You ready for this?" she asked Rachel instead. "Absolutely. I've been waiting 4 years for another shot at him. This is where it starts." She cracked the door and stepped out into the bright desert sun. She felt at home. Chapter 10. Bacchus followed them down the exit ramp. He was a safe distance behind. He crossed over the freeway and put on his blinker to get back on in the opposite direction. If they were watching him in the mirror, he would simply look like someone turning around to head back to Vegas. Before turning back onto the freeway, he watched the FBI car go off the paved road and head across the desert to the site. His site. A white cloud of dust kicked up behind the car. He could see the white tents in the distance. He felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. The crime scene was a city he had built, a city of bones. The agents were like ants between pieces of glass. They lived and worked in the world of his creation, unknowingly doing his bidding. He wished he could get closer to that glass, to take it all in and see the horror he etched on their faces. But he knew the risk was too great, and he had other things to do. He pushed his foot down hard on the accelerator and headed back toward the city of sin. He had to make sure everything was ready and things were set. As he drove, he felt a slight sense of melancholy slide in beneath his ribs. He guessed that this came with the letdown of leaving Rachel behind in the desert. He took a deep breath and tried to exorcise the feeling. He knew it would not be long before he was close to her again. After a moment, he smiled at the memory of seeing his name on the sign held by the woman who had met Rachel at the airport, an inside joke between agents. Bacchus recognized the greeter, Agent Sherry Dye. Rachel had mentored her just as he had mentored Rachel. That meant some of his special insights had been passed on through Rachel to this new generation. He liked that. He wondered what Sherry Dye's reaction would have been if he had stepped up to her and her stupid sign at the bottom of the escalator and said, "Thanks for meeting me." He looked out through the car's windows at the flat, barren plain of the desert floor. He believed it was truly beautiful, made even more so by the things he had planted in the sand and rock out there. He thought about that, and soon the pressure in his chest eased, and he felt wonderful again. He checked the rear view for trailers and saw nothing that was suspicious. He checked himself then and admired the surgeon's work once more. He smiled at himself. Chapter 11. As they got close to the tents, Rachel Walling began to smell the scene. The unmistakable odor of decaying flesh was carried on the wind as it worked through the encampment, billowed the tents, and moved out again. She switched her breathing to her mouth, haunted by knowledge she wished she didn't have, that the sensation of smell occurred when tiny particles struck sensory receptors in the nasal passages. It meant if you smelled decaying flesh, that was because you were breathing decaying flesh. There were 3 small square tents in the approach to the site. These were not the kind for camping. They were field command tents with straight sides to 8 feet. Behind these 3 was a larger rectangular tent. Rachel noticed that all of the tents had open vent flaps on top. She knew that there were body excavations taking place in each. The vents were to let some of the heat and stink escape. Overlapping everything was the noise. There were at least 2 gasoline-powered generators providing electricity to the scene. There were also 2 full-size RVs parked to the left of the tents, and their rooftop air handlers were rumbling. "Let's go in here first," Sherry Dye said, pointing to one of the RVs. "Randall is usually in here." The RV looked like any super camper Rachel had seen on the freeway. This one was called the Open Road, and it had an Arizona plate on the back. Dye knocked on the door and then pulled it open without waiting for a response. They stepped up and in. The vehicle wasn't set up on the inside for camping on the open road. Partitions and the comforts of home had been removed. It was one long room set up with 4 folding tables and many chairs. Along the rear wall was a counter with all the usual office machinery, computer, fax, copier, and coffee maker. 2 of the tables were covered with paperwork. On the third, incongruous to the purpose and setting,
was a large bowl of fruit. The lunch table, Rachel guessed. Even at a mass burial site, you have to have lunch. At the fourth table was a man on a cell phone, an open laptop computer in front of him. "Have a seat," Di said. "I'll introduce you as soon as he is off." Rachel sat at the lunch table and took a precautionary sniff of the air. The RV's air handler was on recycle. The odor from the excavation wasn't noticeable. No wonder the man in charge stayed in here. She looked at the bowl of fruit and thought about taking a handful of grapes just to keep her energy up, but decided not to. "You want some fruit? Go ahead," Di said. "No, thanks, I'm fine." "Suit yourself." Di reached over and picked off some grapes, and Rachel felt foolish because she had painted herself into a corner with the fruit. The man on the cell, who she assumed was Agent Alpert, was talking too low to be heard, probably by the person he was talking to as well. Rachel noticed that the long wall along the left side of the RV was covered with photographs of the excavations. She looked away. She didn't want to study the photographs until after she had been in the tents. She turned and looked out the window next to the table. This RV had the premier view of the desert. She could see down into the basin and the entire ridgeline. She wondered for a moment if the view meant anything, if Bacchus had chosen the spot because of the view, and if so, what was the significance of it? When Di turned her back, Rachel grabbed some grapes and put 3 in her mouth at once. At the same moment, the man snapped his phone closed and got up from his table and approached her with his hand out. "Randall Alpert, Special Agent in Charge. We're glad you were here." Rachel shook his hand, but had to wait to get the grapes down before speaking. "Nice to meet you. Not such nice circumstances." "Yeah, but look at that view. Sure beats the brick wall I've got back in Quantico. And at least we're out here the end of April, and not August. That would have been a killer." He was the new Bob Bacchus, running the shop at Quantico, coming out on the big ones, and of course this was a big one. Rachel decided she didn't like him, and that Sherry Dye was right about him being a morph. Rachel had always found that agents in behavioral were of 2 kinds. The first type she called morphs. These agents were much like the men and women they hunted, able to keep it all from getting to them. They could move on like a serial killer from case to case without being dragged down by all the horror and guilt and knowledge of the true nature of evil. Rachel called them morphs because these agents could take that burden and somehow morph it into something else. The site of a multiple body excavation became a beautiful view, better than anything at Quantico. The second type Rachel called empaths, because they took all the horror in and kept it in. It became the campfire they warmed themselves by. They used it to connect and motivate, to get the job done. To Rachel, these were the better agents because they would go to the limit and beyond to catch the bad guy and solve the case. It was certainly healthier to be a morph, to be able to move on without any baggage. The halls of behavioral were haunted by the ghosts of the empaths, the agents who couldn't go the distance, for whom the burden became too much. Agents like Janet Newcomb, who put her gun in her mouth, and John Fenton, who drove into a bridge abutment, and Terry McCaleb, who literally gave his heart to the job. Rachel remembered them all, and above all, she remembered Bob Bacchus, the ultimate morph, the agent who was both hunter and prey. "That was Brass Duran on the phone," Alpert said. "She said to say hello." "She's back at Quantico?" "Yes, she's agoraphobic about that place, never wants to leave. She's heading up things on that end for us. Now, Agent Walling, I know you know the score. We've got a delicate situation here. We're glad you're here, but you're here strictly as an observer and possibly a witness." She didn't like him being so formal with her. It was a way of keeping her outside the circle. "A witness?" she asked. "You might be able to give us some ideas. You knew this guy. Most of us were on the street chasing bank robbers when the whole thing with Bacchus went down. I came into the unit right after your thing went down, after OPR went through the place. Sherry here is one of the few still around from then. My thing? You know what I mean. You and Bacchus going at it.
Can I go look at the excavation now? I'd like to see what you've got.
Well, Sherry will take you out in a second. We don't have a lot to look at but today's carcass.
Spoken like a true morph, Rachel thought. She glanced at Di, and their eyes met in confirmation.
But there is something I want to talk about first.
Rachel knew what was coming, but let Alpert have his say. He moved toward the front of the RV and pointed through the windshield out into the desert. Rachel followed his line but couldn't see anything but the mountain ridge.
Well, you can't really see it from this angle, Alpert said. But out there, lying on the ground, we've got a great big sign. It says in big letters, filming. No flyovers, no noise. That's for anybody up there who might get curious about all these tents and vehicles. Pretty good idea, huh? They think it's a movie set. Helps keep them away from us.
And your point?
My point is, we have thrown a real thick blanket over all of this. Nobody knows, and we want to keep it that way.
And you are suggesting I am a media leak?
No, I am not suggesting that. I am giving you the same talk I give everybody that comes out here. I don't want this in the media. I want to control it this time. Is that understood?
More like Bureau Administration or the Office of Professional Responsibility wants to control it this time, she thought. The Bacchus revelations almost decimated the ranks and reputation of the Behavioral Sciences Unit last time, not to mention the colossal public relations fiasco it was for the Bureau as a whole. Now, with the failings of 9/11 and the Bureau's competition with Homeland Security for budget dollars, as well as headlines, media focus on a mad killer agent was not what the Bureau Command or the OPR had in mind, especially when the general public had been led to believe that the mad killer agent was long since dead.
I understand, Rachel said coolly. You won't have to worry about me. Can I go out now?
One other thing.
He hesitated for a moment. Whatever it was delicate.
Not everyone involved in this investigation is aware of the connection to Robert Bacchus. It's need to know, and I want to keep it that way.
What do you mean? The people working out there don't know it was Bacchus who did this? They should be—
Agent Walling, this is not your investigation. Don't try to make it yours. You were brought here to observe and help. Leave it at that. We don't know for sure it was Bacchus, and until we do—
Right. His fingerprints were only all over the GPS and his MO all over everything else. Alpert glanced at Di, throwing her a look of annoyance.
Sherry should not have told you about the prints, and as far as the MO goes, there is nothing known about that for sure.
Just because she shouldn't have told me doesn't mean it isn't true. You're not going to be able to cover this up, Agent Alpert. Alpert laughed in frustration.
Who said anything about a cover-up?
Look, all we're doing right now is controlling information.
There is a right time for revealing data. That is all I am telling you. Your presence alone here will be revealing enough, okay? I just don't want you deciding what to reveal and who to reveal it to. That's my job. Understood?
Rachel nodded without conviction. She glanced at Di as she did so. Perfectly.
Good. Then, Sherry, take her away. Take her sightseeing.
They left the RV and Di led her toward the first small tent.
You certainly ingratiated yourself with him, she said to Rachel as they went.
It's funny. Some things just never change. I think it might be impossible for a bureaucracy to evolve, to learn anything from its mistakes. Anyway, never mind. What do we have here?
So far, we have 8 bags and gas on another 2. We just haven't gotten to them yet. Classic inverted pyramid.
Rachel knew the shorthand. She had invented some of it. Di was saying 8 bodies had been recovered, and readings from gas probes indicated there were another 2 bodies still interred and waiting for excavation.
Tragic history created data from which models of similar behavior were formed. It had been seen before. A killer who returns with victims to the same burial spot follows a pattern, the newer burials radiating out from the original in an inverted pyramid, or V pattern. So was the case here, with Bacchus either unintentionally or consciously following a pattern based on data he helped accumulate as an agent. "Let me ask you one thing," Rachel said. "He was talking to Brass Duran on the phone in there. She's got to know about the Bacchus connection, right?" "Yes, she knows. She found the prints on the package." Rachel nodded. At least she had one confederate she could trust, and who was in the know. They reached the tent, and Di pulled back the entry flap. Rachel went in first. Because the overhead venting flap was open, it was not dark in the tent. It was only dim. Rachel's eyes adjusted immediately, and she saw a large rectangular hole in the center of the tent. There was no fill pile. She assumed the dirt and rock and sand removed from the grave had been shipped to Quantico, or the field office lab, for sifting and analysis. "This first site is where the anomalies are," Di said. "The others are straight burials. Very clean." "What are the anomalies?" "The reading on the GPS came back to this spot. Sitting here when they got here was a boat. It was—" "A boat? Here in the desert?" "You remember that preacher I told you started this place? He dug a canal for the spring water to fill. We figured the boat came from back then. It had been sitting here for decades. Anyway, moved it, sank a probe, and started digging. Anomaly number 2 is that the grave contained the first 2 victims. All the other graves are individual." "These first 2, were they buried at the same time?" "Yes, one on top of the other. But one was wrapped in plastic, and he had been dead a lot longer than the other. 7 months longer, we think. So he sat on one body for a while, wrapped it for safekeeping. And when he had the second, he realized he had to do something, and so he came out to the desert to bury them. He used the boat as a marker, as a sort of gravestone, and for himself, because he knew he'd be back with more." "Maybe. But why'd he need the boat if he had the GPS?" Rachel nodded and felt a little buzz of adrenaline start to tick in her blood. The brainstorming had always been the best part of the job. "The GPS came later. Recently. That was just for us." "Us?" "You, the Bureau, me." Rachel moved to the edge and looked down into the hole. It had not been deep, especially for 2 bodies. She stopped breathing through her mouth and took the fetid air in through her nose. She wanted to remember this. "IDs yet?" "Nothing official. No contact with kin yet, but we know who some of them were. 5 of them, at least. The first one was 3 years ago. The second 7 months after that." "Have you built a cycle?" "Yes, we have it. About an 8% reduction. We think the last 2 will bring us up to November." Meaning that the intervals between the killings were decreasing by 8% from the initial 7-month period between killings 1 and 2. Again, it was familiar. The decreasing interval was common in case history, a symptom of the killer's diminishing control of his urges at the same time his belief in his invincibility grows. You get away with the first one, and the second one comes easier and sooner, and so on. "I guess that makes him overdue," Rachel said. "Supposedly." "Supposedly?" "Come on, Rachel, it's Bacchus. He knows what we know. He's just playing with us. It's like Amsterdam. He's gone before we even recognize it as him. Same here. He's moved on. I mean, why send us the GPS if he hasn't? He's split already. He's not overdue, and he's not coming back here. He's somewhere laughing at us, watching us follow our models and routines, knowing that we won't get any closer to him than we did the last time." Rachel nodded. She knew Di was right, but decided to be optimistic. "He's got to make a mistake somewhere. What about the GPS? Anything on that?" "We're working it, obviously. Brass is on that." "What else is there?" "There's you,"
Rachel. Rachel didn't say anything. Again, Sherry Dye was right. Bacchus had something in play. His obscure but direct message to Rachel seemed to make this obvious. He wanted her here, wanted her to be part of the play. But what was it? What did the poet want? Like Rachel had mentored Dye, Bacchus had mentored Rachel. He was a good teacher. In retrospect, better than she or anyone could have imagined. She was mentored by both agent and killer, hunter and prey. A unique combination in the annals of crime and punishment. Rachel always remembered a throwaway line Bacchus had spoken one night when they were walking up the stairs from the basement at Quantico, leaving the unit behind for the day. "In the long run, I think it is all bullshit. We can't predict how these people act, we can only react. And at the end of the day, that means we're largely useless. We make good headlines, and Hollywood makes good movies about us, but that's about it." Rachel was a rookie in the unit at the time. She was full of ideals and plans and faith. She spent the next 30 minutes trying to talk Bacchus out of such a belief. Now she was embarrassed by the memory of the effort and the things she had said to a man she would later realize was a killer. "Can I go into the other tents now?" Rachel asked. "Sure," Dye said. "Whatever you want." Chapter 12. It was late, and the batteries in the boat were beginning to run low. The lights in the forward berth were steadily dimming, or at least it seemed so to me. Maybe it was my eyes that were dimming. I had spent 7 hours reading through files pulled out of the boxes on the top bunk. I had filled my notebook to the last page, and then flipped it over and started back to front. The afternoon interview had been uneventful, if not unhelpful. Terry McCaleb's last charter was a man named Otto Woodall, who lived in a luxury condo behind the fabled Avalon Casino building. I talked to him for an hour, getting much the same story I had already gotten from Buddy Lockridge. Woodall, who was 66 years old, confirmed all aspects of the trip that were of interest to me. He said he did leave the boat during their dockage in Mexico and spent time with women he knew there. He was unembarrassed and unashamed. His wife was over on the mainland shopping for the day, and he apparently didn't mind opening up. He told me he was retired from his job, but not from life. He said he still had a man's needs. I let that line of questioning go at that point and focused on the last moments of McCaleb's life. Woodall's observations and recollections mirrored Buddy's in all important details. Woodall also confirmed that on at least 2 specific instances during the trip, he saw McCaleb take his meds, downing the pills and liquids with orange juice each time. I took notes, but knew they wouldn't be needed. After an hour, I thanked Woodall for his time and left him to his view of the Santa Monica Bay and the bloom of smog that rose beyond it on the mainland. Buddy Lockridge was waiting for me out front in a golf cart I had rented. He was still brooding over my last-minute decision to interview Woodall without him. He'd accused me of using him to get the interview with Woodall. He was right about that, but his complaints and concerns weren't even on my radar. We drove silently back to the pier, and I turned in the cart. I told Buddy he could head home because I was going to be busy reading files the rest of the day and into the night. He meekly offered to help, but I told him he already had helped enough. I watched him walk off toward the ferry docks with his head down. I still wasn't sure about Buddy Lockridge. I knew I had some thinking to do about him. Not wanting to fool around with the Zodiac, I took a water taxi back to the following seat. I conducted a quick search of the master stateroom, finding nothing of note, and moved into the forward cabin. I noticed that Terry had a compact disc player in the converted office. His small collection of music was mostly blues and 1970s rock and roll. I plugged in a more recent Lucinda Williams CD called World Without Tears, and liked it so much I ended up letting it play over and over during the next 6 hours. The woman had long journeys in her voice, and I liked that. By the time the power started faltering on the boat and I turned the music off, I had unconsciously memorized the lyrics to at least 3 songs I could sing to my daughter the next time I put her to bed. Back in McCaleb's converted office, the first thing I did was go back to his computer and open the folder marked Profiles. It gave me a listing of 6 different files, all titled by dates in the previous 2 years. One by one, I called them up in chronological order and found each to be a forensic suspect profile of a murder case. Written in the unadorned and clinical language of the professional, each profile drew conclusions about a killer based on specific crime scene details. It was clear from these details that McCaleb had done more than simply read newspaper articles. It was obvious he had full access to the crime scenes, either in person or more likely by photos and tapes and investigators' notes. It was very clear to me that these were not practice runs worked up by a profiler who missed the job and wanted to keep in tune. These were the work of an invited guest. The cases were all from the jurisdictions of small police departments in the West. My guess was that McCaleb had heard of each case through news reports or other means and simply volunteered his help to the police department struggling with the case. Offer accepted, he was probably sent the crime scene information, and he then set to work analyzing and drawing up the profile. I wondered if his notoriety helped or hindered him when he offered his talents. How many times was he turned down to be accepted these 6 times? When accepted, he probably worked each case from the desk where I was sitting, without ever leaving the boat or thinking his wife knew in detail what he was doing. But I could tell each profile had taken a good amount of his time and attention. I was beginning to understand more and more what Graciela had said had become a problem in their marriage. Terry couldn't draw a line. He couldn't let it go. This profile work was a testament not only to his dedication to his mission as an investigator, but also to his blind spot as a husband and father. The 6 profiles came from cases in Scottsdale, Arizona, Henderson, Nevada, and the 4 California cities of La Jolla, Laguna Beach, Salinas, and San Mateo. 2 were child murders, and the other 4 were sex slayings, involving 3 women and 1 male victim. McCaleb drew no links between them. It was clear they were simply separate cases that had drawn his attention in the last 2 years. There was no indication in any of the files that Terry's work had been helpful or if any of the cases had been cleared. I wrote down the basics from each in my notebook with the idea that I would follow up with the departments to check the status of each investigation. It was a long shot, but it was still possible that one of these profiles could have triggered McCaleb's death. It wasn't a priority, but I would need to check it out. Finished with the computer for the time being, I directed my attention to the file boxes stored on the top bunk. One by one, I pulled them down until there was no room on the floor of the forward room. I found that they contained a mix of files from both solved and unsolved cases. I spent the first hour just sorting them and pulling out the open unsolveds, thinking that it was more likely than not that if Terry's death was related to a case, then it was one with a suspect still at large. There was no reason for him to be working or reworking a closed case. The reading was fascinating. Many of the files were on cases I was familiar with or had even had a part in. They were not files that had gathered dust. I got the distinct impression that the open cases were in endless rotation. From time to time, McCaleb pulled them out and rethought the investigations, the suspects, the crime scenes, the possibilities. He made calls to investigators and lab people and even witnesses. All of this was clear because McCaleb's practice was to use the inside front flap of the file to write notes on the moves he made, meticulously dating these entries as well. From these dates, I could tell that McCaleb had been working many cases at once, and it was clear he still had a pipeline into the FBI and the Behavioral Sciences Squad at Quantico. I spent a whole hour reading the fat file he had accumulated on the poet.
one of the more notorious, if not embarrassing, serial killer cases in the FBI annals. The poet was a killer later revealed to be the FBI agent who had been heading the squad essentially hunting for himself. It was a scandal that had rocked the Bureau and its vaunted behavioral sciences section 8 years before. The agent, Robert Backus, chose homicide detectives as his victims. He staged the killing scenes as suicides, leaving behind suicide notes containing verses from the poems of Edgar Allan Poe. He killed 8 men across the country in a period of 3 years before a reporter discovered the false suicides and the manhunt began. Backus was revealed and shot by another agent in Los Angeles. At the time, he was supposedly targeting a detective from the homicide table in the LAPD's Hollywood division. That was my table. The target, Ed Thomas, was my colleague, and that was my connection. I remember taking a very high personal interest in the poet. Now I was reading the inside story. Officially, the case was closed by the Bureau, but the unofficial word had always been that Backus had gotten away. After being shot, Backus initially escaped into the stormwater tunnel system that ranged beneath Los Angeles. 6 weeks later, a body was found with a bullet hole in the right place, but decomposition made a physical identification and fingerprint comparison impossible. Foraging animals, it was reported, had made off with parts of the body, including the lower mandible and the only teeth that could have been used for identification through dental records. Backus had also conveniently disappeared without leaving DNA exemplars behind. So they had the body with the bullet hole, but nothing to compare it to. Or so they said. The Bureau quickly announced that Backus was presumed dead, and the file was closed, if only to bring a speedy end to the agency's humiliation at the hands of one of its own. But the records McCaleb had accumulated since then confirmed that the folklore was true. Backus was still alive and out there somewhere. 4 years earlier, he had surfaced in Holland. According to confidential FBI bulletins provided by Bureau sources to McCaleb, a killer took the lives of 5 men over a 2-year period in Amsterdam. All the victims were foreign visitors who had disappeared after venturing into the city's red light district. Each man was found strangled and floating in the Amstel River. What connected the killings to Backus were notes sent to local authorities in which the writer took credit for the killings and asked that the FBI be called into the case. The writer, according to the confidential reports, asked specifically for Agent Rachel Walling, the agent who had shot Robert Backus 4 years earlier. The police in Holland invited the FBI to take an unofficial look at the case. The sender had signed each letter as simply the poet. FBI handwriting analysis of the letter indicated, not conclusively, that the writer was not a killer trying to ride the notorious coattails of Robert Backus, but Backus himself. Of course, by the time the Bureau, local authorities, and even Rachel Walling mobilized in Amsterdam, the killer was long gone, and Robert Backus had not been heard from again, at least as far as Terry McCaleb's sources knew. I replaced the thick file in one of the boxes and moved on. I soon learned that McCaleb was working not just old cases. In fact, anything that caught his attention was subject to his focus and skills. There were dozens of files that contained only a single newspaper story, and some notes jotted on the file flap. Some cases were high-profile, others obscure. He put together a file of newspaper clips on the Lacey Peterson case, the disappearance of a pregnant woman from Central California on Christmas Eve 2 years before. The case had garnered long-term media and public attention, particularly after her dismembered body was found in the bay where her husband had earlier told investigators he had been fishing when she disappeared. An entry on the file flap dated before the woman's body was found said, "Definitely dead in the water." Another note, dated before her husband's arrest, said, "There's another woman."
There was also a file with seemingly prescient notes on Elizabeth Smart, a child kidnapped in Utah who was found and returned after nearly a year. He correctly wrote "alive" under one of the newspaper photos of the young girl. McCaleb also made an unofficial study of the Robert Blake case. The former film and television star was accused of murdering his wife in another headlining case. The notes in the file were intuitive and on point, ultimately borne out as correct as the case entered the courts. I had to ask myself if it was possible that McCaleb had entered the notes in his files and predated them, using information from media accounts and making it appear that he was predicting case aspects or suspect traits from his own work when he wasn't. While anything was possible, it seemed entirely unrealistic to me to think McCaleb had done this. I could see no reason for him to commit such a quiet and self-defeating crime. I believed the work was real, and was his. One file that I found contained newspaper stories on the LAPD's new cold case squad. Noted on the flap were the names and cell numbers of 4 detectives assigned to the unit. Terry had obviously been able to cross the gulf between the LAPD and the FBI if he had their cell numbers. I knew detectives' cell numbers were not handed out to just anyone. One of the 4 detectives I knew. Tim Marcia had spent time in Hollywood Division, including the homicide table. I knew it was late, but cops expect to get late calls. I knew Marcia wouldn't mind. I took out my cell and called the number McCaleb had written next to his name on the file. Marcia answered immediately. I identified myself, got through the long-time no-see pleasantries, and explained that I was calling about Terry McCaleb. I didn't lie, but I didn't say I was working a murder investigation. I said I was sorting through his files for his wife and came across Marcia's name and number. I was simply curious about what their relationship had been. Harry, you worked some cold cases in your time, right? That thing up at your house last year came out of a cold case, didn't it? Right. Then you know how it goes. Sometimes you grasp at straws, you take any help you can get. Terry called me up one day and offered his services. Not on a specific case. I think he had seen a story in the Times about the unit, and he basically said if I ever needed him to work a profile, he was there for me. He was one of the good ones. I was really sorry to hear what happened. I wanted to get over to Catalina for the service, but things sort of came up. Like they always do. Did you ever take him up on the offer to do a profile? Yeah, sort of. I know I did, and a couple other of the guys here did, too. You know how it is. The department has no profiling to speak of, and sometimes waiting on the bureau in Quantico can take months. Here was this guy who knew what he was doing, and he didn't want anything back. He just wanted to work. So we used him. We bounced a few things off him. And how did he do? He did good. We're working this one case now that's interesting. When the new chief put the squad together, we started going back through the open unsolveds. We linked 6 cases, body dumps up in the valley. They had some similar aspects, but were never connected before. We copied the files to Terry, and he confirmed. He connected them through what he called psychological commonalities. We're still working it, but at least we know what we have now. We're on the track, is what I mean. I'm not sure we would be where we are if Terry hadn't helped us out. Good, I'm glad to hear he helped with it. I'll tell his wife, and I'm sure it will help her to know that. Good. So, Harry, you coming back in? I was expecting him to ask what I was really doing with McCaleb's files, not whether I was coming back to the department. What are you talking about? You heard about the 3-year ticket the chief instituted? No, what's that? He knows we lost a lot of talent in recent years, all the scandals and whatnot. Good people saying, what the hell, I'm out of here. So he's opening the door for people to come back. If you reapply within 3 years of retirement and are accepted, you can get back in without having to go to the academy. That's perfect for old guys like you. I heard the smile in his voice. 3 years, huh? Yeah. What's it been for you, 2.5? Just about. Well, there you go. Think about it. We could use you here in cold cases. We've got 7,000 open unsolveds. Take your pick, man. I didn't say anything.
Out of the blue, I was struck with the idea of going back. In that moment, I was blind to the negatives. I only thought about what it would be like to carry the badge again. Then again, maybe you're having too much fun being retired. You need anything else, Harry? No, that was it. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Anytime. And think about the 3-year plan. We could sure use you, whether it's here or back in Hollywood or wherever. Yeah, thanks. Maybe I will. I'm going to think about it. I closed the phone and sat there surrounded by another man's obsessions, but thinking about my own. I thought about going back. I thought about 7,000 unanswered voices from the grave. That was more than the number of stars you see when you look up into the sky at night. My phone buzzed while it was still in my hand. It pulled me out of the reverie, and I opened it, expecting it to be Tim Marcia calling back and saying that 3-year thing had just been a gag. But it was Graciela calling. "I can see lights on in the boat," she said. "Are you still there?" "Yeah, I'm here." "Why so late, Harry? You missed the last ferry." "I wasn't going to go back tonight. I was going to stay over and finish up here. Maybe head back tomorrow. I might want to come up and talk to you, too." "That's fine. I'm not working tomorrow. I'll be here packing." "Packing?" "We're going to move back to the mainland. We'll live in Northridge. I got my old job back in the ER at Holy Cross." "Is Raymond one of the reasons you're moving back?" "Raymond? What do you mean?" "I was wondering if there were any troubles with the boy. I heard he didn't like living on the island." "Raymond doesn't have a lot of friends. He doesn't fit in so well. But the move is not just because of Raymond. I want to go back. I wanted to before Terry was gone. I told you that." "Yes, I know." She changed the subject. "Is there anything you need? Did you get something to eat?" "I found some stuff in the boat's kitchen. I'm fine." She groaned in disgust. "That all must be old. Check the expiration dates before you eat anything else." "I will." She hesitated and then asked the question she had called to ask. "Have you found anything yet?" "Well, I've found some things I am curious about, but nothing that particularly stands out yet." I thought about the man in the Dodgers cap. He certainly stood out for me, but I didn't want to bring him up yet with Graciela. I wanted to know more before talking to her about him. "Okay," she said, "but keep me informed about things, okay?" "That's the deal." "Okay, Harry, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Are you staying in a hotel or on the boat?" "The boat, I think, if that's all right with you." "It's fine with me. Do what you want to." "Okay. Can I ask you something?" "Sure, what?" "You were talking about packing, and I'm just curious about something. How often do you go over to the mainland? You know, to go to the mall or restaurants or see family?" "Usually about once a month, unless something specific comes up and I need to go." "You take the kids?" "Usually. I want them to be used to it. You grow up on an island where they have golf carts instead of cars and everybody knows everybody. It can be strange to suddenly move to the mainland. I'm trying to get them ready for it." "I guess that's smart. What mall is closest to the ferry docks?" "I don't know what one is closest, but I always go up to the promenade on Pico. I just shoot up the 405 from the harbor. I know there are closer malls, Fox Hills, for example, but I like the promenade. I like the stores there, and it's easy. Sometimes I meet friends from the valley, and it is a good halfway point for all of us." "And easy to be followed, too," I thought, but didn't say. "Good," I said, not sure if what I was saying was good. "One other thing. I'm running out of light here. The batteries, I guess. Is there a switch or something I should hit to recharge, or how do you do that?" "You didn't ask Buddy?" "No, I didn't know I was going to run out of light when I was with Buddy." "Oh, Harry, I'm not sure. There's a generator that has to run. I'm not sure even where it is." "Okay, well, don't worry about it. I can call Buddy. I'll let you go, Graciela. I ought to get back to work while I still have some light." I hung up and wrote the name of the mall down in my notebook, then left the room and went around the boat, turning off all the lights but the one on the desk in the forward berth in an effort to conserve power. I called Buddy on the cell after that, and he answered in a groggy voice. "Hey, Buddy, wake up. It's Harry Bosch." "Who?" "Oh, what do you want?" "I need your help. Is there like a generator or something on this boat that will give me some light? The batteries are dying on me." "Man, don't let those things drain all the way down. You'll kill them." "Then what do I do?" "You've got to crank the Volvos, man, and then turn on the generator. The thing is, it's near midnight. Those folks sleeping on their boats in line with you aren't going to take so kindly to hearing that." "All right, forget it. But in the morning I should do it, so what do I do? Use a key?" "Yeah, just like a car. Go to the helm in the salon, put in the keys, and turn them to the on position. Then above each key is the ignition toggle. Flip it up, and she should start right up, unless you've used all the juice up and there's no charge." "Okay, I'll do it. You got any flashlights on this thing?" "Yeah, there's one on the galley, one over the chart table, and one on the master in the built-in drawer to the left of the bed. There's also a lantern in the lower cabinet of the galley. But you don't want to use that down in the front room. The kerosene smell will build up in there and you might croak yourself. Then there'd be another mystery to solve." He said the last line with a note of contempt in his voice. I let it go. "Thanks, buddy. I'll talk to you." "Yeah, good night." I hung up and went looking for the flashlights, coming back to the forward berth with a small one from the master stateroom and a large table light from the galley. I put the large light on the desk and turned it on. I then killed the berth's lights. The flashlight beam hit the small room's low ceiling and spread. It wasn't bad. Between that and the handheld light, I would still be able to get some work done. I was down to less than half a box of files to go and wanted to finish before figuring out where I was going to sleep. These were all thin files, the most recent additions to McCaleb's collection, and I could tell most of them contained little more than a newspaper clip and maybe a few notes on the flap. I reached in and picked one out at random. I should have been in Vegas throwing dice, because the file I picked turned out to be a long-shot winner. It was the file that gave my investigation focus. It put me on the road. Chapter 13. The file tab simply said, 6 missing. It contained a single clipping from the Los Angeles Times and several dated notes and names and phone numbers handwritten on the inside flap, as was McCaleb's routine. I sensed that the file was important before I even read the story or understood the meaning of some of the notes. It was the dating on the flap that triggered this response. McCaleb had jotted his thoughts down on the file 4 different times, beginning on January 7th and ending on February 28th of this year. He would be dead exactly a month later, on March 31st. Those notes and those dates were the most recent found in any of the files I had reviewed. I knew I was looking at what might have been Terry's last work, his last case and obsession. There were still files to look at, but this one gave me the vibe, and I went with it. A reporter I knew wrote the story. Keisha Russell had been working the cop beat at the Times at least 10 years and was good at it. She was also accurate and fair. She had lived up to every deal I had ever made with her in the years I was on the job, and she had gone out of her way to play fair with me the year before, when I was no longer on the job and things turned bad on my first private case. The bottom line was that I felt comfortable taking anything she wrote as fact. I started to read. Search for a missing link. Are Nevada disappearances of 2 LA men, 4 others connected? By Keisha Russell, Times staff writer. The mysterious disappearances of at least 6 men, including 2 from Los Angeles, from gambling centers in Nevada, have got investigators searching for a missing link among the men. Detectives with the Las Vegas Metro Police said Tuesday that while the men did not know each other and came from widely disparate hometowns and backgrounds, there still may be a commonality among them that could be the key to the mystery. The men, ranging in age from 29 to 61, were reported missing by their families during the past 3 years. 4 were last known to be in Las Vegas, where police are heading the investigation, and 2 disappeared while on trips to Laughlin and Primm.
none of the men left any indication in their hotel rooms or vehicles or homes as to where they were going or what became of them. At this point it is a stone-cold mystery, said Detective Todd Ritz of Vegas Metro's Missing Persons Unit. People disappear from here or anywhere all the time, but they usually show up later, dead or alive. And there's usually an explanation. With these guys, there's nothing. It's a thin-air case. But Ritz and other detectives are sure there is an explanation, and they are enlisting the public's help in finding it. Last week, detectives from Las Vegas, Laughlin, and Prim gathered at the Vegas Metro offices to compare notes and set an investigative strategy. They also went public with the case, hoping photographs of the men and their stories would spark new information from the public. On Tuesday, a week later, Ritz reported that not much in the way of usable information had come in. There has got to be someone who knows something or saw something or heard something, said Ritz in a telephone interview. 6 guys just don't get up and disappear without somebody knowing something. We need that somebody to come forward. As Ritz said, missing persons cases are numerous. The fact that these 6 men came to Nevada for business or pleasure and never went home is what makes this case different. The publicity comes at a time Las Vegas is once again redefining its image. Gone is the marketing strategy that billed the Neon City as a family destination. Sin is back in. In the past 3 years, numerous clubs featuring nude or partially nude dancers have been licensed, and many of the casinos on the fabled Strip have produced shows featuring nudity and strictly adult subject matter. Billboards featuring nudity in their advertisements have been erected and drawn the ire of some community activists. It has all helped change the complexion of the city. Once again, it is being marketed as a leave-the-kids-at-home adult playground. As the recent billboard skirmishes suggest, the change hasn't played well with everyone, and many speculate that the disappearances of these 6 travelers may in some indirect way be linked to the region's return to an anything-goes atmosphere. Let's face it, said Ernie Gelson, a columnist for the Las Vegas Sun. They tried the family fun thing, and it didn't play. The town is going back to what plays, and what plays is what pays. Now, is that the missing link that connects these 6 guys? I don't know. Maybe we never will. Still, Gelson is uneasy about jumping to any conclusions that would link the missing men to the changing image of Las Vegas. First of all, remember, they didn't all disappear from Las Vegas, he said. And second to that, there are not enough facts to substantiate any theory at the moment. I think we have to sit back and let the mystery resolve itself before we jump on any bandwagons. The missing men are Gordon Stansley, 41, of Los Angeles, missing since May 17, 2001. He checked into the Mandalay Bay Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, but his bed was never slept in, and his suitcase never unpacked. He is married and has 2 children. John Edward Dunn, 39, of Ottawa, Canada, who was driving from his home to Los Angeles on a vacation. He never made it to his intended destination, his brother's home in Granada Hills. Dunn's 30-foot recreational vehicle was found December 29, 2001, at an RV park in Laughlin. That was 20 days after his expected arrival in Granada Hills. Lloyd Rockland, 61, disappeared from Las Vegas on June 17, 2002. His plane from Atlanta arrived at 11 a.m. at McCarran International Airport. He picked up a Hertz rental car, but he never checked in to the MGM Grand, where he had a reservation. His car was returned to the Hertz Rental Car Center at the airport at 2 p.m. the next day, but nobody seems to remember the father of 4 and grandfather of 3 being the one who returned it. Fenton Weeks, 29, of Dallas, Texas, was reported missing January 25, 2003, after he did not return from a business trip to Las Vegas. Police determined he had checked into the Golden Nugget in downtown Las Vegas and attended the first day of an electronics exposition held at the Las Vegas Convention Center, but was not in attendance on the second and third days. His wife reported him missing. He has no children. Joseph O'Leary, 55, of Berwyn, Pennsylvania, disappeared May 15th of last year from the Bellagio, where he was staying with his wife. Alice O'Leary left her husband in the casino playing blackjack while she went to spend the day at the resort's spa. Several hours later, her husband failed to return to their suite. O'Leary, a stockbroker, was reported missing the next day. Rogers Eberly, 40, of Los Angeles, disappeared November 1st while on a day off from his work as a graphic designer at the Disney Studios in Burbank. His car was found parked in the lot outside the Buffalo Bills Casino in Primm, Nevada, just across the California border on the Interstate 15 freeway. Investigators say there are few leads in the investigation. They point to Rockland's rental car as possibly being the best clue they have. The car was returned 27 hours after it was picked up by Rockland. It had been driven 328 miles during that period, according to Hertz records. Whoever returned it to the Hertz Airport Center dropped it off without waiting for a receipt or to speak to a Hertz clerk. They just pulled in, got out of the car, and walked away, Ritz said. Nobody remembers anything. They process about 1,000 cars a day in that center. There are no cameras, and there is no record but the rental record. And it is those 328 miles that Ritz and the other detectives wonder about. That is a lot of miles, said Detective Peter Eckert, Ritz's partner. That car could have gone a lot of places. You figure 164 out and 164 back in, and you've got a hell of a big circle to cover. Nevertheless, the investigators are trying to do just that, hoping their efforts will uncover a clue that makes the circle smaller and possibly leads to the answers to the 6 missing family men. It's tough, said Ritz. These guys all have families, and we're doing our best for them. But at the moment we have lots of questions and not any answers. The article was nicely drawn with the Times' signature method of finding larger significance to a story than the story itself. In this case, it was the theorizing that the disappearance of these men was symptomatic of the newest permutation of Las Vegas as an adult playground. It reminded me of a time I was working a case in which a man who owned an auto garage cut the hydraulic lines on a lift, and a 7,000-pound Cadillac came down and crushed his longtime partner beneath it. A Times reporter called me up for the details for a story, and then asked if the killing was symptomatic of the tightening economy in which money woes turned partners against partners. I said no, I thought it was symptomatic of one guy not liking his partner screwing his wife. Larger implications aside, the story was a plant. I could tell that. I had done the same thing with the same reporter in my time. Ritz was trolling for information. Since half the missing men were either from or going to Los Angeles, why not call the Times, plant a story with the cop reporter, and see who and what pops up? One person who popped up was Terry McCaleb. He obviously read the story on January the 7th, the day it was published, because his first set of notes on the file flap were dated as such. The notes were short and cryptic. At the top of the flap, the name Ritz and a phone number with a 702 area code had been jotted down. Beneath this, McCaleb had written 1-7, 44 average, 41, 39, 40. Find intersection. Cycle disruption. There are more. Car, 328. Triangle theory? 1 point gives 3. DD, check desert. 19. Call back, PNG. 22. Hinton, 702-259-4050. NC story? 228. Zizek's possible? How? Miles. Written along the side border of the file were 2 more phone numbers with 702 area codes. These were followed with the name William Bing. I reread the notes and looked at the clipping again. I noticed for the first time that McCaleb had circled two things on the newspaper article: the mention of the 328 miles found to have been put on the rental car, and the word circle in Eckerd's comment about the circle of the investigation being 164 miles in any direction. I didn't know why he had circled these two things, but I did know what most of the notes on the flap meant. I had spent more than 7 hours reading through McCaleb's files. I had seen notation after notation in file after file. The ex-agent used a shorthand of his own invention, but one that was decipherable because in some files he spelled out what he chose to abbreviate in others. Immediately recognizable to me was what he meant by the use of DD. It meant definitely dead, a classification and conclusion McCaleb made on the wide majority of the missing cases he reviewed. Also easy to decipher was PNG, which meant persona non grata, meaning McCaleb's offer to help with the investigation was not received well or not received at all. McCaleb had also found some significance in the age of the missing men. He wrote down an average age, and then pulled out 3 of the victims' ages because they were within 2 years of each other and very close to the average. This appeared to me to be notes relating to a victim profile, but there wasn't one in the file, and I didn't know if McCaleb ever proceeded past the notes stage. The find intersection reference seemed to also be part of this profile. McCaleb was referring to a geographic or lifestyle intersection of the 6 missing men. Just as the Metro detective had put forth in the Times article, McCaleb was operating under the belief that there had to be a connection between these men. Yes, they were from as far apart as Ottawa and Los Angeles and did not know one another, but there had to be a point where they came together in some way. Cycle disruption there are more, I suspected, was a reference to the frequency of the disappearances. If someone was abducting and killing these men, as McCaleb believed, there would usually be a recognizable time cycle. Serial killers operate this way in most cases, with violent psychosexual urges building and then subsiding after a kill. McCaleb had apparently worked out the cycle and found holes in it, missing victims. He believed there were more than 6 men missing. What puzzled me most about the notes was the reference to triangle theory and the phrase, 1 point makes 3 below it. This was something I had not seen come up in the previous files, and I did not know what was meant by it. It was noted in conjunction with references to the car and the 328 miles that had been put on it. But the more I played with it, the more puzzled I became by it. It was code or shorthand for something I didn't know. It bothered me, but there was nothing I could do about it with what I currently knew. The January 9th reference was to a callback from Ritz. McCaleb had probably called and left a message, and the Vegas detective had called back, listened to his pitch and maybe his profile, and had said not interested. This was not surprising. The FBI was often unwanted by the locals. The clash of egos between feds and locals was a routine part of the job. A retired bureau man would likely be treated no differently. Terry McCaleb was persona non grata. That might have been it for this file in this case, but then came the February 2nd notation, a name and a number. I opened my cell phone and called the number, not caring about how late it was, or early, depending on how you looked at it. I got a recording of a female voice. "This is Cindy Hinton at the Las Vegas Sun. I can't take your call right now, but it is important to me. Please leave your name and number, and I will call you back as soon as I can. Thank you." There was a beep, and I hesitated, not sure I wanted to make contact yet. But I went ahead anyway. Yes, hello, my name is Harry Bosch. I'm an investigator from Los Angeles and would like to talk to you about Terry McCaleb. I left my cell phone number and closed the phone, still not sure I had made the right move, but thinking that leaving it short and cryptic was the best way to go. It might get her to call me back. The last reference in the notes was the most intriguing of all. McCaleb had written Zizix, and then asked if it was possible, and if so, how. This had to be a reference to Zizix Road. This was a leap, a giant leap. McCaleb had received photos from someone who had watched and photographed his family. That same person had taken photographs at Zizix Road near the California-Nevada border. Somehow McCaleb saw a possible link and was asking himself if one mystery could be related to the other. Could he have set something in motion by calling Vegas Metro and offering to help with the missing men case? To be able to make the leap to such questions was impossible. It meant I was missing something. I was missing the bridge, the piece of information that made the jump possible. McCaleb had to have known something that wasn't noted in the file, but that made the possibility of a link seem real to him. The last notations to check were the 2 Las Vegas phone numbers written on the border of the file, along with the name William Bing. I opened my cell again and called the first number. The call was picked up by a recorded voice announcing that I had reached the Mandalay Bay Resort and Casino. I hung up as the voice began to list a number of options I could choose from. The second number was followed by the name. I punched it into the phone, prepared to awaken William Bing and ask him what his connection to Terry McCaleb was. But the call was answered after several rings by a woman who said, "Las Vegas Memorial Medical Center, how would you like me to direct your call?" I wasn't expecting that. To gain some time while I thought about what to do, I asked her for the hospital's location. By the time she was finished giving me the address on Blue Diamond Road, I had come up with a valid question. "Do you have a doctor on staff named William Bing?" After a moment, the answer came back negative. "Do you have any employee named William Bing?" "No, we don't, sir." "How about a patient?" There was another pause as she consulted a computer. "Not currently, no." "Did you formerly have a patient there named William Bing?" "I don't have access to that kind of information, sir." I thanked her and closed the phone. I thought about the last 2 numbers in McCaleb's notes for a long moment. My conclusions were simple. Terry McCaleb was a heart transplant recipient. If he were to travel to another city, he would need to know where to go and who to ask for if there was an emergency or any medical problem. My guess was that McCaleb had called information to get the 2 numbers noted on the file. He then made a reservation at the Mandalay Bay and checked in with a local hospital as a precaution. The fact that there was no William Bing on staff at Las Vegas Memorial Medical Center did not preclude that he might be a cardio specialist who handled patients there. I opened the phone, checked the time on the display screen, and called Graciela anyway. She answered quickly, her voice alert, though I could tell she had been sleeping. "Graciela, sorry to call so late. I have a few more questions." "Can I answer them tomorrow?"
"Just tell me, did Terry go to Las Vegas within the month before he died?"
"Las Vegas? I don't know. Why?"
"What do you mean you don't know? He was your husband."
"I told you. We had separated. He was staying on the boat. I know he went over to the mainland a few times, but if he went to Vegas from there, I wouldn't have any way of knowing, unless he told me, and he didn't tell me."
"What about credit card bills and cell phone records, ATM withdrawals, things like that?"
"I paid them, but I don't remember anything like that, like a hotel or anything."
"Do you have those records still?"
"Of course, I have them here at the house somewhere. They're probably packed already."
"Find them and I'll come for them in the morning."
"I'm already in bed."
"Then find them in the morning. First thing. It's important, Graciela."
"Okay, I will. And look, the one thing I can tell you is that usually if Terry was going to the mainland, he took the boat across, so he had a place to stay while he was there. If he was going across but wasn't going to be in L.A., or was going to be staying at Cedars for tests or something, he would take a ferry because otherwise it would cost too much in boat fuel."
"Okay."
"Well, there was one trip in that last month. I think he was gone for like 3 days. Yes, 3 days, 2 nights. He took the ferry. So that meant he was either going across and then somewhere else, or to the hospital, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't the hospital. I think he would have told me, and I know everybody in cardio at Cedars anyway. They would have let me know he was there and what was going on. I had that place wired."
Okay, Graciela, that's good. That helps. Do you remember exactly when that was?
Not exactly. It was the end of February, I think. Maybe the first couple of days of March. I remember it was bill time. I called him on his cell to talk about money, and he said he was on the mainland. He didn't say where. He just said he was over there, and he'd be back in a couple of days. I could tell he was driving when we talked, and I knew he hadn't taken the boat because I was on the balcony looking at it in the harbor when we talked.
Why were you calling him, do you remember?
Yes, we had bills to pay, and I didn't know what, if anything, he had taken in on the boat in February. The credit card payouts were sent directly here, but Terry had a bad habit of walking around with personal checks and cash from customers in his wallet. When he died and I got his wallet back, there were 3 checks in there for $900 that he'd had in there for 2 weeks. He wasn't very good at business.
She said it as though it was one of her husband's endearing and humorous qualities, though I was pretty sure that during his life she didn't smile at these oversights. A couple more things, I said. Do you know if it would be his routine to check in with a hospital in a city he was going to? In other words, if he was going to Las Vegas, would he set things up at a local hospital in case he needed anything? There was a pause before she answered.
No, that doesn't sound like anything he would do. Are you saying he did that?
I don't know. I found a phone number in one of the files, and a name. The number was for Vegas Memorial, and I'm trying to figure out why he would call there.
Vegas Memorial has a transplant program, I know that. But I don't know why he would call there.
What about the name William Bing? Does that mean anything? Could it be a doctor he was recommended to?
I don't know that. Something about that name is familiar, but I can't place it. It could be a doctor. Maybe that's where I heard it.
I waited a moment to see if it came to her, but it didn't. I pressed on. Okay, one last thing. Where's Terry's car?
It should be over there at Cabrillo at the marina. It's an old Jeep Cherokee. There's a key on the ring I gave you. Buddy also has a key because he uses it sometimes. He basically takes care of it for us. I mean, me now.
Okay, I'm going to check that out in the morning, so I'll need to keep the key. Do you know when the first ferry goes back across?
Not till 9:15.
Then can we meet at 7:30 or 8 at your house? I want to get those records and also show you a few things. It won't take too long, and then I'll grab the first ferry.
Can we make it 8? I should be back by then. I usually walk Raymond to school and take Cece to daycare.
No problem. I'll see you at 8. We ended the conversation, and I immediately called Buddy Lockridge again, one more time rousing him from sleep. Buddy, it's me again. He groaned. Did Terry go to Las Vegas the month before he died? Like maybe around March 1st?
I don't know, man,
he said in a tired, annoyed voice.
How would I know that? I can't remember what I did March 1st.
Think, Buddy. He made a road trip around then. He didn't bring the boat across. Where did he go? Did he tell you anything about it?
He didn't tell me jack.
But I remember that trip now because the Jeep came back dirtier than shit. Had salt or some shit all over it, and I was the one who was left to wash it.
Did you ask him about it?
Yeah, I said, "Where have you been? Out off-roading?"
And he said, yeah, something like that. And that was it?
That's all he said. I washed the car.
What about the inside? Did you clean that out?
No, I'm just talking about the outside. I took it over to the drive-thru in Pedro and power sprayed the thing. That's all I did.
I nodded as I concluded I had gotten everything I needed from Lockridge, for the time being. You going to be around tomorrow?
Yep, I'm always around these days. Got nowhere to go.
All right, I'll see you then. After ending the conversation, I made one more call, punching in the number McCaleb had written at the top of the file flap after the name of Ritz, the detective quoted in the Times article. The call was picked up by a tape announcing that the Vegas Metro's Missing Persons Unit was open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Monday through Friday. The message advised anyone with an emergency to hang up and dial 911. I closed the phone. It was late, and I had an early start in the morning, but I knew I wasn't going to sleep any time soon. I had the wire in the blood now,
and knew from long experience that sleep was not an option. Not yet. I was marooned on a boat with 2 flashlights to see by, but there was still work to be done. I opened my notebook and started constructing a chronological record of the dates and times of events in the weeks and months before Terry McCaleb's death. I put everything on the page, the important and not important, the real connections and imagined connections. Just as experience had taught me about sleep and the ability to go long stretches without it, I knew the details were important. The answer is always in the details. What is seemingly not important now is all important later. What is cryptic and unconnected now becomes the magnifying glass through which things become clear later. Chapter 14. You can always tell who the locals are. They're the ones who sit inside and work crossword puzzles while the ferry makes the 90-minute crossing. The tourists are usually up top or lining the bow or stern with their cameras and last glimpses of the island as it shrinks in the mist behind them. On the first boat out the next morning, I was inside with the locals, but I was working a puzzle of a different kind. I sat with the file in which Terry McCaleb had made his case notations open on my lap. I also had the chronology I had worked up the night before. I studied it, hoping to commit as much of it as I could to memory. An instant command of case details is required for the successful completion of an investigation. January 7th. McC reads about missing men in Nevada, calls Vegas Metro. January 9th. Vegas Metro not interested. February 2nd. Hinton, Vegas Sun. Who called who? February 13th. Half-day charter with Jordan Shandy. February 19th. Charter with Finder. February 22nd. GPS stolen, Sheriff's report. February 27th. McC creates photo file. March 1st, ? McC on mainland for 3-day period. March 28th, last charter. McC on the following sea with meds. March 31st, McC dies. I now added what I had learned an hour earlier from Graciela. The same credit card records I had asked her to gather in regard to her husband's movements contained her purchases as well. There was a Visa charge attributed to a Nordstrom department store on February 21st. When I asked about it, she said she had made the purchase at the Promenade. I asked if she had been back since then, and she said no. As I added the date into the chronology, I noted that it was the day before the GPS device was reported stolen from the following sea. This meant it was likely the same day it was stolen. The photo stalker had been on the ferry with Graciela on the way back to the island. Could he have been the one who snuck on board the following sea that night and took the GPS device? If so, why? And if so, could this also have been the night that Terry McCaleb's medicine was tampered with? Real capsules exchanged for dummies? I circled the letters GPS on the chronology. What was the significance of this device and this theft? I wondered if I was putting too much emphasis on this. Perhaps Buddy Lockridge's theory was the correct one. The device had simply been stolen by Finder, a competitor. Perhaps that was all it was. But the proximity to the mall stalking of Graciela made me think otherwise. My instincts told me there was a connection. I just didn't have it yet. Despite that, I felt as though I was getting close to something. The chronology was very helpful in allowing me to see connections and the timeliness of things. There was more still to add, and I remembered I had intended to follow up with phone calls to Las Vegas this morning. I opened my cell phone and checked the battery. I had been unable to recharge it on the following sea. Now I was running out of juice. I had maybe one last call on it before it died. I punched in the number for the missing persons unit at Vegas Metro. The call went through, and I asked for Detective Ritz. I was put on hold for nearly 3 minutes, during which time the phone started to beep every minute, warning me it was running low on power. "This is Detective Ritz. How can I help you?" "Detective, my name is Bosch. I'm LAPD retired, homicide mostly. I'm doing a favor for a friend. Her husband passed away last month, and I'm sort of putting his things in order.
I came across a file of his that had your name and number in it and a newspaper article about one of your cases.
What case?
The 6 missing men.
And what was your friend's husband's name?
Terry McCaleb. He was FBI retired. He worked...
Oh, him.
You knew him?
I talked to him on the phone once. That doesn't qualify as knowing him.
You talked about the missing men?
Look, what did you say your name is?
Harry Bosch.
Well, listen, Harry Bosch. I don't know you, and I don't know what you're doing, but it's usually not my practice to talk about open cases over the phone with strangers.
I could come see you.
That wouldn't change things.
You know he's dead, don't you?
McCaleb? I heard he had a heart attack and he was out on his boat and nobody could get to him in time. It sounded stupid. What's a guy with a heart transplant doing 25 miles out in the middle of nowhere?
Making a living, I guess. Look, some things have come up about that, and I'm checking into what Terry was into at the time,
to sort of see if he might have drawn somebody's eye, if you know what I mean. All I want... Actually, I don't know what you mean. You talking voodoo? Somebody put the hex on him and gave him a heart attack? I'm kind of busy here, Bosch. Too busy for that bullshit. You retired guys think us working stiffs have all the time in the world for you and your long-shot voodoo theories. Well, guess what? We don't.
Is that what you said to him when he called? You didn't want to listen to his theory or his profile of the case? You called it voodoo?
Look, man, what good is a profile? Those things don't narrow down shit. They're bullshit. And that's what I told him. And that was...
His last word was cut off by my phone's warning beep.
What was that?
He asked.
Are you recording this?
No, it's my phone's low battery warning. Terry didn't come over there to talk to you about this?
Nope. I think he ran to the newspaper with it instead. Typical Fed move.
There was a story about his take on this in the Sun?
I wouldn't call it that. I think they pretty much thought he was full of shit, too.
That line revealed an untruth. If Ritz thought McCaleb and his theory were full of shit, he had to have listened to it in order to make such a determination. I believe that it revealed that Ritz had discussed the case with McCaleb, possibly at length. Let me ask you one last thing, and then I'll leave you alone. Did Terry mention something about a triangle theory? Something about 1 point giving 3? Does any of that make sense? The laugh I heard over the phone wasn't pleasant. It wasn't even good-natured.
That was 3 questions, Bosch. 3 questions. 3 sides of a triangle, and 3 strikes and you're...
The phone went dead. Its battery drained. Out, I said, completing Ritz's line. I knew it meant he was not going to answer my question. I closed the phone and dropped it back into my pocket. I had a charger in my car. I'd have the phone back up and running as soon as we got across the Santa Monica Bay. There was still the reporter at the Sun to talk to, but I doubted I'd be having further conversations with Ritz. I got up and walked out onto the stern to have the cool morning air refresh me. Catalina was far in the distance, just a jagged gray rock sticking up in the mist. We were more than halfway across. I heard a little girl exclaim, "There!" very loudly to her mother, and I followed her pointed finger out to the water, where a school of porpoises were breaking the surface in the boat's wake. There must have been 20 of them, and soon the stern became crowded with people and their cameras. I think maybe some of the locals even came out to look. They were beautiful, their gray skin shining like plastic in the morning light. I wondered if they were just having fun or had mistaken the ferry for a fishing boat and were hoping to feed on the debris of the day's catch. Soon the show wasn't enough to hold everyone's attention, and the passengers returned to their former positions. The little girl who first sounded the alert stayed at the gunwale and watched, and so did I, until the porpoises finally dropped off the wake and disappeared in the blue-black sea. I went inside and took up McCaleb's file again. I reread everything he and I had written. No new ideas came up. I then looked at all the photos I had printed out the night before. I had shown the photos of the man named Jordan Shandy to Graciela, but she didn't recognize him and hit me with more questions than answers about him, questions I didn't want to try to answer just yet.
Next in the review were the credit card and phone records. I had already looked at these in Graciella's presence, but wanted to check them more thoroughly. I paid closest attention to the end of February and the beginning of March, when Graciella was sure her husband had been on the mainland. But there was no purchase with a credit card, nor phone call made on his cell that gave any indication of where he was, let alone in Los Angeles or maybe Las Vegas. It was almost as if he wanted to leave no trail. A half hour later, the boat pulled into the Los Angeles harbor and docked next to the Queen Mary, a permanently moored cruise ship that had been turned into a hotel and convention center. As I was walking through the parking lot to my car, I heard a shriek and turned around to see a woman bouncing and swaying upside down from the end of a bungee cord, extending down from a jumping platform at the stern of the Queen Mary. She had her arms clamped to the sides of her torso, and I realized that the reason she had screamed was not because of the fear and adrenaline rush of the free fall, but because her T-shirt had apparently threatened to fall down over her shoulders and head, exposing her to the crowd that lined the railing of the cruise ship. I turned away and headed onto my car. I drive a Mercedes-Benz sport utility vehicle, the kind some people think helps keep terrorists in business. I don't get involved in such debates, but I do know that the people who go on talk shows to argue such things usually pull up in stretch limos. As soon as I got into the car and cranked it, I plugged my phone into the charger and waited for it to come back to life. When it did, I saw I had gotten 2 messages in the 45 minutes the phone had been out of commission. The first was from my old partner, Kisman Ryder, who now handled administrative and planning duties in the Chief of Police's office. She left no message other than a request for me to call her. This was curious because we hadn't talked in nearly a year, and that conversation had not been the most pleasant. Her usual Christmas card to me had carried her signature only, and not the usual cordial note and promise to get together soon. I wrote her direct number down, at least I still rated that, and saved the message. The next message was from Cindy Hinton, the Sun reporter. She was simply returning my call. I started the bends toward the freeway so I could loop over to San Pedro and the Cabrillo Marina, where Terry McCaleb's Jeep was waiting for me. I called Hinton back on the way, and she answered immediately. "Yes, I was calling about Terry McCaleb," I said. "I'm sort of recreating his movements in the last couple months of his life. I assume you had heard he passed away. I remember that the Sun carried an obituary." "Yes, I knew. You said on your message last night that you were an investigator? An investigator for what agency?" "Actually, I'm a state-licensed private detective, but I was a cop for almost 30 years. "Is this related to the missing persons case?" "In what way?" "I don't know. You called me. I don't understand what it is you want." "Well, let me ask you a question. First of all, I know from Detective Ritz over at Metro that Terry had taken an interest in the missing persons case. He studied the facts that were available to him and called on Detective Ritz, offering his time and expertise to work on the case or provide investigative theories. You with me so far?" "Yes, I know all of this." "Okay, good. Terry's offer to Ritz and Vegas Metro was rejected. What my question is what happened next? Did he call you? Did you call him? Did you write a story that said he was investigating this case?" "And why is it that you want to know these things?" "Sorry, hold on a second." I had realized I should not have made the call while driving. I should have expected Hinton to be cagey with me, and should have known the call would need my undivided attention. I glanced at the mirrors and cut across 2 lanes to go down an exit. I didn't even see the sign and didn't know where I was going. I found myself in an industrial area where trucking depots and warehouses lined the street. I pulled to a stop behind a tractor-trailer parked in front of the open garage doors of a warehouse. "Okay, sorry, I'm back. You asked why I wanted to know the answers to these questions. Well, Terry McCaleb was my friend, and I'm picking up some of the things he was working on. I want to finish his work." "There sounds like there's something else, something you're not telling me." I thought for a moment of how to handle this. Giving a reporter information, Especially a reporter you didn't know was risky business. It could snap back on you in bad ways. I had to figure out a way to give her what she needed in order to help me, but then I needed to take it all back.
Hello? Are you still there?
Yeah. Tell you what, can we go off the record here?
Off the record? We're not even talking about anything here.
I know. I'm going to tell you something if I can tell it to you off the record. Meaning you can't use it.
Sure, fine, whatever. We're off the record.
Could you please get to the point or whatever this important information is, because I need to write a story this morning. Terry McCaleb was murdered. No, actually he wasn't. I read the story. He had a heart attack. He had a heart transplant like 6 years before. I know what was put out in the press, and I'm telling you it is wrong. And it will come out that it is wrong, and I'm trying to find out who killed him. Now, can you tell me whether or not you put out a story that had his name in it? She seemed exasperated when she answered. Yes, I wrote one story that he was in, for like a paragraph or two, okay? Just a paragraph? What did it say? It was a follow-up to my story on the missing men. I did a follow-up to see what had come in. You know, what new leads, if any. McCaleb was mentioned, that's all. I said he came forward and offered his help and a theory, but Metro said no thanks. It was worth throwing in because the story was dry as a bone, and he was sort of famous because of the movie and Clint Eastwood and all of that. Does that answer your question? So he didn't call you? Technically, yes, he did. I got his number from Ritz and called him. I left a message and he called me back. So technically he called me, if that's how you want it. What is it you think happened to him, anyway? Did he tell you what his theory was? The one Ritz wasn't interested in? No, he said he didn't want to comment at all, and he asked me to keep his name out of the paper. I talked to my editor, and we decided to keep it in. Like I said, he was famous. Did Terry know you put his name in the story? I don't know. I never spoke to him again. In that one conversation you had, did he say anything about the triangle theory? Triangle theory? No, he didn't. Now, I answered your questions, you answer mine. Who says he was murdered? Is that official? Now it was time to back out. I needed to stop her in her tracks, make sure she wouldn't hang up and immediately start making calls to check me or my story out. Well, not really. Not really? Are you... Well, what exactly makes you say this? Well, because he was in perfect shape and he had a young person's heart in him. So, what about organ rejection and infection? 1,000 different things could have... Do you have any official finding about this or confirmation? Is there an official investigation? No, that would be like asking the CIA to investigate the Kennedy assassination. The third one. It would just be a cover-up. What are you talking about? The third what? The third Kennedy, the son, John. You think his plane just dove into the water like they said? There were 3 witnesses in New Jersey who saw men carrying their bodies onto that plane before it took off. The witnesses have disappeared, too. It was part of the triangle theory, and then... Okay, mister, thanks a lot for your call, but I'm on a deadline right now and need to... She hung up before finishing her own sentence. I smiled. I thought I was safe and was particularly proud of my creativity. I reached over to the passenger seat and lifted the file. I opened it and looked at the chronology. Terry had noted the conversation with Hinton on February 2nd. The story probably ran in the next day or two. As soon as I got to a library with a computer, I would be able to look the story up and get the exact date and read what had been written in the one reference to McCaleb. For the time being, I listed it on the chronology on February 3rd. I studied what I had for a few moments and started putting my own case theory into form. McCaleb sees the January 7th Los Angeles Times story on the missing men. He gets interested. He sees something in the story that the cops may have missed or misinterpreted. He works up a theory and has his thoughts and calls Ritz at Metro 2 days later. Ritz gives him the cold shoulder, but happens to mention the call to Hinton when she does a follow-up. After all, it serves Ritz to keep the story circulating in the press
and dropping a celebrity investigator's name might help do so. Hinton's follow-up story with the mention of McCaleb runs in the Sun the first week of February. Less than 2 weeks later, February 13th, McCaleb is alone on his boat when Jordan Shandy shows up on a water taxi and asks for a half-day charter. McCaleb grows suspicious of the man while they are fishing and surreptitiously takes photos of him. A week later, Shandy is at the Promenade Mall stalking McCaleb's family and surreptitiously taking photographs. The same thing McCaleb had done to him. That same night, someone takes the GPS device from the following sea and possibly tampers with McCaleb's medicine. By February 27th, McCaleb has received the photos of his family at the mall. The origin or method of delivery of the photos is unknown, but this date is documented by the creation record of the photo file on his computer. Just 2 days after putting the photos into his computer, he leaves Catalina for the mainland. His destination is unknown, but his car is returned in dirty condition, as if he had been off-road with it. There is also a record of him having phone numbers for a hospital in Las Vegas and the Mandalay Bay Resort, one of the last known locations of one of the missing men. Possibilities and interpretations abounded. My guess was that everything turned on the photos. I believed that it was seeing those photos that drew McCaleb across to the mainland. I believed that his car came back dirty after 3 days because he had gone into the desert at Zizek's Road. He had taken the bait, whether knowingly or not, and gone to the desert. I looked at my chronology again and concluded that the mention of McCaleb in the follow-up story in the Sun had drawn a response. Shandy was somehow involved in the disappearances. If so, he would probably keep an eye on the media for any updates on the investigation. When he saw McCaleb's name in the follow-up, he came to Catalina to check him out. On the boat that morning, during the 4-hour charter, he could have seen McCaleb taking his medicine, seen the capsules, and hatched a plan to eliminate the threat. That left the question of the GPS device and why it was taken during the February 21st boat break-in. I now believed it was simply taken as cover. Shandy could not be sure his entry to the boat to change Terry's meds would go unnoticed. So he took the device so McCaleb wouldn't wonder further about the intentions of the intruder if he discovered there had been a break-in. The larger question was why McCaleb was seen as a threat if his triangle theory was not revealed in the Sun story. I didn't know. I thought there was a possibility that he wasn't seen as a threat at all, that he was just a celebrity whom Shandy liked outwitting by killing. It was one of the unknowns. It was also one of the contradictions. My theory certainly had contradictions. If the first 6 men disappeared without trace, why was McCaleb killed in such a way that there were witnesses and a body that could possibly reveal the truth? This was incongruous. My only answer was that if McCaleb simply disappeared, then it would spark an investigation and perhaps a second look at his view and theory of the missing men case. This could not be allowed by Shandy, so McCaleb was eliminated in a way that would hopefully seem natural or accidental, and below the radar of suspicion. My theory was built on speculation, and this made me uncomfortable. When I carried a badge, relying on speculation was like putting sand in your gas tank. It was the road to ruin. I felt ill at ease at how easily I had slipped into building theories upon interpretation and speculation, instead of the bedrock of fact. I decided then to put theories aside and go back to concentrating on facts. I knew that Zizek's Road and the desert were real and part of the chain of facts. I had the pictures to prove it. I didn't know if Terry McCaleb had actually gone there or what he might have found if he had. But I now knew I was going there. And that, too, was a fact. Chapter 15.
Buddy Lockridge was waiting in the parking lot at Cabrillo Marina when I got there. I had called him and told him I was on the move and in a hurry. My plan to hook up with him for further discussion would be delayed. I told him I just wanted to quickly go through McCaleb's Cherokee and then move on. I knew what my destination was, whether or not I found anything in the car that pointed me toward the desert and Las Vegas.
"What's all the hurry?"
he asked as I pulled up and got out. "Velocity," I told him. "Main thing about an investigation is to keep your velocity up. You slow down, and you slow down. I don't want that." Before returning the boat keys to Graciela, I had taken the Cherokee's key off the ring. I now used it to unlock the driver's door. I leaned in and began a general observation of the car before getting in.
"Where are you headed?"
Lockridge said from behind me. "San Francisco." I lied, just to see if I'd get a reaction.
"San Francisco? What's up there?"
"I don't know, but I think that's where he went on that last trip."
"Must have taken the dirt roadway."
"Maybe." There was nothing readily apparent in the Cherokee that gave me a second thought. The car was in clean condition. There was a faintly sour odor. It smelled like the windows had been left open during a rainstorm at some point. I opened the compartment between the two front seats and found 2 pairs of sunglasses, a pack of breath-freshening gum, and a small plastic action figure toy. I handed it out the door behind me to Lockridge. "You left your superhero in here, buddy." He didn't take it.
"Funny. That's from McDonald's. There ain't one over there on the island, so the first thing they do when they get over here is take the kids to Mickey D's. It's like crack, man. They get the kids hooked on those French fries and shit early, and then they're hooked for life."
"There are probably worse things." I put the plastic hero back into the compartment and closed it. I leaned further in so I could reach across to open the glove box.
"Hey, you want me to come with you? Maybe I could help."
"No, that's okay, buddy. I'm leaving right from here."
"Hell, I could be ready in 5 minutes. I'll just put some clothes in a bag."
The glove box contained another plastic figure and operating manuals for the car. There was also a box containing a book on tape called The Tin Collectors. There was nothing else. This stop was turning into a bust. All I was getting out of it was Buddy pushing to be my partner. I pulled back out of the car and straightened up. I looked at Lockridge. "No, thanks, Buddy. I'm working this alone."
"Hey, I helped Terry, man. It wasn't like in the movie where I was made out to be the creep who—"
Yeah, I know, buddy. You told me all of that. This has got nothing to do with that. I just work alone. Even with the cops. That's the way I was. That's the way I am." I thought of something and leaned back into the car, checking the windshield on the passenger side for a sticker, like the one seen in the photo of the Zizek's road sign on McCaleb's computer. There was no sticker or anything else in the lower corner of the windshield. It was another confirmation that McCaleb had not taken the photo. I backed out of the car, walked around, and opened the rear hatch. The storage compartment was empty except for a pillow shaped like a cartoon character named SpongeBob SquarePants. I recognized it because my daughter was a SpongeBob fan, and I, too, enjoyed watching the show with her. I guessed he was a favorite in the McCaleb home, too. I then went to one of the rear doors and looked into the passenger compartment. Clean again. But I noticed in the pocket behind the front passenger seat there was a map book that could be reached from the driver's seat. I pulled it out and paged through it, careful not to let Buddy see what I was looking at. On the page for southern Nevada, I noticed that the map included parts of contiguous states. In California, near the southwest corner of Nevada, someone had drawn a circle around the Mojave Preservation Area, and on the right border of the map someone had jotted down several numbers in ink, one above the other, and then added them together. The sum was 86. Below this was written, "Actual 92.
"What is it?"
Lockridge asked, looking through the car at me from the other passenger door.
I closed the map book and dropped it on the car seat. Nothing. It looks like he wrote down some directions for one of his trips or something. I leaned into the car and then down so that I could look under the front passenger seat. I saw more McDonald's toys and some old food wrappers and other debris. Nothing that looked worthwhile. I got out and came around the other side, asking Buddy to step back so I could do the same thing with the driver's seat. Beneath the driver's seat there was more debris, but I noticed several small crumpled balls of paper. I reached under and swept these out so I could see them. I opened one up and smoothed it out and saw that it was a credit card receipt for a purchase of gas in Long Beach. It was dated almost a year earlier. You don't check under the seats when you clean the car, do you, Buddy? They never asked me to, he said defensively. Besides, I really just take care of the outside. Oh, I see. I started unraveling the rest of the paper balls. I didn't expect anything that would help me. I had already reviewed the credit card receipts and knew there were no purchases I could use to pinpoint McCaleb's location on his 3-day trip. But the rule was always to be thorough. There were a variety of receipts for local purchases. This included food items from Safeway and fishing equipment from a San Pedro tackle store. There was a receipt for ginseng extract from a health food store called Better Fit, and a receipt from a Westwood bookstore for a book on tape called Looking for Chet Baker. I never heard of the book, but knew who Chet Baker was. I decided I would check into it later when I had time to read or listen to a book. The rule paid off on the 5th paper ball. I unraveled a cash receipt from a Travel America truck stop in Las Vegas. It was located on Blue Diamond Road, the same street as Vegas Memorial. The date of the purchase was March 2nd. The purchase was for 16 gallons of gasoline, a half-liter of Gatorade, and the book-on-tape edition of The Tin Collectors. The receipt placed McCaleb in Las Vegas during his 3-day trip. It was another confirmation of what I thought I already knew. Nevertheless, my adrenaline kicked in another notch. I wanted to get moving again, keep that case velocity going. You find something? Lockridge asked. I crumpled the receipt and threw it down onto the floor of the car with the others. Not really, I said. Turns out Terry was a big books-on-tape guy. Didn't know that. Yeah, he listened to a lot of them. Out on the boat when he was up on the helm. He usually had the earphones on. I reached back into the car and took the map book off the seat. I'm going to borrow this, I said. I don't think Graciella's going anywhere where she'll need it. I didn't wait for Buddy's approval. I closed the passenger door, hoping that he was buying my act. I then closed the driver's door and locked the vehicle. That's it, Buddy. I'm out of here. You going to be near your phone if anything comes up and I need you? Of course, man. I'm around. It's a mobile anyway. All right, then. You take care. I shook his hand and headed to my black Benz, half expecting to find him following me. But he let me go. As I drove out of the lot, I checked the mirror and saw him still standing next to the Cherokee, watching me go. I took the 710 up to the 10 and rode that out to the 15 freeway. After that, it would be a straight shot out of the smog and into the Mojave and then on to Las Vegas. I had been making this trip 2 or 3 times a month for the past year. I always enjoyed the drive. I liked the starkness of the desert. Maybe I drew from it what Terry McCaleb drew from living on an island, a sense of distance from all the nastiness. As I drove it, I felt the constrictions lift, as if the molecules of my body expanded and got a little more space between each other. Maybe it was no more than a nanometer, but that little narrow space was enough to make a difference. But this time I felt different. I felt as though this time the nastiness was ahead of me, that it was waiting for me in the desert. I was settling into the drive, letting the case facts rotate in my mind, when my cell buzzed. My guess was that it would be Buddy Lockridge making a final plea to be included. But it was Kiz Ryder. I had forgotten to call her back.
So, Harry, I guess I don't even rate a call back from you?
Sorry, Kiz, I was going to call you. I had a busy morning and sort of forgot.
Busy morning? You're supposed to be retired. You're not running around on another case, are you?
Actually, I'm driving to Vegas, and I'm probably about to lose my signal in the dead zone. What's going on?
Well, I saw Tim Marcia this morning when I was getting my coffee. He told me you two had talked recently.
Yeah, yesterday. Is this about that 3-year deal he told me about?
It certainly is, Harry. Have you thought about it?
I just heard about it yesterday. I haven't had time to think about it.
I think you should, Harry. We need you back here.
That's nice to hear, especially from you, Kiz. I thought I was PNG with you.
What does that mean?
Persona non grata.
Come on, now. It was nothing a cooling-off period couldn't cure. Seriously, though, we could use you back here. You could probably work with Tim's unit if you wanted.
If I wanted? Kiz, you make it sound like all I have to do is waltz in there and sign on the dotted line. What do you think? Everybody in that building is going to be there to welcome me back? Are they going to be lined up in the hallway on the 6th floor throwing rice or something while I walk to the chief's office?
You talking about Irving? Irving got downsized. He's running the Department of Future Planning. I'm calling to tell you, Harry, that if you want to come back, then you are back. It's that simple. After I talked to Tim, I went up to 6 and had my usual 9 a.m. with the chief. He knows of you. He knows your work.
I wonder how that could be, since I was gone before he was brought over from New York or Boston or wherever it was they got him from.
He knows because I told him, Harry. Look, let's not get into an argument over this, okay? Everything is cool. All I'm saying is that you should think about it. The clock is ticking on it, and you ought to think about it. You could help us and the city, and maybe even help yourself, depending on where you're at in the world. That last part raised a good question. Where was I in the world? I thought about it for a long moment before speaking.
Yeah, okay, Kiz. I appreciate it, and thanks for putting in the word with the man. Tell me something. When did Irving get dumped? I hadn't heard about that.
That happened a few months ago. I think the chief thought he had his finger in too many pies. He put him to the side.
I couldn't help but smile. Not because Deputy Chief Irvin Irving had always had me under his heel, but because I knew a man like Irving wouldn't let anyone put him to the side, as Kiz had said. The man carries all the secrets, I said.
I know. We're waiting for his move. We'll be ready.
Then good luck to you.
Thanks. So what's it going to be, Harry?
What, you want my answer now? I thought you just told me to think about it.
A guy like you, I already think you know the answer.
I smiled again, but didn't answer. She was wasting her time in administration. She should be back in homicide. She knew how to read people better than anyone I had ever worked with.
Harry, you remember the thing you told me when I first got assigned as your partner?
Chew your food, brush after every meal?
I'm serious.
I don't know what.
Everybody counts, or nobody counts.
I nodded and was quiet for a moment.
Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Words to live by.
I guess so.
Well, think about that while you're thinking about coming back.
If I come back, I'm going to need a partner.
What, Harry? You're breaking up.
I'm going to need a partner.
There was a pause, and I think now she was smiling too. That's a possibility.
She cut out on me. I think I knew what she was going to say. I bet you miss it as much as me.
Harry, you're going into the dead zone. Call me back when... Don't take too long.
Okay, Kiz, I'll let you know.
I was still smiling after closing the phone.
There is nothing like being wanted or being welcomed, being valued. But also the idea of having a badge again in order to do what I had to do. I thought about Ritz at Metro and how he had treated me,
how I had to fight just to get the attention and help of some people. I knew a lot of that would go away with the badge again. In the last 2 years, I had learned that the badge didn't necessarily make the man, but it sure as hell made the man's job easier. And for me, it was more than a job. I knew that badge or no badge, there was one thing on this earth I could and should be doing. I had a mission in this life, just as Terry McCaleb had. Spending the day before in his floating shop of horrors, studying his cases and his dedication to his mission, made me realize what was important and what I had to do. In his dying, my silent partner may have saved me. After 40 minutes of mulling over my future and considering my choices, I came to the sign I had seen in the photo on Terry's computer. Zysix Road, 1 mile. It was not the exact sign. I could tell by the horizon behind it. The photo had been taken from the other side, by someone heading to L.A. from Vegas. Nevertheless, I felt a deep tug of anticipation. Everything I had seen or read or heard since Graciela McCaleb had called me led to this place. I put on the blinker and took the exit off the freeway. Chapter 16. Mid-morning on the day after Rachel Walling's arrival, the agents assigned to what had been labeled the Zysix Road case gathered in person and by phone in the squad room on the 3rd floor of the John Lawrence Bailey building in Las Vegas. The room was windowless and poorly ventilated. A photograph of Bailey, an agent killed during a bank robbery 20 years earlier, looked upon the proceedings. The agents in attendance sat at tables lined in rows facing the front of the room. At the front was Randall Alpert, and a 2-way television that was connected by phone and camera to a squad room in Quantico, Virginia. On the screen was Agent Brasilia Doran, waiting to provide her report. Rachel was at the 2nd row of tables, sitting off by herself. She knew her place here and outwardly tried to show it. Alpert convened the meeting by graciously introducing those present. Rachel thought that this was a nicety allowed for her, but soon realized that not everyone in attendance in person or by audiovisual hookup knew everyone else. Alpert first identified Doran, also known as Brass, on the line from Quantico, where she was handling the collating of information and acting as liaison to the National Lab. He then asked each person seated in the room to identify themselves and their specialty or position. First was Sherry Dye, who said she was the case agent. Next to her was her partner, Tom Zygo. Next was John Cates, a representative agent from the local FO and the only non-white person in attendance. The next 4 people were from the science side, and Rachel had seen and met 2 of them at the site the day before. They included a forensic anthropologist named Greta Cox, who was in charge of the excavations, 2 medical examiners named Harvey Richards and Douglas Sundin, and a crime scene specialist named Mary Pond. Ed Gunning, another agent from behavioral sciences in Quantico, brought the introductions around to Rachel, who was last. "Agent Rachel Walling," she said, "Rapid City Field Office, formerly with behavioral. I have some familiarity with a case like this."
Okay, thanks, Rachel,
Alpert said quickly, as though he thought Rachel was going to mention Robert Backus by name. This told Rachel that there were people in the room who had not been informed of the major fact of the case. She guessed that would be Cates, the token agent from the FO. She wondered if some of the science team, or all of it, was in the dark as well.
Let's start with the science side, Alpert continued. First of all, Brass, anything from out there?
Not on science. I think your crime scene people have all of that. Hello, Rachel. Long time. Hello, Brass, Rachel said quietly. Too long. She looked at the screen and their eyes met.
Rachel realized that it had probably been 8 years since she had actually seen Duran. She looked weary, her mouth and eyes drawn down, her hair short in a cut that suggested she didn't spend much time with it. She was an empath, Rachel knew, and the years were taking their toll.
"You look good," Duran said. "I guess all that fresh air and open country agrees with you."
Alpert stepped in and saved Rachel from delivering a false compliment in return.
"Greta, Harvey, who wants to go first?" he asked, stepping all over the electronic reunion.
"I guess I will, since everything starts with the dig,"
Greta Cox said.
"As of 7 p.m. yesterday, we have fully excavated 8 bodies, and they are at Nellis. This afternoon, when we get back there, we will begin with number 9. What we saw with the first excavations is holding true with the latter. The plastic bags in each incident and the—"
"Greta, we have a tape going here," Alfred interrupted. "Let's be fully descriptive, as if speaking to an uninformed audience. Don't hold back." Except when it comes to mentioning Robert Backus, Rachel thought.
"Okay, sure," Cox said. All 8 bodies excavated and exhumed so far have been fully clothed. Decomposition is extensive. Hands and feet bound by tape all have plastic bags over the head, which in turn have been taped around the neck. There is no variation on this methodology, even between victims 1 and 2, which is unusual. Late the day before, Rachel had seen the photos. She had gone back into the command RV and looked at the wall of photos. It seemed clear to her that the men had all been suffocated. The plastic bags had not been clear plastic, but even in their opaqueness she could see the features of the faces and the mouths wide open and searching for air that wasn't going to come. They reminded her of photos of wartime atrocities, disinterred bodies from mass graves in Yugoslavia or Iraq.
"Why is that unusual?" Alfred asked.
"Because what we most often see is that the killing plan evolves. For lack of a better way of describing it, the killing gets better. The unsub learns from victim to victim how to do it better. That is usually seen in the data we have."
Rachel noted that Cox had used the word unsub, short for unknown subject. It most likely meant she was out of the loop and didn't know that the subject was very much known to the FBI.
"Okay, so the methodology was set from day 1, Alfred said. Anything else, Greta?"
"Just that we will probably be finished with the excavations the day after tomorrow, unless we get another hit with the probes."
"Are we still probing?"
"Yes, when we have the time. But we've gone 60 feet past the last hit with the probes and haven't gotten anything. We also got another flyover from Nellis last night. There was nothing new from thermal imaging, so we feel pretty comfortable at this time that we've got them all."
And thank God for that. "Harvey, what have you got for us?"
Richards cleared his throat and leaned forward so that his voice would be heard by the electronic pickups, wherever they were.
"Greta's right. We have all 8 excavated so far in the morgue at Nellis. So far, the veil of secrecy is holding up. I think people there think we're bringing in aliens off a crashed saucer in the desert. This is how urban legends start, people."
Only Alpert cracked a smile. Richards continued.
"We've conducted full autopsies on 4 so far and initial exams of the others. Similar to what Greta said, we're not finding a hell of a lot of difference from body to body. This guy is a robot, no variation on theme. It's almost like the killings themselves are of no import. Perhaps it is the hunt that juices this guy, or perhaps the killings are just part of a larger plan we don't know about yet."
Rachel stared pointedly at Alpert. She hated that people working so closely on the case were still working in the dark. But she knew if she said anything, she would quickly be on the outside looking in. She didn't want that.
"You have a question, Rachel?"
He'd caught her off guard. She hesitated.
Why are the bodies being taken to Nellis instead of here or L.A.?
She knew the answer before asking the question, but needed to say something to escape the moment. It's easier to keep a lid on things this way. The military knows how to keep a secret. His tone suggested an unspoken final line. Do you? He swung his view back to Richards. Doctor, go on. Rachel picked up on the subtle difference. Alpert had called Richards doctor, whereas he had simply addressed Greta Cox by her first name. It was a character trait. Alpert either had trouble with women in positions of power and knowledge, or he didn't respect the science of anthropology. She guessed it was the former. Well, we're looking at suffocation as the cause on these, Richard said. It's pretty obvious from what we've got. There is not a lot left to work with on most of them, but with what we've got, we're not seeing other injuries. The unsub overpowers in some way, tapes wrists and ankles, and then puts the bag in place over the head. The taping around the neck, we think, is significant. That is indicative of a slow death. In other words, the unsub was not holding the bag in place. He took his time, pulled it over the head, taped it, and then could step back to watch. Doctor, Rachel asked, was the tape applied from the front or back? The ends are at the back of the neck, indicating to me that the bag may have been pulled over from behind, possibly when the victim was in a sitting position, and then taped in place. So he, the, unsub, may have been ashamed or afraid to face his victims when he did this? Quite possibly. How are we doing on identification? Alpert asked. Richards looked at Sundin, and he took over. Still just the 5 that were included in the Las Vegas investigation. We assume the 6th from their group will be one of the final 2 excavations. The others we have nothing on so far. We've got no usable prints. We've forwarded the clothing, what's left of it, to Quantico, and perhaps Brass has an update on that. Meantime, we— No update, Duran said from the television screen. Okay, Sundin said. We have the dental data just going into the computer today, so maybe we'll get a hit there. Other than that, we're just waiting for something to happen. He nodded at the completion of his report. Alpert took back the lead. I want to go to Brass last, so let's hear about the soil. Mary Pond took it from there. We've sifted all of the sites, and it's all come up clean, except for one piece we got yesterday that is exciting. In Excavation 7, we found a wad of gum in a wrapper. Juicy fruit, according to the wrapper. It was between 24 and 30 inches down in a 3-foot grave. So we really feel it is related and could be a good break for us. Dental? Alpert asked. Yes, we have dental. I can't tell you what yet, but it looked like 3 good impressions. I boxed it and sent it to Brass. Yes, it's here, Duran said from the television. Came in this morning. I put it in motion, but I don't have anything on it yet either. Maybe late today. I agree, though. From what I saw, we'll get at least 3 teeth out of it. Maybe even DNA. Could be all we need, Alpert added excitedly. Even though she distinctly remembered that Bob Backus had a habit of chewing juicy fruit gum, Rachel was not excited. The gum in the grave was too good to be true. She thought there was no way that Backus would allow himself to leave such important evidence behind. He was too good as both a killer and agent for that. She could not properly express this doubt in the meeting, however, because of her agreement with Alpert not to bring up Backus in front of other agents. It's got to be a plant, she said. Alpert looked at her a moment, weighing the risk of asking her why. A plant? Why do you say that, Rachel? Because I can't see why this guy who is burying a body in the middle of nowhere, probably in the middle of the night,
would take the time to put his shovel down, take the gum out of his mouth, wrap it in its foil, which he had to take out of his pocket, and then drop it. I think if he'd been chewing gum, he would have just spit it out. But I don't think he was chewing gum. I think he picked that little wad up somewhere, brought it to the grave, and dropped it in so we would spin our wheels with it when he decided to lead us to the bodies with his GPS trick. She glanced around the room. She had their eyes, but she could tell she was more of a curiosity to them than a respected colleague. The silence was broken by the television. "I think Rachel is probably right," Duran said. "We have been manipulated from day one on this. Why not with the gum? It does seem like an incredible mistake for such a well-planned action." Rachel noticed Duran wink at her. "1 piece of gum, 1 mistake, and 8 graves?" said Gunning, one of the agents from Quantico. "I don't think that is such a long shot. We all know nobody's ever committed the perfect crime. Yes, people get away, but they all make mistakes." "Well," Alpert said, "let's wait and see what we get with this before we jump to any conclusions one way or the other. Mary, anything else?" "Not at this time."
"Then let's go to Agent Cates to see how the locals are doing with the IDs."
Cates opened a leather-bound folder on the table in front of him. It contained a legal pad with notes on it. That he had such a nice and expensive holder for a basic legal pad told Rachel that he was very proud of his work and what he did. Either that or the person who gave him the folder had those feelings. Either way, it made Rachel like him right away. It also made her feel like she was missing something. She no longer carried that kind of pride in the Bureau or what she did.
"Okay, we started sniffing around Vegas Metro on their missing persons case. We're handicapped by the need for secrecy, so we're not going in there like gangbusters. We've just made contact and said we're interested because of the state line thing. Victims from multiple states and even one other country. That gives us an in, but we don't want to show our hand by blasting in there, so we're supposed to have a sit-down with them later today. Once we reach the beach, so to speak, we'll start back tracing those individuals and looking for the common denominator. Keep in mind these guys have been on this for several weeks, and as far as we know, don't have shit."
"Agent Cates," Alpert said. "The tape."
"Oh, excuse my language there. They don't have anything, is what I meant to say." "Very good, Agent Cates. Keep me informed."
And only silence followed. Alpert continued to smile warmly at Cates until the local agent got the message.
"Oh, you want me to leave?" "I want you out there working on those victims," Alpert said. "No sense wasting time in here listening to us hash things around to no end." "Okay, then."
Cates got up. If he had been a white man, the embarrassment would have been more recognizable on his face.
"Thank you, Agent Cates," Alpert said to his back as he went through the door.
Alpert then turned his attention back to the table.
"I think Mary, Greta, Harvey, and Doug can all be excused as well. We need you guys back in the trenches, I'm afraid. No pun intended."
There was that administrative smile again.
"Actually," Mary Pond said, "I'd like to stay and hear what Brass has to say. It might help me in the field."
Alpert lost his smile at the challenge.
"No," he said firmly. "That won't be necessary."
An uneasy silence engulfed the room, until it was finally punctuated by the sounds of the science team's chairs being pushed back from their tables. The 4 of them got up and left the room without speaking. It was painful for Rachel to watch. The unchecked arrogance of command staff was endemic in the Bureau. It was never going to change.
"Now, where were we?"
Alpert said, easily morphing past what he had just done to 5 good people.
"Brass, your turn now. I have you down here for the boat, the tape and bags, the clothes, the GPS device, And now you have the gum, which we all know will lead nowhere. Thank you very much, Agent Walling. He said the word agent like it was synonymous with idiot. Rachel raised her hands in surrender. Sorry, I didn't know half the field team is in the dark on the suspect. Funny, but when I was in behavioral, we never did it that way. We pooled information and knowledge. We didn't hide it from one another. You mean when you were working for the man we are looking for right now? Look, Agent Alpert, if you were trying to taint me with that brush, then you— This is a classified case, Agent Walling. That is all I'm trying to get across to you. As I told you before, it is need to know. Obviously. Alpert turned away from her as if dismissing her from memory and looked at the television screen. Brass, can you begin, please? Alpert made sure he stood between Rachel and the screen to further underline her position as outsider on the case. Okay, Doran said. I have something significant and, well, strange to begin with. I told you about the boat yesterday. The initial fingerprint analysis of manageable surfaces came back negative. It had been out there in the elements for who knows how long. So we took it another step. Agent Alpert approved disassembly of the evidence, and that was done in the hangar at Nellis last night. On the boat, there are grip locations, handholds for moving the boat. This, at one time, was a Navy lifeboat, built in the late 30s and probably sold off as military surplus after World War II. As Doran continued, Di opened a file and pulled out a photo of the boat. She held it for Rachel to see, since Rachel had never actually seen the boat. It was already at Nellis by the time she had gotten to the excavation site. She thought it was amazing and typical that the Bureau could amass so much information about a boat set adrift in the desert, but so little about the crime it was attached to. We could not get into the interior of the grip holes with our first analysis. When we disassembled the piece, we were able to get in there. This is where we got lucky, because this little hollow was protected from the elements for the most part. And? Alpert asked impatiently. He obviously wasn't interested in the journey, he just wanted the destination. And we got 2 prints out of the port side grip on the bow. This morning we ran them through the data banks and got a hit almost right away. This is going to sound strange, but the prints came from Terry McCaleb. How can that be? Asked Di. Alpert didn't say anything. His eyes stared down at the table in front of him. Rachel sat quiet as well, her mind racing to catch up with and understand this latest piece of information. At some point, he put his hand into the grip hole on the boat. That's the only way it can be, Doran said. But he's dead, Alpert said. What? Rachel exclaimed. Everyone in the room turned and looked at her. Di slowly nodded. He died about a month ago. Heart attack. I guess the news didn't get to South Dakota. Doran's voice came from the speaker. Rachel, I am so sorry. I should have gotten word to you, but I was too upset about it and went out to California right away. I'm sorry. I should have told you. Rachel looked down at her hands. Terry McCaleb had been her friend and colleague. He was one of the empaths. She felt a sudden and deep sense of loss, despite the fact that she had not spoken to him in years. Their shared experiences had left them bonded for life, and now that life, for him, was gone. Okay, people, let's take a break here, Alpert said. 15 minutes and then back in here. Brass, can you call back? I will. I've got more to report. Talk to you then. They all filed out to get coffee or use the restrooms, to leave Rachel alone. Are you all right, Agent Walling? Alpert asked. She looked up at him. The last thing she would take would be comfort from him. I'm fine, she said,
moving her eyes back to the blank TV screen. Chapter 17. Rachel remained in the conference room by herself. Her initial shock gave way to a wave of guilt coming up behind her like a following sea. Terry McCaleb had attempted to contact her over the years. She had gotten the message, but had never responded. She had sent him a card and a note when he was in the hospital recovering from the transplant. That had been 5 or 6 years ago. She couldn't remember. She did remember specifically deciding not to put a personal return address on the envelope. At the time, she told herself it was because she wasn't going to be stuck in Minot for very long. But she knew then, as she knew now, that the real reason was she didn't want the connection. She didn't want the questions about the choices she had made. She didn't want that link to the past. Now she didn't have to worry. The link was forever gone. The door opened and Sherry Dye looked in. "Rachel, do you want a bottle of water?" "Sure, that would be nice, thank you." "Tissues?" "No, that's all right, I'm not crying." "Be right back." Dye closed the door. "I don't cry," Rachel said to no one. She put her elbows on the table and held her hands over her face. In the darkness she saw a memory. She and Terry on a case. They weren't partners, but Bacchus had put them together on this one. It was a crime scene analysis, a bad one. A mother and daughter tied up and thrown into the water, the girl squeezing so hard on a crucifix it left its full impression on her hand. The mark was still there when the bodies were found. Terry was working with the photos, and Rachel went to the cafeteria to get coffee. When she came back, she could tell he had been crying. That was when she knew he was an empath, that he was her kind. Dye came back into the room and put a bottle of spring water and a plastic cup down in front of her. "You okay?" "Yes, fine. Thanks for the water." "It was quite a shock. I didn't really know him, and it bowled me over when the word spread." Rachel just nodded. She didn't want to talk about it. The speakerphone rang, and Rachel reached for it ahead of Dye. She picked up the handset rather than push the teleconference button. This way she could speak privately at first to Duran. At least Duran's side of it would not be overheard. "Brass?" "Rachel, hi. I am so sorry I didn't—" "It's all right. It isn't your job to keep me informed of everything." "I know, but this I should have told you about. It was probably in one of the bulletins, and I just missed it. It's just strange finding out about it this way." "I know. I'm sorry." "So, you went to the funeral?" "The service, yes. It was out on the island where he lived. Catalina. It was really beautiful there, and really sad." "Were there many agents?" "No, not too many. It was kind of hard to get to. You have to take a ferry. But there were a few, and there were some cops and family and friends. Clint Eastwood was there. I think he took his own helicopter out." The door opened and Alpert came in. He seemed renewed, as if he had been sucking on pure oxygen during the break. The other 2 agents, Zygo and Gunning, followed him in and sat down. "We're ready to start," Rachel said to Duran. "I've got to put you on the screen now." "Okay, Rachel. We'll talk later." Rachel handed the phone to Alpert, who set up the teleconference. Duran appeared on the screen, looking more tired than before.
"Okay," Alpert said. "We ready to continue?"
After no one said a word, he continued.
"All right, then. What do these prints on the boat mean?"
"It means we've got to find out when and why McCaleb was out in the desert before he died," Dye said.
"And it means we've got to go over to L.A. and take a look at his death," Gunning said. "Just to be sure a heart attack was a heart attack."
"I agree with that, but there is a problem," Duran said. "He was cremated."
That sucks, said Gunning. Was there an autopsy? Albert asked. Blood and tissue taken? I don't know about that, Duran said. All I know is that he was cremated. I flew out for the service. The family let his ashes go over the side of his boat. Alpert looked at the faces around the room and stopped at Gunning's. Ed, you're on it. Go over there and see what you can come up with. Do it quick. I'll call over to the FO over there and tell him to give you the people you need. And for God's sake, keep it out of the press. McCaleb was a minor celebrity because of the movie thing. If the press gets a whiff of this, they'll be on us like the jacket on a book.
Got it.
Other ideas, suggestions?
Nobody said anything at first. Then Rachel cleared her throat and spoke quietly. You know, Bacchus was Terry's mentor, too. There was a pause of silence, and then Duran said, That's right. When they started the mentoring program, Terry was the first one Bacchus picked. I was next after that.
And what is the significance of that to us now? Alpert asked.
Rachel shrugged. Who knows? But Bacchus called me out with the GPS. Maybe he called Terry out before me. Everybody paused for a moment to think about that. I mean, why am I here? Why did he send the package to me when he knows I'm not in behavioral anymore? There's a reason. Bacchus has some kind of plan. Maybe Terry was the first part of it. Alpert slowly nodded his head. I think it is an angle we need to be aware of. He could be watching Rachel, Duran said.
Well, let's not jump ahead of ourselves here, Alpert said. Let's stay with the facts. Agent Walling, I want you to exercise all caution, of course, but let's check out the McCaleb situation and see what we've got before we start jumping. Meantime, Brass, what else have you got?
They waited as Duran looked down and off camera at some paperwork and apparently shifted gears from McCaleb back to the rest of the evidence. We've got something that might tie in with McCaleb, but let me go down my list and get this other stuff out of the way first. First, we're just starting now with the tape and the bags recovered with the bodies. Give us another day on that, and I'll have a report. Let's see, on the clothes, they're probably going to be in the drying room another week before they're ready for analysis, so nothing there. The gum we already talked about. We'll put the dental profile into the bite mark database by the end of the day, which leaves the GPS. Rachel noticed that everyone in the room was staring intently at the television screen. It was as if Duran was in the room with them. We're making some good progress here. We traced the serial number to a Big 5 sporting goods store in Long Beach, California. Agents from the Los Angeles FO went to the store yesterday and obtained a store sales record showing the purchase of this Gulliver 100 model by a man named Aubrey Snow. Turns out Mr. Snow is a fishing guide and was out on the water yesterday. Last night, when he finally returned to dock, he was questioned at length about his Gulliver. He told us that he lost the device about 11 months ago in a poker game with several other guides. It was valuable because at the time it had several waypoints corresponding to his favorite or most productive fishing spots along the coast of Southern California and Mexico.
Did he give us the guy who won it? Alpert asked quickly.
Unfortunately, no. It was an impromptu game. There was bad weather at the time, and business was slow. A lot of guides were stuck in dock, and they were getting together to play poker almost every night. Different nights, different players. A lot of drinking. Mr. Snow could not remember a name or much else about the man who won the GPS. He didn't think he was from the marina where Mr. Snow keeps his boat because he hasn't seen the man since. The FO was supposed to get together with Snow and an artist today so they can try to come up with a picture of this guy. But even if they get a good drawing, that area has marinas and fishing charters all over the place. I was already told that the FO has only 2 agents to spare on this.
I'll make a call and change that, Alpert said.
When I call to get Ed set up on the McCaleb thing, I'll get more bodies on this. I'll go right to Rusty Havershaw. Rachel knew the name. Havershaw was the special agent in charge of the Los Angeles field office. "That'll be a help," Durant said. "You said this connects to McCaleb. How so?" "Well, did you see the movie?" "Actually, no, I didn't get around to it." "Well, McCaleb was running a fishing charter out of Catalina. I don't know how plugged in he was to that community, but there is a possibility that he knew some of the guides in those poker games." "I see. It's a stretch, but it is there. Ed, keep that in mind." "Got it." There was a knock on the door, but Alpert ignored it. Sherry Dye got up and answered it. Rachel could see it was Agent Cates. He whispered something to Dye. "Anything else, Brass?" Alpert asked. "Not at the moment. I think we need to shift emphasis to L.A. and find—" "Excuse me," Dye said, bringing Cates back into the room. "Listen to this." Cates flicked his hands up like he was signaling that this was no big deal. I just got a call from the checkpoint out at the site. They're holding a man there who just drove up. He's a private detective from L.A. His name is Hieronymus Bosch. You mean Hieronymus Bosch?" Rachel asked. "Like the painter?" "Yeah, that's it. I don't know about any painter, but that is how my guy said it. Anyway, this is the deal. They put him in one of the RVs and took a look in his car without him knowing. He had a file on the front seat. There are notes and stuff, but there also are photos. One of the photos is of the boat." "You mean the boat from out there?" Alpert asked. "Yeah, the one that marked the first grave. There also was a news article on the 6 missing men." Alpert looked at the others in the room for a moment before speaking. "Sherry and Tom, call Nellis and have them get ready with a chopper," he finally said. "Get out there and get going. And take Agent Walling with you." Chapter 18. They put me in an RV and told me to make myself at home. There was a kitchen and a table and a sitting area. There was a window, but the view was of the side of another RV. The air conditioning was on, and that kept the smell out for the most part. When I asked questions, they hadn't answered them. They told me that other agents were coming soon to speak to me. An hour went by, and it gave me time to think about what I had stumbled into. There was no doubt that this was a body recovery site. The smell, that unmistakable smell, was in the air. Besides that, I had seen 2 unmarked vans with no windows on the sides or back. That told me something right there. Body movers. And there was more than one body to be moved. At the 90-minute mark, I was sitting on the couch reading a month-old FBI bulletin I had picked up off the coffee table. I heard a helicopter fly over the RV, and then its turbines rev down and quit after it landed. 5 minutes later, the RV's door opened, and the agents I had been waiting for came in. 2 women and a man. One of the women I recognized right off, but I couldn't place from where. She was late 30s, tall and pretty with dark hair. There was a deadness in her eyes that I had seen before, too. She was an agent, and that meant there could have been a lot of places where our paths had crossed. "Mr. Bosch?" said the other woman, the one in charge. "I'm Special Agent Sherry Dye. This is my partner Tom Zygo, and this is Agent Walling. Thank you for waiting for us." "Oh, I had a choice? I didn't realize that." "Of course. I hope they didn't tell you that you had to stay." She smiled disingenuously. I decided not to argue the point and get things off to a bad start. "Do you mind if we move into the kitchen and sit at the table?" Dye asked. "I think it will be best to talk there." I shrugged like it didn't matter, but I knew it did. They were going to sit me down and then corner me, one sitting across from me and then one on either side. I got up and took the seat I knew they'd want me in,
the one where my back would be to the wall. "So," Di said after sitting down across the table from me, "what brings you out to the desert, Mr. Bosch?" I made the shrug again. I was getting good practice at it. "I was just on my way to Vegas and pulled off to look for a place to take care of some business." "What kind of business?" I smiled. "I had to take a leak, Agent Di." Now she smiled. "Oh, and then you just happened to stumble onto our little outpost here." "Something like that." "Something like that. It is hard to miss. How many bodies you got out there?" "What makes you ask that? Who said anything about bodies?" I smiled and shook my head. She was going to play it hard all the way. "Do you mind if we take a look inside your car, Mr. Bosch?" she asked. "I think you probably already have." "And what makes you think that?" "I was a cop in L.A. I worked with the FBI before." "And so you know it all?" "Put it this way. I know what a body dig smells like, and I know you've looked in my car. You just want to get my permission now to cover your ass. I'm not giving it to you. Stay out of my car." I looked at Zygo, and then over at Walling. It was then that I placed her, and a whole profusion of questions came up out of the depths. "I remember you now," I said. "It's Rachel, right?" "Excuse me?" Walling asked. "We actually met once, a long time ago in L.A., in Hollywood Division. You were out from Quantico. You were chasing the poet, and you thought one of the guys on the table was the next target. All the time you were right there with the poet." "You worked homicides?" "That's right." "How's Ed Thomas?" "Like me, he retired, but Ed went and opened a bookstore down in Orange. Sells mystery novels, if you can believe it." "I can." "You're the one who shot Bacchus, right? In the house on the hill?" She didn't answer. Her eyes went from mine to Agent Di's. There was something I didn't get. Walling was playing the lesser role here, but she obviously should have had seniority on Di and her partner Zygo. Then I put it together. She had probably been knocked down a notch or two in the scandal that came in the aftermath of the poet investigation. That leap led to another. I took a shot in the dark. "That was a long time ago," I said. "Even before Amsterdam." Walling's eyes flared for a split second, and I knew I had hit something solid. "How do you know about Amsterdam?" Di asked quickly. I looked back over at her. I pulled out the shrug again and gave it to her. "I just know, I guess. Is that what this is about? Is that the poet's work out there? He's back, isn't he?" Di looked at Zygo and signaled him to the door. He got up and left the RV. Di then leaned forward so that I would not misunderstand the severity of the situation and her words. "We want to know what you are doing here, Mr. Bosch, and you are not going anywhere until we get what we want." I mirrored her posture by leaning forward. Our faces were 2 feet apart. "Your guy at the checkpoint took my license. I'm sure you took a look at it and know what I do. I'm working a case, and it's confidential." Zygo came back in. He was short and squat, must have just made it in over bureau regs. His hair was cut short like a military man's. He carried Terry McCaleb's file on the missing men in his hand. I knew inside it were the photos I had printed from Terry's computer. Zygo put the file down in front of Di, and she opened it. The photo of the old boat was on top. She lifted it and slid it across to me. "Where did you get this?" "That's confidential." "Who are you working for?" "That's confidential." She flipped through the photos and came to the surreptitious shot Terry had taken of Shandy. She held it up to me. "Who is this?" "I don't know for sure, but I'm thinking it's the long-lost Robert Bacchus." "What?"
Walling exclaimed.
She reached over and grabbed the photo out of Di's hands. I watched her eyes flick back and forth as she studied it. "Jesus Christ," she whispered. She got up and walked with the photo over to the kitchen counter. She put it down and studied it some more. "Rachel?" Di asked. "Don't say anything else." Di turned back to the file. She spread the other photos of Shandy out on the table. She then looked back up at me. There was fire in her eyes now. "Where did you take these photos?" "I didn't." "Who did? And don't say it's confidential again, Bosch, or you're going to find yourself in a deep, dark hole until it becomes unconfidential. This is your last chance." I had been in one of the FBI's deep, dark holes before. I knew if I had to, I could take her best shot. But the truth was, I wanted to help. I knew I should help. I had to balance that desire with what would be the best move for Graciela McCaleb. I had a client, and I had to protect her. "Tell you what," I said. "I want to help, and I want you to help me. Let me make a phone call and see if I can't get released from confidentiality. How does that sound?" "You need a phone?" "I have one. I just don't know if it works out here." "It will. We put up a repeater." "That's nice. You guys think of everything." "Make your call." "I need to do it in private." "Then we'll leave you here. 5 minutes, Mr. Bosch." I was back to Mr. Bosch with her. That was an improvement. "Actually, I would rather you wait here while I took a walk out in the desert. More private that way." "Suit yourself. Just do it." I left Rachel standing at the counter staring at the photo, and Di at the table, looking at the file. I was escorted out of the RV and out to the open desert near the makeshift helicopter landing pad. Zygo stopped and let me walk on out by myself. He lit a smoke and kept his eyes on me. I pulled out my phone and checked the screen showing my last 10 calls. I chose Buddy Lockridge's number and called it. I knew I had a good shot at reaching him because his phone was a cell. "Yeah." It didn't sound like him. "Buddy?" "Yeah, who is this?" "It's Bosch. Where are you?" "I'm in bed, man. You always call me in bed." I looked at my watch. It was past noon. "Well, get up. I'm putting you to work." His voice immediately took on an alertness. "I'm up. What do you want me to do?" I tried to quickly put together a plan. On the one hand, I was annoyed with myself for not bringing McCaleb's computer with me, but on the other hand, I knew that if I had brought it, then it would be in the Bureau's hands now and not much use to me. "I need you to get to the following sea as fast as you can. In fact, take a helicopter and I'll pay you back. Just get over there and get on the boat." "Not a problem. Then what?" "Go on Terry's computer and into the photos. Print out the front and side shots of Shandy. Can you do that?" "Yeah, but I thought you had already printed." "I know, buddy. I need you to do it again. Print those out. Then go up into the file boxes on top. I forgot which box, but one of them has a file on a guy named Robert Backus. It's the poet. Yeah, I know which one." "Of course you do," I almost said. "Okay, good. Take the file and the photos and bring them to Las Vegas." "Vegas? I thought you were in San Francisco." For a moment that confused me, but then I remembered how I'd lied to him to throw him off my track. "Change my mind. Bring it all to Las Vegas. Check into a hotel and wait for my call. Make sure your phone is charged. But don't call me. I'll call you." "How come I can't call you when I get in?" "Because in another 20 minutes I may not have this phone. Get moving now, buddy." "You're going to pay for all of this, right?" "I'll pay. I'll also pay you for your time. You're on the clock, buddy, so get moving." "All right, I'm on it. You know, there's a ferry in 20 minutes. I could take that and save you a bunch of money, you know." "Take a chopper. You'll beat the ferry by an hour. I need that hour." "Okay, man, I'm gone." "And, buddy, don't tell anybody where you're going and what you're doing."
Right? He hung up, and I checked Zygo before disconnecting. The agent had on dark glasses now, but it appeared he was watching me. I faked like I had lost the signal and yelled hello a few times into the phone. I then closed it and reopened it and called Graciella's number. My luck was holding. She was home and answered. Graciella, it's Harry. Some things are happening, and I need your permission to talk with the FBI about Terry's death and my investigation.
The FBI? Harry, I told you I couldn't go to them first, not until
I didn't go to them. They came to me. I'm out in the middle of the desert, Graciella. Things I found in Terry's office led me out here, and the FBI was already here. I think it is safe to talk. I think the person they are looking for here is the one who hurt Terry. I don't think this is going to come back on you now. I think I should talk to them, tell them what I've got. It might help catch this guy.
Who is it?
Robert Backus. Do you know the name? Did Terry mention it? There was silence while she thought about it.
I don't think so. Who is it?
A guy he used to work with.
An agent?
Yes. He was the one they called the Poet. Did you ever hear Terry talk about the Poet?
Yes. A long time ago, 3 or 4 years, I remember he was upset because I think he was supposed to be dead, but it looked like he wasn't, something like that.
It must have been around the time that Backus had supposedly resurfaced in Amsterdam. Terry had probably just gotten the internal files on the investigation. Nothing since then?
No, I can't remember anything.
Okay, Graciella. So what do you think? I cannot talk to them unless you allow it. I think it is okay.
Then go ahead, if you think it will help.
It means they'll be coming out there soon. FBI agents. They'll probably take the following sea back to the mainland to go over it.
What for?
Evidence. This guy was on the boat, first as a charter, and then he came back and snuck on. That was when he changed the meds.
Oh.
And they'll also come to the house. They'll want to talk to you. Just be honest, Graciella. Tell them everything. Don't hold anything back, and it will be all right.
Are you sure, Harry?
Yes, I'm sure. So, you're all right with this?
I'm all right.
We said goodbye and disconnected. As I was walking back toward Zygo, I opened my phone again and called my home number. I then disconnected and repeated the process 9 more times, wiping out any record on my phone of the calls to Buddy Lockridge and Graciella McCaleb. If things went wrong in the RV and Di wanted to know who I called, it wouldn't be easy for her. She'd get nothing off my phone. She'd have to go to the phone company with a warrant. As I approached, Zygo saw what I was doing. He smiled and shook his head. You know, Bosch, if we wanted your phone numbers, we would have picked them out of the air. Is that right? That's right, if we wanted to. Wow, you guys are really rather special, aren't you? Zygo looked at me over his sunglasses. Don't be an asshole, Bosch. It gets tiring after a while.
You should know. Chapter 19. Zygo escorted me back in without another word. Agent Di was waiting at the table. Rachel Walling still stood by the counter. I calmly sat down and looked at Di. "How'd it go?" she asked in a pleasant tone. "It went fine. My client says I can talk to you. But it's not going to be a one-way street. We trade. I answer your questions, you answer mine." She shook her head. That's not how it works. This is an FBI investigation. We don't trade information with amateurs." "You're saying I'm an amateur? I bring you a photo of the long-lost Robert Backus, and I'm the amateur?" I saw movement and looked over to Rachel. She had brought her hand up to her face to hide a smile. When she saw me looking at her, she turned toward the counter and acted like she was studying the photo of Backus again.
We don't even know if that is Bacchus, Di said. You've got a guy with a beard, a hat, and dark glasses. It could be anybody.
And it could be the guy that is supposedly dead but somehow managed to kill 5 men in Amsterdam a few years ago, and now, what, 6 men here? Or is it more than the 6 listed in that newspaper story? Di gave me a tight, unpleasant smile.
Look, you may be impressing yourself with all of this, but we're still not impressed. It still comes down to one thing. You want to get out of here? Then start talking to us. Now you have your client's permission. I suggest you start by telling us who this client is.
I leaned back. She was a fortress I didn't think I could break through. But if nothing else, I'd gotten that smile from Rachel Walling. That told me I might have a shot at climbing over the FBI barricade with her later. My client is Graciela McCaleb, Terry McCaleb's wife, widow, I mean. Di blinked, then quickly recovered from the surprise. Or possibly it wasn't surprise. Possibly it was a confirmation of some sort.
And why did she hire you?
Because somebody switched out her husband's medicine and killed him. That brought a momentary silence. Rachel slowly stepped away from the counter and came back to her chair. With few questions or any direction from Di, I told them the story of how I had come to be called by Graciela, the details of her husband's tainted medications, and my investigation up until the point I reached the desert. I began to believe I was not surprising them with anything. Rather, it seemed more like I was confirming something, or at least telling a story they already knew parts of. When I was finished, Di hit me with a few clarifying questions related to my movements. Zygo and Walling asked nothing.
So, Di said after the story was finished, that's an interesting story. A lot of information. Why don't you put it into context for us now? What does it all mean to you?
You're asking me that? I thought that's what Quantico does, puts it all into the blender and pours out a case profile and all of the answers.
Don't worry, we will. But I'd like your view of it.
Well, I said, but then didn't continue. I was trying to put it all together and into my own blender, adding Robert Bacchus in as the newest ingredient.
Well, what?
Sorry, I was just trying to put it together.
Just tell us what you were thinking.
Did anybody here know Terry McCaleb?
We all did. What does that have to do with...
I mean, really know him?
I did once, Rachel said. We worked cases, but I hadn't been in touch. I didn't even know he was dead until today.
Well, you should know, and will know once you go over there and check his house and his boat and everything else, that he was still working cases. He couldn't let it go. He worked some of his own old unsolveds, and he worked new cases. He read the papers and watched TV. He made calls to cops on cases that interested him and offered to help out.
And this got him killed? Di asked.
I nodded. Eventually, I think so. In January, the LA Times ran that story in the file you have there. Terry read it and got interested. He called over to Vegas Metro to offer his services. They shined him on, not interested. But they weren't above dropping his name in the local paper when it ran a follow-up story on the missing men.
When was that?
Beginning of February. I'm sure you can check. Anyway, that story, his name in that story, drew the poet to him.
Look, we're not confirming anything about the poet. Do you understand that?
Sure, whatever you want. You can take this whole thing as a hypothetical if you want.
Go on with it.
Somebody was abducting those men, and we now know burying them in the desert. Like all good serial killers, he kept his eye on the media to see if anybody was putting 2 and 2 together and getting close. He sees the follow-up story, and he sees McCaleb's name. It's an old colleague. My guess is he knew McCaleb back in the day. At Quantico, before Terry came out to set up the behavioral sciences outpost in L.A., before he went down with the bad heart.
Actually, Terry was the first agent Bacchus mentored in the unit,
Walling said. Di looked at her like she had betrayed some trust. Walling ignored her, and I liked that about her. "There you go," I said. They had that connection. Bacchus seized the name in the paper, and one of two things happened. He took it as a challenge, or he knew McCaleb was relentless and was going to keep coming, despite the apparent lack of interest in him from Metro. "So he went after McCaleb?" Di said. "Right. And he had to eliminate him in a way that would not raise questions," Rachel added. "Right." I looked at Zygo. It was time for him to chime in, but he said nothing. "So he went over there and checked him out," I continued. "He had the beard, the hat, the glasses, probably a little plastic surgery to go with it. He hired Terry to take him fishing." "And Terry didn't know it was him," Rachel said. "Terry got suspicious of something, but I'm not sure of what. Those photos were part of a series. Terry knew something was up with the guy and took extra photos. But I think that if he knew then that the guy was Bacchus, he would have done something about it. He didn't, and that makes me think he wasn't sure what he had or who the guy was." I looked at Rachel. "You looked at the photo. Can you tell? Is it him? I mean, in a hypothetical sort of way." "I can't say hypothetically or not. I can't see his eyes or enough of his face. If it's him, he was cut. His nose is different. So are his cheeks." "Easily changeable," I said. "Come to L.A. sometime. I'll take you to a guy I know in Hollywood who does work for the escort trade. He's got some before and after photos that will make you praise the wonders of medical science." "I'm sure," Di said, even though I was talking to Rachel. "Then what? When's he switch McCaleb's meds?" I wanted to consult my chronology, but my notebook was in my coat pocket. They hadn't searched me yet, so I wanted to keep the notebook out of it, maybe get out of there with it. About 2 weeks after the charter, Terry's boat was broken into. Whoever it was took a GPS device, but I think that was just as a cover, in case Terry realized somebody had... What is it? I had watched the reactions. The GPS meant something. "What kind of GPS was it?" Rachel asked. "Rachel," Di cut in quickly. "You're an observer, remember?" "A Gulliver," I said. "I don't remember the exact model. The sheriff's report is on the boat. It actually wasn't Terry's. It was his partner's." "Do you know the partner's name?" Di asked. "Yeah, Buddy Lockridge. Don't you remember him from the movie?" "I didn't see it. Do you know anything more about the history of this GPS device?" "Buddy told me he won it in a poker game. It had a lot of good fishing spots marked on it. He was pissed off when it got stolen, thought it was another fishing guide who took it." I could tell by their reactions that I was hitting every pitch. The GPS was important. It had not been taken simply as a cover. I was wrong about that. It took me a minute, but then I put it together. "I get it," I said. "That's how you found this place, isn't it? Bacchus sent you people the GPS with this place marked. He led you here like he did with Terry." "This is not about us," Di said. "It's about you." But I glanced at Rachel and saw the confirmation in her eyes. I took the next jump and figured it had been sent to her. That was why she was here as an observer. Bacchus called her out, just as he had called out Terry. "You said Terry was the first agent Bacchus mentored in the unit. Who was the second?" "Let's move on," Di said. Rachel didn't answer, but she gave me that slight smile that looked so sad with those dead eyes. She was telling me I had it right. She came after Terry McCaleb in the mentoring program. "I hope you're taking appropriate precautions," I said quietly. Di opened the file on the table. "That's actually no business of yours," she said. "Now, there are some things in your notes here I want to ask you about. First of all, who is William Bing?" I looked at Di.
She thought that it was my file and my notes.
I don't know. Just a name I came across.
Where?
I think Terry had written it down. I haven't figured out who it is yet.
And this reference to the triangle theory? What does it mean?
What does it mean to you?
Mr. Bosch, don't annoy me. Don't play cute. Sherry? Rachel asked. What? I think those are probably Terry's notes. Di looked down at the file and realized Rachel was right. I looked at Rachel like I was hurt that she had ratted me out. Di closed the file abruptly. Right, of course. She looked up at me. You know what that means?
No, but I think you'll tell me.
It means we'll take it from here. You can head on back to L.A. now.
I'm not going to L.A. I'm going to Las Vegas. I have a place there.
You can go wherever you want, but stay away from this investigation. We are officially taking it over.
You know I don't work for any police department, Agent Di. You can't take anything over from me unless I want you to. I'm a private operator.
She nodded like she was understanding of my situation. That's fine, Mr. Bosch. We'll be speaking to your employer later today, and you'll be unemployed before sunset.
I'm just trying to make a living.
I'm just trying to catch a killer. So understand me, your services are no longer required. Stay away from it. You're out. You're finished. Can I be any clearer?
Think maybe you could put it in writing, too?
You know what? I think you should get out of here and go home while you still can. Tom, would you get Mr. Bosch his license and keys and escort him to his car?
Gladly, Zygo said, his first words uttered in the motorhome.
I reached for the file, but she snatched it away from my grasp. And we'll be keeping this.
Sure. Happy hunting, Agent Di.
Thank you. I followed Zygo toward the door. I glanced back and nodded to Rachel, and she did the same to me. I think I saw a trace of light enter her eyes. Chapter 20. The three agents were still talking about Bosch when the helicopter lifted off the desert floor, and they began the 40-minute journey back to Las Vegas. The three agents wore headphones so they could communicate with each other despite the noise of the rotor wash. Di clearly remained annoyed with the private detective, and Rachel thought that maybe Sherry felt that somehow Bosch had gotten something over on her. Rachel remained amused. She knew they hadn't seen the last of Bosch. He had seen it all twice eyes, and that nod at the end told her he wasn't going to just fold up his tent and go home. "What about the triangle theory?" Di said. Rachel waited for Zygo to go first, but as usual he said nothing. "I think Terry was probably onto something," she said. "Somebody should go to work on it. At the moment, I don't know if we have the bodies to chase all of this stuff. I'll ask Brass if she's got anybody. And this William Bing, that name hasn't come up before. My guess is that he is a doctor. Terry was coming over here and probably wanted to have a name in case something went wrong. Rachel, when we get back, can you just run that down? I know what Alpert said, you're an observer and all, but if that's just a loose end, then it will be good to nail it down." "No problem. I can do it from my hotel room if you don't want him seeing me working a phone." "No, stay in the F.O. If Alpert doesn't see you, he'll start wondering what you're up to." Di, who was in the front passenger seat, turned and looked back at Rachel, who was behind the pilot's seat. "What was with you two, anyway?" "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean, you and Bosch. All the looks, the smiles. I hope you are taking appropriate precautions." "What's going on with that, Rachel?" "Look, he's outnumbered here, okay? It's natural that he'd pick one of us to play to. It's covered in the manual on interview techniques and tendencies. Check it out sometime." "And what about you? Are you playing to him? Is that in the manual, too?" Rachel shook her head as if to dismiss the whole discussion. "I just like his style. He acts like he still has the badge, you know? He didn't stand down to us, and I think that's sort of cool." "You've been out in the boonies too long, Rachel, or you wouldn't say that. We don't like people who won't stand down to us. Maybe I have. So, does that mean you think he's going to be a problem?
Definitely, said Zygo.
Probably, added Rachel. Di shook her head. I don't have the people for all of this. I can't spend my time watching this guy. You want me to keep tabs on him? Rachel asked. You volunteering? I'm looking for something to do, so yeah, I'm volunteering. You know, before 9/11 and Homeland Security, we used to get whatever we needed. Bagging cereals were the best headlines the Bureau got. Now it's terrorists 24/7, and we can't even get overtime. Rachel noted how Di pointedly did not say whether she wanted her to check up on Bosch or not, a nice way to have deniability if something went wrong. She decided that once back at the field office she would get Di alone and get her to run a check on whether Bosch really had a home in Las Vegas. She'd try to find out what he was up to and keep a loose watch on him. She looked out her window and down at the black asphalt ribbon that cut through the desert. They were following it back to the city. At that same moment she saw a black Mercedes-Benz SUV heading in the same direction. It was dirty from off-roading in the desert. She knew it was Bosch making his way to Vegas. Then she noticed the drawing on the roof of the Mercedes. He had used a rag or something to draw a happy face in the white dust on the roof. The drawing made her smile, too. Di's voice came in through the earphones. What is it, Rachel? What are you smiling at? Nothing. I'm just thinking about something. Yeah, I wish I could smile knowing that there might be a psycho agent out there waiting to put a plastic bag over my head. Rachel looked at Di, annoyed by such a snide and brutal remark. Di apparently saw something in her eyes. Sorry, I just think you better start taking this more seriously. Rachel looked at her until Di had to look away. You really think I'm not serious about this? I know you are. I shouldn't have said anything. Rachel looked back down at the I-15 freeway. They were long past the black Mercedes. Bosch was gone far behind them. She studied the terrain for a while. It was all so different, yet all the same. A moonscape carpet of rock and sand. She knew it was full of life, but all life was hidden. The predators were underground, waiting to come out at night. Ladies and gentlemen, the pilot's voice said in her ear, switch to Channel 3, you've got an incoming call. Rachel had to take her headset off to figure out how to change the frequency. She thought that the headset had a stupid design. When she put the set back on, she heard Brass Duran's voice. She was talking rapid fire, the way Rachel remembered she always did whenever something big came up. Scent integrity. It definitely came from him. What? Rachel said. I didn't hear any of that. Brass, Di said. Start again. I said we got a match from the bite mark database, with the gum. It's got 95% integrity, which is one of the highest matches I've ever seen. Who? Rachel asked. Rach, you're going to love this. Ted Bundy. That gum was chewed by Ted Bundy. That's impossible, Di said. First of all, Bundy's been dead for years, long before any of these men went missing. And he was never known to have gotten to Nevada or California or to have targeted men. Something's wrong with the data, Brass. It's a bad read or... We ran it twice. Both times it came up Bundy. No, Rachel said. It's right. Di turned and looked back at her. Rachel was thinking about Bundy, the ultimate serial killer. Handsome, smart, and vicious. He was a biter, too. He had been the only one to really give her the creeps. The others she just felt a loathing and disgust for. How do you know it's right, Rachel? I just know. 25 years ago, Bacchus helped set up the VICAP database. Brass remembers. Over the next 8 years, the data was collected. Agents from the unit were sent out to interview every serial killer and rapist who was incarcerated in the country. That was before I was there, but even later, when I was there, we kept doing interviews and adding to the base. Bundy was interviewed several times, mostly by Bob. Right before his execution, he called Bob down to Rayford, and Bob took me with him. We spent 3 days interviewing him. I remember that Ted kept borrowing gum from Bob. It was juicy fruit. That's what Bob chewed.
Then what? He'd spit it back into Bob's hand? Zygo asked incredulously.
No, he'd throw it in the trash can. We interviewed him in the death house captain's office. There was a trash can. When we were done each day, Bundy was led out. There were many points when Bob was alone in that office. He could have just taken the gum out of the can.
So you're saying Bob more or less went dumpster diving for Ted Bundy's gum, and then held on to it so he could put it in a grave all these years later?
I'm saying he took the gum out of that prison knowing it had Bundy's teeth marks in it. Maybe it was just a souvenir then, but it became something else later. Something maybe to taunt us with.
And where'd he been keeping it? In the fridge?
Maybe. That's where I'd keep it. Di turned back around in her seat.
"What do you think, Brass?" she asked.
I think I should have thought of it myself. I think Rachel is onto something. I think Bob and Ted actually got along. He went down there several times to talk to him, sometimes alone. He could have gotten the gum any one of those times.
Rachel watched Di nod her head in agreement.
Zygo cleared his throat and spoke.
"So, this was just another way of him coming out and telling us he did this and how smart he was about it? To taunt us? First the GPS with the prints, and now the gum?"
"That's what I would say," Duran agreed.
It wasn't that simple, Rachel knew. She unconsciously shook her head, and Zygo, sitting next to her, picked up on it.
"You disagree, Agent Walling?"
She noted that Zygo must have attended the Randall Alpert School of Building Relations among fellow colleagues. I just don't think it is as simple as that. You're looking at it from the wrong angle. Remember, the GPS and his prints came to us first, but that gum was in that grave first. He might have intended for the gum to be found first, before there was any direct connection to him. If that was the case, what was he doing? Di asked. I don't know. I don't have the answer. I'm just saying, don't assume at this point we know what the plan or even the sequence was supposed to be. Rachel, you know we always keep an open mind on things. We take things as they come and never stop looking from all angles. That sounded like a line taped to the wall in the Public Information Office in Quantico, where agents always had pithy policy and procedure statements to deliver over the phone to reporters. Rachel decided to step back from tangling with Di on this. She had to be careful not to outstay her welcome, and she sensed she was nearing that point with her former student. Yes, I know, she said.
Okay. Brass, anything else new? Di asked.
That was it. That was enough.
Okay, then we'll talk to you at the next one, meaning the next conference room case session. Duran said goodbye and broke off, and then the onboard communication link remained silent as the helicopter crossed the dividing line between the harsh, undeveloped landscape and the beginning of the sprawl of Las Vegas. As Rachel looked down, she knew it was merely a trading of one form of a desert for another. Down there, beneath all the barrel tile and gravel roofs, predators still waited to come out at night to find their victims. Chapter 21.
The Executive Extended Stay Motel was off the south end of the Strip. It had no neon lights flashing in front of it. It had no casino and no floor show. In fact, no executive stayed there. It was a place populated by the fringe dwellers of Vegas society, the addicted gamblers, the takeoff men, the sex trade workers, the kind of people who can't leave the place, but at the same time can't put down permanent roots either. People like me. Often, when you meet a fellow tenant at the XX, as the long-timers call the place, they'll ask you how long you've been there and how long you're staying,
as if you're working off jail time. I believe that many of the tenants of the motel have had the real experience of jail time, and I chose such a place for 2 reasons. One was that I still carried a mortgage in Los Angeles and could not afford to stay over time at a place like the Bellagio or the Mandalay Bay or even the Riviera. And 2 was that I didn't want to get comfortable in Las Vegas. I didn't want things to feel right there, because I knew when it was time for me to go, I just wanted to turn in the key and leave. I got to Vegas by 3 and knew my daughter would be home from daycare, and I could go to my ex-wife's home to see her. I wanted to, but I also wanted to wait. I had Buddy Lockridge coming in, and I had things to do. The FBI had let me out of the RV with my notebook still in my pocket, and Terry McCaleb's map book still in my car. I wanted to put them to good use before Agent Dye maybe realized her mistake and came back to me. I wanted to see if I could make the next step in the case before she did. I pulled into the XX and parked in my usual spot near the fence that separated the motel from the private jet stalls on the McCarran tarmac. I noticed a Gulfstream 9 that was parked there when I left Vegas 3 mornings earlier was still in place. There was also a smaller but sleeker-looking black jet parked next to it. I didn't know what kind of jet it was, only that it looked like money. I got out and walked up the steps to my 1-bedroom efficiency on the 2nd floor. It was neat and functional, and I tried to spend as little time there as I had to. The best thing about it was the small balcony off the living room. In the brochures they offered in the rental office, it was called a smoking balcony. It was too small a space to actually fit a chair, but I could stand out there and lean on the extra-high railing and watch the billionaires' jets come in. And I found myself doing that often. I found myself standing there and even wishing that I still smoked. Oftentimes, one of the tenants from the apartment on either side of my unit would be standing on their balcony smoking when I was out there. On one side was a card counter, or an advantage player, as he called it, and on the other, a woman of indeterminate means of income. My conversations with them were perfunctory. Nobody wanted to ask or answer too many questions at this place. The last 2 days' editions of The Sun were on the worn rubber mat outside my door. I hadn't canceled it because I knew the woman who lived next door liked to sneak over and read the paper, after which she would refold it and put it back in its plastic bag. She didn't know that I knew this. Inside, I dropped the newspapers on the floor and put McCaleb's map book down on the dinette table. I took the notebook out of my pocket and put that down, too. I went over to the sliding door and opened it to let some of the stuffiness out. Whoever had the place before me didn't use the smoking balcony, and the place seemed to have a permanent nicotine funk. After plugging my phone's charger into the wall below the dinette, I called Buddy Lockridge's number, but the call rang through to voicemail. I disconnected before leaving a message. I next called Graciela McCaleb's number and asked if the FBI had shown up yet.
"They just left," she said. "They went through a lot of stuff here, and they just went down to the boat. You were right. They're going to take the boat with them. I don't know when I'll get it back."
Have you seen Buddy around today?
Buddy? No, was he supposed to come by?
No, I was just wondering.
Are you still with the FBI?
No, they let me go a couple hours ago. I'm at my place in Vegas. I'm going to keep working on the case, Graciela.
Why? It seems... The agents told me it was a priority investigation now. They think that agent changed his meds, Bacchus.
What she was asking was what it was I could do that the august powers of the Federal Bureau of Investigation couldn't do. The answer, of course, was nothing. But I remembered what Terry had said to Graciela about me, that he would want me on the case if anything ever happened to him. It left me unable to walk away. "Because it's what Terry wanted," I said. "But don't worry. If I come up with anything the Bureau doesn't have, I'll give it to them. Just like today. I'm not trying to compete with them. I'm just working the case, Graciela."
"Okay."
"But you know you don't have to tell them that if they ask. They might not be happy about it.
I know.
Thank you, Graciela. I'll call if anything comes up.
Thank you, Harry. Good luck.
I'll probably need it. After disconnecting, I tried Buddy Lockridge once more, but got voicemail again. I guessed that maybe he was on a plane with his phone turned off. I hoped, anyway. I hoped he had gotten onto the boat and then off before the bureau agent saw him. I put the phone down and went to the refrigerator. I made a quick sandwich of processed cheese and white bread. I had both in the box in case my daughter should want a grilled cheese sandwich when she visited. It was one of her staples. I skipped the grilling and just stood at the counter and quickly ate the tasteless sandwich to quiet the void in my stomach. I then sat at the table and opened my notebook to a new page. I used a couple of self-relaxation exercises I had learned years ago in hypnosis class. In my mind, I saw a blank chalkboard. Pretty soon I picked up the chalk and started writing in white across the black surface of the board. As best as I could, I recreated Terry McCaleb's notes from the missing men file, the notes the FBI had taken away. When I had as much as I could remember on the board, I started rewriting it all in my notebook. I thought that I got most of it except for the phone numbers, and I didn't care so much about them because I could recover them by simply dialing information. Through the open balcony door, I heard the high-pitched whine of jet engines. Another plane was parking out there. I heard the engines quit, and it got peaceful again. I opened McCaleb's map book. I checked every page and found no handwritten notations other than those on the page illustrating southern Nevada and the contiguous sections of California and Arizona. Again, I looked at what McCaleb had done. He had circled the Mojave Preservation Area, which I knew included the Zysix Road exit and the location of the FBI's body excavation scene. On the outside margin of the map, he had written a column of numbers and added them up to 86. Beneath this, he had drawn a line and written, actual 92. My guess was that these numbers corresponded to miles. I looked at the map and found that it noted mile counts between distances on all significant roadways. In a matter of seconds, I found numbers that matched the column McCaleb had written on the side of the page. He had added up the mileage counts between Las Vegas and a point on I-15 in the middle of the Mojave. Zysix Road was too small and inconsequential to be listed on the map by name, but my guess was that it was the unnamed point on the 15 from which McCaleb had started to add up the mileage. In my notebook, I wrote and added the numbers myself. McCaleb got it right, 86 miles according to the map. But then he had disagreed or charted a different route, coming up with 92 miles. My guess was that he had driven the route himself and gotten a different count from the map on his car's odometer. This conflict would have occurred because in Las Vegas he would have had a specific destination. The map's mileage counts would have used a different endpoint in the city. McCaleb's destination was unknown to me. I had no idea when the markings on the map page had been made or whether they were in any way connected to the case. But I thought they were because he began his count at Zysix Road. That could not be a coincidence. There are no coincidences. From the balcony I heard a cough. I knew it was the woman next door, smoking on her balcony. I found her very curious and kept somewhat of a watch on her whenever I was staying at the XX. She wasn't much of a smoker, and she seemed to go out on the balcony only when a private jet was coming into a parking stall. Sure, some people like to watch planes, but I thought she was up to something, and that made me all the more curious. I thought maybe she was spotting marks for the casinos, or maybe other gamblers. I got up and walked out through the door. As I stepped out, I looked to my right and saw my neighbor throw something backward into her apartment. Something she didn't want me to see. "Jane, how you doing?"
Fine, Harry. Haven't seen you around lately.
"I've been gone a couple days. What do we have out here?"
I looked across the parking lot to the tarmac. Another sleek black jet had parked next to its twin. A matching black limo was waiting near the jet's stairs. A man wearing a suit, sunglasses, and a maroon turban was coming out of the plane. I realized I was ruining Jane's surveillance if that was a camera or set of binoculars she tossed back into her place when she saw me.
"The Sultan of Swing," I said, just to be saying something.
"Probably," she said.
She took a drag on her cigarette and coughed again. I knew she wasn't a smoker. She smoked so it would look plausible for her to be on the balcony watching rich men and their airplanes. She also didn't have brown eyes. I had seen her on the balcony one day when she'd forgotten to put in the tinted contacts, and her headed black hair was probably not the real color either. I wanted to ask her what she was up to, what the game or the con or the scheme was, but I also liked our balcony-to-balcony conversations, and I wasn't a cop anymore. And the truth was that if Jane, I didn't know her last name, was in the business of separating those rich men from some of their riches, then down deep I couldn't work up a good deal of outrage over it. The whole city was built on the same principle. You roll the dice in the city of desire, and you get what you deserve. I sensed something intrinsically good about her. Damaged, but good. One time when I brought my daughter to the apartment, we ran into Jane on the steps, and she stopped to talk to Maddie. The next morning I found a little stuffed panther on the doormat next to my paper.
"How's your daughter?"
she asked, as if she knew my thoughts. "She's good. The other night she asked me if the Burger King and the Dairy Queen were married." Jane smiled, and I saw that sadness in her eyes again. I knew it had something to do with kids. I asked her something I'd been thinking about for a long time. "You got kids?"
"One. She's a little older than yours. I'm not with her anymore. She lives in France."
That was all she said, and I left it at that, feeling guilty because of what I had in my life, and because I knew before I asked the question that I was tempting the grief in her. But my question prompted her to ask one she had probably been holding on to for a while, too.
"Are you a cop, Harry?"
I shook my head. Was. In L.A. How'd you know that?
"Just a guess. I think it was the way I saw you walking with your daughter out to your car, like you were ready to jump on anything that moved, anything bad."
I shrugged. She had pegged me.
"I thought that was kind of nice," she added. "What do you do now?"
"Nothing, really. I'm thinking about it, you know."
"Yes."
We were suddenly becoming more than neighbors, exchanging superficial conversation. "What about you?" I asked.
"Me? I'm just waiting on something."
So much for that. I knew that was the end of the line in that direction. I turned from her and watched another sultan or sheik start his way down the jet steps. The limo driver was waiting with the door open. It looked to me like the driver had something under his jacket, something he could pull out if the going got tough. I looked back at Jane. "I'll see you, Jane."
"Okay, Harry. Say hi to her for me."
"I will. You be careful."
"You too."
Back at the dinette, I tried Buddy Lockridge once more and got the same result. Nothing. I picked up the pen and drummed it impatiently on my notepad. He should have answered by now. I wasn't getting concerned, I was getting annoyed. The reports on Buddy were that he was unreliable. That was not something I had time for. I got up and went to the kitchenette and took a beer out of the under-the-counter refrigerator. There was a bottle opener on the door jamb. I cranked the bottle open and took a long draw. The beer cut through the desert dust and tasted good going down. I figured I deserved it. I went back to the balcony door but didn't step out. I didn't want to spook Jane again. Staying inside, I glanced out and saw that the limousine was gone and the new jet was buttoned up tight. I leaned out and checked Jane's balcony. She was gone. I noticed that in the ashtray perched on top of the railing, she had butted out her smoke after only a quarter burn.
Somebody ought to tell her that was a giveaway. A few minutes later, the beer was gone, and I was back at the dinette looking at my notes and McCaleb's map book. I knew I was missing something. I just couldn't touch it. It was there. It was close. But I just couldn't reach out to it yet. My cell phone rang. Finally, it was Buddy Lockridge. "Did you just call me?" "Yeah, I did, but I told you not to call me at this number." "I know, but you just called me. I thought that meant it was safe." "What if it hadn't been me?" "I've got caller ID. I knew it was you." "Yeah, but how did you know it was me? What if it was someone else with my phone?" "Oh." "Yeah, is right, buddy. Look, if you're going to work for me, you got to listen to what I tell you." All right, I understand." "Good, where are you?" "Vegas, man, like you told me." "You get the stuff off the boat?" "Got it." "No FBI?" "Nah, man, everything's cool." "Where are you right now?" As I was speaking, I noticed something on my notes and remembered something else about the Times story on the missing men. Rather, I remembered the circle Terry had drawn on the newspaper clip. "I'm at the B," Lockridge said. "The B? Where's the B?" "The big B, man." "Buddy, what are you talking about? Where are you?" He whispered his reply. "I thought everything was on the QT, man. Like they might be listening." "Buddy, I don't care if they're listening. Quit with the code. What is the big B?" "The Bellagio. It's a simple code, dude." "A simple code for a simple mind. You're telling me you checked into the Bellagio on my tab?" "That's right." "Well, check out." "What do you mean? I just got here." "I'm not paying for the Bellagio. Check out and come here and get a room where I'm at. If I could afford to put you in the Bellagio, I'd be staying there myself." "No expense account, huh?" "None." "All right. Where are you at?" I gave him the name and address of the XX, and right away he knew I was in a fringe location. "They got pay-per-view there?" "They don't have shit. Just get over here." "Well, look, I already checked in here. They're not going to give me my money back. They already charged my card, and besides, I already crapped in the toilet. That's like implied ownership of the room, you know? I'll stay one night here, and then I'll come stay over there tomorrow." There's only going to be one night, I thought, but didn't say. "Then everything above what this dump costs is coming out of your pay, man. I didn't tell you to check into the most expensive place on the Strip." All right, dock my pay if you want. Be that way, I don't care." "All right, I will. You got a car?" "No, I took a cab." "Okay, go down the elevator and get another one, and bring that stuff over here to me." "Can I get a massage first?" "Buddy, Jesus Christ, if you don't—" I'm kidding. Can't you take a joke, Harry? I'm on my way." "Good, I'm waiting." I disconnected without saying goodbye and immediately dropped the conversation from my radar screen. I was excited. I moved on. I thought I had inexplicably solved one of the mysteries. I looked at my recreation of McCaleb's file notes, and at 2 lines in particular. Triangle theory? 1 point gives 3? On the newspaper story, he had also circled the word circle in the Metro detective's quote about the mileage on the rental car of one of the missing men, giving the investigators a large circle in which to look for clues as to what happened to the missing man. I now believe that McCaleb may have circled the word because he thought it was wrong. The search zone was not a circle, it was a triangle, meaning that the miles on the rental car formed the 3 sides of a triangle. Point 1 was the airport, the origin. The renter picked up the car and drove to point 2. Point 2 was the place where he crossed paths with the abductor. And point 3 was the place where the abductor took his victim. Afterward, the car was returned to point 1, completing the triangle. When McCaleb had written his notes, he didn't know about Zizek's Road. He had 1 point, the airport car rental return. So he wrote, 1 point means 3, because he knew that if one more point on the triangle was identified, it would lead to the remaining point as well. One more point of the triangle means we can figure out all three, I said out loud, translating McCaleb's note from shorthand. I got up and started pacing. I was jazzed and thought I was getting close. It was true that the abductor could have made any number of stops with the rental car, thereby leaving the triangle theory worthless. But if he didn't, if he avoided distractions and single-mindedly took care of the business at hand, then the triangle theory would hold. His thoroughness might contain his weakness. That would make Zizek's Road point 3 on the triangle, because that would have been the last stop for the car before it was returned to the airport. And that would make point 2, the remaining unknown. It was the intersection, the place where predator and prey came together. Its location was not known at the moment, but thanks to my silent partner, I knew how to find it.
Chapter 22.
Bacchus saw Rachel pull out of the side lot of the FBI building in a dark blue Crown Victoria. She turned left onto Charleston and headed toward Las Vegas Boulevard. He hung back. He was sitting behind the wheel of a 1997 Ford Mustang with Utah plates. He had taken the car from a man named Elijah Willows, who no longer needed it. His eyes left Rachel's car and held on the street scene, watching for movement. A Grand Am with 2 men in it pulled out into traffic from the office building next to the FBI building. It went in the same direction as Rachel's car. "There's one," Bacchus said to himself. He waited, and then he watched a dark blue SUV with triple antennas pull out of the FBI lot and turn right onto Charleston, going in the opposite direction as Rachel. Another Grand Am pulled up behind it and followed. "There's 2 and 3. Bacchus knew it was what was called a skybird surveillance. One car to maintain a loose visual surveillance while the subject was tracked by satellite. Rachel, whether she knew it or not, had been given a car with a GPS transponder on it. All of this was okay with Bacchus. He knew he could still track her. All he needed to do was follow the follow car, and he would get there just the same. He started the Mustang. Before pulling out onto Charleston to catch up to the Grand Am following Rachel, he reached over and opened the glove compartment. He was wearing rubber surgeon's gloves, size small so they could stretch across his hands and be almost unnoticeable from a distance. Bacchus smiled. Sitting in the glove box was a little 2-shot vest gun that would nicely complement his own remaining weapon. He knew he had sized Elijah Willows up perfectly when he had first seen him leaving the Slots of Fun on the downside of the Strip. Yes, he was what Bacchus had been looking for physically. Same size and build, but he had also sensed a detachment about the man. He was someone who dwelled alone and on the edge. The gun in the glove box seemed to prove that. It gave Bacchus confidence in his choice. He hit the gas and pulled loudly out onto Charleston. He did this purposely. He knew that on the off chance there was a 4th car, a trailer, the car they would find the least suspicious would be the one with the driver boldly drawing attention to himself. Chapter 23. It came down to basic high school geometry. I had 2 of the 3 points on a triangle, and I needed the 3rd. It was that simple, and that difficult at the same time. To get that point, I had the total distances of all 3 sides of the triangle to work with. I sat down, opened my notebook to a new page, and went to work with McCaleb's map. I recalled from the Times article that the mileage recorded on the rental car of one of the missing men was 328 miles. Under what I believed McCaleb's theory to be, that mileage count would equal the total of all 3 sides of the triangle. I knew, thanks to the notations on the map page, that one side of the triangle, Zizek's to the airport in Vegas was 92 miles. That left 236 miles for the remaining two sides. That number could be divided in a variety of ways, putting the missing point of the triangle in a myriad of possible positions on the map. What I needed was a charting compass to accurately plot the triangle, but I made do with what I had. According to the map's legend, 1 inch equaled 50 miles of terrain. I took out my wallet and removed my driver's license. Holding one of its short edges to the legend, I was able to determine that the side of the license equaled 100 miles on the map. Working with that, I composed a number of triangles that approximated the remaining 236 miles of roadway. I plotted points both north and south of the baseline I had drawn from Zizek's Road to Las Vegas. I spent 20 minutes working the possibilities, my plotting taking the third possible point of the triangle down into Arizona and as far as the Grand Canyon, and then north into the bombing and gunnery ranges under the command and restriction of Nellis Air Force Base. I soon grew frustrated, realizing the possibilities were endless, and that I could have already identified the missing point of the triangle and not even know it. I got up and went to the half-fridge for another beer. Still annoyed with myself, I opened the cell and called Buddy Lockridge. The call went through to voicemail without being answered.
Buddy, where the hell are you?
I slammed the device closed. It wasn't like I needed Buddy there that moment. I just needed to yell at somebody, and he was the easy target. I stepped back out onto the balcony and checked for Jane. She wasn't there, and I felt a glimmer of disappointment. She was a mystery, and I liked talking to her. My eyes swept across the parking lot and the jets beyond the fence, and caught on the figure of a man standing in the far corner of the lot. He had on a black baseball hat, with gold lettering I couldn't read. He was clean-shaven and wore mirrored glasses and a white shirt. His lower half was hidden by the car he stood behind. He seemed to be looking right at me. The man in the hat did not move for at least 2 minutes, and neither did I. I was tempted to leave the apartment and go down into the lot, but was afraid if I lost sight of the man for even a few seconds, he would disappear. We stood locked in our stares until the man suddenly broke from position and started walking across the lot. As he came out from behind the car, I saw he wore black shorts and some sort of equipment belt. That was also when I could make out the word security on his shirt and realized he apparently worked for the XX. He walked into the passageway that separated the two buildings that made up the XX and was gone from my sight. I let it go. It was the first time I had seen a security man at the place in daylight, but it still wasn't that suspicious. I checked the next-door balcony for Jane again. There was no sign of her, and went back inside to the dinette table. This time I approached the geometry differently. I ignored the miles and just looked at the map. My prior exercise had given me a general idea of how far and wide the triangle could stretch on the map. I started studying the roadways and towns in this zone. Each time a location interested me, I measured the distances to see if I could come up with a triangle of approximately 328 miles. I had measured out nearly 24 locations, failing to get even close on the approximation of mileage each time, when I came across a town on the north side of the baseline that was so small that it was denoted by only a black dot, the smallest demarcation of a population center in the map legend. It was a town called Clear. I knew of this place, and I suddenly got excited. In a moment of flash thought, I knew that it fit the poet's profile. Using my driver's license, I measured the distances. Clear was approximately 80 miles north of Las Vegas on the Blue Diamond Highway. It was then another 150 miles approximately on rural routes across the California border and down through the Sandy Valley to the 15 freeway, and the third point of the triangle at Zizek's. Adding in the baseline mileage between Zizek's and the airport in Vegas, I had a triangle of approximately 322 miles, just 6 miles shy of the total put on the rental car belonging to one of the missing men. My blood started to jump in my veins.
Clear, Nevada. I had never been there, but I knew it was a town of brothels and whatever community and outside services are spawned by such businesses. I knew of it because on more than one occasion in my career as a cop, I had traced suspects through Clear, Nevada. On more than one occasion, a suspect who voluntarily surrendered to me in Los Angeles reported that he had spent his last few nights of freedom with the ladies of Clear, Nevada. It was a place where men would go privately, taking care to leave no trail that would reveal them as having dipped in such murky moral waters. Married men, men of success or religious piety. In a strong way, it was much like the red light district in Amsterdam, a place where the poet had previously found his victims. So much of cop work is pursuing gut instinct and hunches. You live and die by the hard facts and evidence. There is no denying that. But it is your instinct that often brings those crucial things to you, and then holds them together like glue. And I was following instinct now. I had a hunch about Clear. I knew I could sit at the dinette table and plot triangles and map points for hours if I wanted to. But the triangle I had drawn with the town of Clear at the top was the one that held me still at the same time the adrenaline was jangling in my blood. I believed I had drawn McCaleb's triangle. No, more than believed it, I knew it. My silent partner, using his cryptic notes as direction, I now knew where I was going. Using my license as a straight edge, I added 2 lines to the map, completing the triangle. I tapped each point on the map and stood up. The clock on the wall in the kitchenette said it was almost 5. I decided it was too late to go north tonight. I would arrive in near darkness, and I didn't want that. That could be dangerous. I quickly put a plan in motion to leave at dawn and have almost an entire day to do what I needed to do in Clear. I was thinking about what I would need for the trip when there was a knock on my door that startled me, even though I was expecting it. I walked over to let Buddy Lockridge in.